Chapter 648. Enough nonsense. Wang Ming, take out your stake, Wang Miyun said in a deep voice, not afraid at all. Wang Ming also took out a jade bottle and said, there's half a drop of dragon marrow in here. It can also improve one's physique. It is no weaker than your monarch bloodgrass. If you win, it is yours. The stakes that the two took out were all rare treasures worth cities. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the excitement all had fiery gazes, feeling incredibly envious. Let's go and see who will win. A group of people followed behind Wang Miyun and Wang Ming as they headed for the proud son of Heaven Hall. Before the Sage Wall, the cultivators of the various sects of the Tianwu domain all looked at the last of the 1,000 lanterns. They all felt very depressed. As long as one was on the proud son of heaven ranking, one would be able to obtain benefits. It might be difficult for people like them to reach the top 800 or 900 in one go. However, there was a high chance of making it to the last 100. This was especially so for those who had prepared for many years and only wanted to show their faces on the proud son of heaven ranking. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the rankings. He just wanted to stand there and feel a little satisfaction in his heart. But now, this little bit of hope was mercilessly blocked by the last lantern, making him sad and dejected. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from afar. When they gathered together, it was very noisy. From the sound, one could tell that at least 1,000 people had arrived. That's strange. Since when did so many people come to challenge the ranking? If one failed, the challenger would suffer serious mental and internal injuries. Under normal circumstances, no one would attempt the rankings unless they were absolutely sure of success. Those who wanted to challenge the Roll of Honor would have to think thrice before acting, and they would be extremely cautious. Those who came to challenge the Roll of Honor would definitely not swarm together. Everyone looked back curiously. When they saw the two people leading the group, they could not help but be startled. A moment later, their faces were filled with ecstasy. That's great. Wang Miyun and Wang Ming have brought people over to challenge the rankings. The people they brought with them are definitely not weak. It's even possible for them to reach the top 50. Nonsense. Not to mention the 9 ranks of the great families behind Wang Ming. Just the disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace alone would not be brought out unless they could get into the top 100. Haha, no matter what, I will definitely be able to push this Xianxia down. Fortunately, I had foresight and did not rush to make a move earlier. The group of people hurriedly moved aside, making way for Wang Ming and Wang Miyun. Especially those who were not in a hurry to make a move, their faces were filled with excitement. Such a scene astonished the many cultivators that had followed Wang Miyun and Chu Feng. After asking around, Xianxia understood what had happened. When he looked at the final lantern, he was shocked. When Lung Liusu heard Xianxia's name, her body trembled. At first, she thought it was someone with the same name. However, when she looked at the lantern, she noticed that it was a lantern. The flame figure in the lantern quickly grew larger in her eyes. Finally, the white-robed Xiaochun and Xiaochun holding the lunar shadow saber appear before her eyes. Only then did Lung Liusu confirm it. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. Unexpectedly, that young bladesman from back then also came to the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he caused such a commotion in the proud son of Heaven Hall. Wang Miyun frowned slightly and asked, Liusu, do you know this person? Lung Liusu's eyes flickered. She had once heard rumors of Xiaochun defeating several disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace in the outer sect. Afraid that Wang Miyun would bring trouble for Xiaochun if she found out, Lung Liusu hid the truth. He seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiaochun. I have some impression of him. Lung Liusu could not help but find it strange that an insignificant person like Xiaochun could attract senior sister Wan's attention. Wang Miyun smiled gently and said, I heard junior brother Mu mention him before. His younger brother was ruthlessly defeated by this person in the Sky Dome realm. If I'm not wrong, that strand of saber chi from earlier should be from him. After Wang Ming understood what happened, he laughed loudly and said, Interesting. Unexpectedly, there is such a person in the Sky Dome realm. Very good. I like challenges that are difficult. Nguyen Muyun, are you going to chase that brat off first, or should I? A crafty look flashed in Nguyen Muyun's bright eyes. She smiled faintly and said, in that case, I'll let you go first. Wang Ming chuckled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes soared. He said loudly, in that case, it would be impolite to refuse. Ninth junior brother, chase that brat from the Sky Dome realm off. If he is not even as good as a lower realm disciple, he will be embarrassing the sect. Wang Ming's tone was filled with confidence. Wang Wei thought very highly of this ninth junior brother. At the very least, this ninth junior brother could charge up 100 ranks in one go. Taking down Xiao Chun would not be a problem. Wang Ming's ninth junior brother smiled proudly, and a faint flame appeared on his fist. He said, I swear I will not disappoint you. Fire spirit body. It looks like he has a fire spirit body that is at least 60% comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. With this, Xiao Chun will definitely be chased off. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Several people saw hope and could not help rejoicing. Hu Qi. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the ninth junior brother's lantern easily cleared the sage's test before everyone's expectant gazes. The ninth junior brother's lantern knocked down Xiao Chen's lantern with a bang. Then, he gently leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Time passed much slower than everyone expected. The ninth junior brother, who originally thought that he could suppress Xiao Chun, was still unable to end the battle even after 15 minutes. The cultivators who originally had fervent gazes filled with anticipation slowly showed conflicted expressions. After the time it took for half an incense to burn, the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Even the calm Wang Ming could not help but frown. Kassier. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out in the silent plaza. Wang Ming relaxed his frown and smiled. The victor is decided. However, when Wang Ming looked carefully, he discovered that the shattered lantern actually belonged to his ninth junior brother. He had not expected such an ending, so he could not help but be flabbergasted. How can it be like this? The people who were filled with anticipation all sighed. Then, they focused their gazes on Lung Liusu. Unexpectedly, Nguyen Miyun placed her right hand on Lung Liusu's shoulder, preventing her from making a breakthrough. There's no need. Liusu, come back next year. Nguyen Miyun's words shocked everyone. A person brought by a holy land to make a breakthrough actually gave up because of a lower realm genius. Wang Ming smiled coldly and said, Nguyen Miyun, what do you mean by this? Nguyen Miyun faced the many paintings of sages on the wall and said, take a look for yourself. Wang Ming looked in the direction of Nguyen Miyun's finger and saw that one of the paintings had dimmed significantly. If Nguyen Miyun had not pointed it out, it would not have attracted anyone's attention. This is, a sage is personally guiding Xiao Chun in his martial technique. Wang Ming cried out hoarsely, startled. Normally, only cultivators with high comprehension ability would attract the attention of sages, causing them to exhaust their will to guide them. There would not be more than 20 such people in the entire proud son of heaven ranking. Now, there was one more, Xiao Chun. No wonder Xiao Chun spent so much time in the sage's test. So that is why. We were really stupid at that time. We actually believed what Bai He and Bai Yu said, that Xiao Chun was being chased by a sage and was running around to buy time. F***CK, those two guys are idiots. They made us idiots for once. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally understood everything. They could not help but curse themselves for being too stupid. Then, they cursed Bai He and Bai Yu. In the distance, White Feather and White River, who were rushing back, sneezed continuously. They looked at each other and felt that this was very strange. Damn it, this is really strange. Why are there so many sneezes today? Bai Yu said depressedly. After he said that, he sneezed again. Bai Yu said in a low voice, it can't be. Hundreds of people are scolding us for being stupid, right? We will be fools. What a joke. Then no one in the world would be smart. Wang Ming looked at Nguyen Muyun unhappily. She probably saw the dimmed sage portrait long ago and purposely let Wang Ming take the bait. Let's go. We will come back next year. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. Wan Muyun called out to the two. Wait a moment. Wang Ming felt depressed in his heart. He asked unhappily, Wan Muyun, is there anything else? Ha, it's fine. If you admit your defeat, you'll not go back on your word, right? Hand over that half-drop of dragon marrow, Wan Muyun said rudely as she stretched out her hand. What a joke. I did not lose to you. Why should I give it to you? Wan Muyun smiled faintly and said, both of us lost. According to the bet, we have to put up a good wager. Hand over the dragon marrow. I will get someone to send it to Xianxia, along with the monarch bloodgrass. Wan Muyun's tone was calm, but the look in her eyes deterred anyone from doubting her determination. Wang Ming was extremely upset. However, although he was arrogant, he had his own targets. When he faced the other giants, he would have left long ago, ignoring them. However, when he faced the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Wan Muyun, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to go against her decision. Wang Ming could only hand over the half-drop of dragon marrow to Wan Muyun and leave, filled with rage. Today, he had embarrassed himself and lost money. It was all that brat Xiaoqian's doing. Wang Ming thought to himself, I have to get back at him for this. Wan Muyun and Wang Ming were the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter and the most arrogant tyrant saber of the 7 giants. In the Tianwu domain, they were the focus of attention, the dazzling peak geniuses. This was especially so for Wan Muyun. Her lantern had already been in the 2nd row of the pyramid for a long time. Unexpectedly, the disciple that these two brought actually lost to Xiaoqian, a Sky Dome realm cultivator that the outside world did not think highly of when he tried to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. Before this, there was the luck bearer of the 10 great battle realms. On his first attempt, he swept through more than 200 people. Now, there's this Xiaoqian. The Tianwu domain is probably going to undergo a complete transformation. The age of cultivators is not limited to the great 1,000 realms controlled by the Bushan Palace. In the past few years, our Tianwu domain has seen many new young experts as well. The top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking has not changed much for a long time already. I guess that in less than a year, with the growth of these lower realm geniuses, there will definitely be a big change in the rankings. Chapter 649. After Wan Muyun and Wang Ming left, the crowd slowly became more talkative. They no longer held back when they spoke. As for the main character of this matter, Xiaoqian, he was on a warship. However, he did not know anything about this. He could only vaguely sense that his lantern had been challenged by many cultivators. However, none of them succeeded. Xiaoqian was still on the proud son of heaven ranking. At this moment, Xiaoqian no longer cared about this matter. He focused all his attention on the Haotian sect, which he was about to reach. He wanted to see what the Haotian sect was like. White clouds flew by in front of Xiaoqian. A gentle breeze blew, and the faint mist in the sky carried traces of spiritual energy. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they felt refreshed and comfortable. With such dense spiritual energy, it would be hard for the cultivators of the Kunlun realm not to be stronger than the people of the lower realms. In front is the Haotian province, where the Haotian sect is. Old Feng, who was at the bow of the warship, pointed to the front as they crossed a wide river. The Haotian province was one of the few large provinces of the Tianwu domain. It was much larger than the great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were countless cities in the province, and they were all under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. Not only that, but the Haotian sect's influence extended beyond the Haotian province. The surrounding smaller provinces would pay tribute to the Haotian sect every year. As for the Haotian sect, they provided them with military protection to prevent these provinces from being harassed by strong demonic beasts, loose cultivators, or high-ranked demons coming out of cracks in the demonic world. At first, when Xiaoqian and the others heard Old Feng's explanation, they felt it was strange. They had not expected the Tianwu domain, which was like a fairyland, to be so dangerous. After hearing Old Feng's explanation, they felt relieved. Some strong demonic beasts were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. The provinces without high-ranked sects would find it hard to defend against these spirit beasts, even if they sent out all their forces. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would pass through the Tianwu domain, resulting in the entire province being slaughtered. On the other hand, rogue cultivators were even more dangerous. These rogue cultivators were unrestrained and only thought about how to strengthen themselves. They did things without any scruples. Their minds were already twisted. The things they did were even crueler than demonic beasts, worse than beasts. As for rifts to the devil world, they rarely appeared. However, when they did, they were a rare disaster. Even the prefectures presided over by rank 8 sects would be destroyed. The warship moved very fast. After passing many cities, it arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. The mountains rose and fell, towering into the clouds. The green shadows of the mountains were lush and verdant. Clouds and mist curled around the peaks of the mountains, and the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth assaulted one's face. The fatigue in their eyes was swept away, and they felt refreshed. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins in this mountain. There are countless rank 2 spirit veins and rank 1 spirit veins. There are also a few supreme spirit veins. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins, countless rank 2 spirit veins, and countless rank 1 spirit veins. There seems to be a few peak spirit veins as well. Xianxia had heard A.O. Jiao explain spirit veins in detail before. Rank 1 spirit veins could not produce spirit stones. Rank 2 spirit veins could only produce inferior grade spirit stones, and rank 3 spirit veins could only produce medial grade spirit stones. Xiaoqian took a cursory glance at the undulating mountains and could feel many spirit veins running through them. As the spirit veins intertwined, the spiritual energy of the world surged endlessly. It felt like one was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy. The warship continued forward. Suddenly, a vast and majestic city appeared in the mountains. The mountain peaks in front were like towering gates, opening one by one. Then, that city suddenly appeared, giving off a breathtaking feeling of the fog scattering and flowers blooming. The city was very large. Logically speaking, there should not be such a large empty space in such a densely packed mountain range. It was as if an almighty being was playing with a sandbox, gently pinching the mountains that were supposed to be there and placing them somewhere else with a flick of his fingers. When Old Feng saw that vast city, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ever since he went to the Sky Dome realm, he had not returned to this place for 100 years already. Later, someone will bring you to meet up with the people of the other branch sections. After settling your matters, I will have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng's mood was somewhat heavy. As he looked at Xianxia, it was especially so. Xianxia, there are some things that Martial Uncle has to tell you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, you and Gong Yangyu will not be placed in the inner sect. Xianxia and Gong Yangyu nodded slightly. Actually, they'd already guessed this along the way. Now that they had arrived in the Tianwu domain, their past glory had already lost much of its luster. Xianxia said seriously, "Martial Uncle, don't worry. Even if we are placed in the outer sect, Xianxia will persevere and not embarrass Martial Uncle." Old Feng nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Xiaoqian and said, "Xiaoqian, you will definitely be placed in the inner sect. Those people look down on the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm. However, I believe that in less than 3 years, you will definitely be able to obtain the position of a true inheritor. However, you are too sharp, too sharp. It is best for you to keep a low profile for the next 3 years. Although a man does not take revenge, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." When Xiaoqian heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. He had never thought of purposely causing trouble. Furthermore, he had never considered himself a gentleman. A gentleman was determined by others. However, Xiaoqian only respected his own principles. What did the opinions of unrelated people have to do with him? However, after Old Feng left, they would probably not be able to see each other again. Xiaoqian would not refute him, so he nodded to indicate that he understood. "Xiao." 2 young men flew over from the city gates. They wore the alternating blue and white robes of the Haotian sect. They appeared extremely proud. Although they were young, their cultivations were extremely deep. Even Xiao Chun found them somewhat unfathomable, feeling some fear in his heart. When Old Feng landed on the bow of the warship, he asked the four, "Are the few of you from the Sky Dome realm?" After Old Feng stepped forward and stated his identity, he left with one of them, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The one who remained introduced himself. "My family name is Chun Xiao. You could just call me Senior Brother Chun. This time, I am responsible for receiving all the newcomers. I will bring you to your lodgings first." After this person spoke, he turned his back to the two and took the lead. Yu Chenxi projected his voice and whispered to Xiao Chun, "There are 3 golden threads embroidered on his chest. That is the mark of a true inheritor. No wonder his cultivation is so deep. It turns out that he is a true inheritor," Xiao Chun thought to himself. After entering the city, the 3 could feel the majesty of this city. It was even vaster than the Tianwu continent's dragon-ceiling city. The strangest thing was that there was a small city in the sky above the city. 18 inverted mountain peaks circled the city in the sky. Chun Xiao introduced from the front. The city in the middle is the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples can go there once a month. The 18 mountain peaks outside are the residences of the true inheritors. Each mountain peak has a rank 3 spirit veins origin. The true inheritors have absolute control over that rank 3 spirit vein. The moment Chun Xiao said that, Xiao Chun and the other 2 could not help but feel shocked. In the lower realm, even a large sect could not control a rank 3 spirit vein. Unexpectedly, a true inheritor could do so here. Thinking about it, if one could use a rank 3 spirit veins origin to cultivate, how fast would one's cultivation speed be? The 3's expressions were within Chun Xiao's expectations. He revealed some pride in his eyes as he smiled faintly. "Right now, half of the 18 mountain peaks are empty. All of you have a chance." Gong Yangyu immediately asked doubtfully, "Why is it half empty? Such a good resource is just sitting there and not being used." Chun Xiao replied indifferently, "It is better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. If it does not meet the standard, it is better to leave it empty." "What standard is it? Why is it so strict?" Gong Yangyu muttered. However, Chun Xiao did not say anything more. He led the 3 around the city, giving them a simple introduction of the medicine refining hall, the business district, the auction house, and the like. The western part of the city is the area for outer sect disciples. The eastern part is the area for inner sect disciples. If outer sect disciples have nothing to do, it is best not to go there. Gong Yangyu asked curiously why. Chun Xiao replied calmly, "That place is a mix of good and bad people. There are many factions there. In the past few years, for the sake of meeting the standard of a true inheritor, the few peak people have been competing intensely. Several shady methods have appeared. If you really go there, be careful, or they might rob you of all your treasures." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. From Chun Zhao's words, it was clear that the standard of a true inheritor was very strict. They had already used all sorts of methods, but half of the 18 mountain peaks were still empty. If the Haotian sect lacked talents, it was clear that the number of cultivators in the Haotian province was not the reason. After familiarizing themselves with the city's environment, Chun Xiao led the 3 to a large courtyard. He said, "Go in. There are still some people from the branch sects who have not arrived yet. When everyone is here, we will assign you to the inner sect or the outer sect." Xiao Chun took the lead and entered. When he looked around, he discovered that there were already many people in the courtyard. There were at least 100 men and women in total. Even the weakest among them was much stronger than Gong Yangyu. There were also a few strong auras that made Xiao Chun wary, not daring to be careless. There were no chairs in the courtyard, only some bare stone stools. Xiao Chun casually found one and sat down. As they sized up the others, several people in the courtyard opened their eyes and started to size up Xiao Chun's group as well. When they saw the word Sky Dome on their identity medallions, they withdrew their gazes. They revealed disdainful expressions and no longer paid any attention to the 3. Suddenly, Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes and looked at a skinny, effeminate man. In that instant earlier, that person seemed to have sent out some hidden energy. This person's technique was very ingenious, not causing any fluctuations in space. However, the hidden energy was not directed at Xiaoqin, so he did not bother with it. Bang! Just at this moment, there was a shattering sound. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and saw that Gong Yanyu had just leaped up, preparing to sit on the stone stool in front of him. In the end, the moment Gong Yanyu touched it, the hard stone stool shattered. Caught off guard, Gong Yanyu fell to the ground with a plop. Ha ha ha! The Sky Dome realm truly lives up to its reputation as a last-ranked sect. The people who come do not even know how to sit. When the skinny man saw the situation, he laughed loudly. Chapter 650. The other young cultivators, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes. They all revealed faint mockery on their faces. Everyone here would become competitors sooner or later. Thus, no one said anything to stop the situation from developing. Instead, they just waited and watched. Gong Yangyu's complexion alternated between green and red. He was clearly embarrassed. Rage burned in his heart as he stood up and swung his staff at the skinny man. Why are you so angry? We have been waiting here for a few days. It is already too boring. We're just having some fun. The skinny man did not panic at all. He just sat there cross-legged. He gently blocked the descending staff with his hand and used a skillful technique to deflect Gong Yangyu's force. Gong Yangyu's momentum was ferocious. However, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was easily knocked back dozens of meters. Gong Yanyu shouted and executed everlasting heaven and earth. He took 7 steps, and the 7 afterimages merged together. Immediately, the wind howled and the staff moved like a mountain. The skinny man smiled coldly and suddenly stood up. All the quintessence in his body surged as he quickly sent out 3 palm strikes. As the skinny man moved his hands, he moved his feet, slowly dissipating the force of the staff. Then he sent out a 3rd palm strike. Bang! Gong Yanyu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The skinny man's technique for dissipating the force was very exquisite, flabbergasting everyone. Unexpectedly, the stone stool under his feet did not shatter. The force of the staff spread to the ground, creating many tiny cracks that densely covered the ground. The skinny man mocked. It is just a game. Why take it so seriously? You are asking for trouble. To think that you actually dare to attack me. The skinny man's gaze turned cold. Unexpectedly, he did not intend to let Gong Yanyu off. He leaped into the air and kicked at Gong Yanyu. Xiao! Just at this moment, a dazzling saber light flashed. A sharp killing intent accompanied by a strand of purple saber chi flew at the skinny man. Everywhere the saber chi passed, the surrounding space rippled like waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed strong winds howling endlessly. The skinny man panicked for some reason. He quickly withdrew his leg and retreated, dodging that strand of saber chi. Kasie. After knocking back the skinny man with 1 saber strike, Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and did not make another move. Gong Yanyu stood up and walked over to Xiaoqin with a pale complexion. Then he thanked him softly. That skinny man stared at Xiaoqin for a long time. In the end, he still found Xiaoqin somewhat unfathomable, so he gave up on making a move. Xiaoqin's saber strike conformed to the norm. There was nothing too shocking about it, but there were also no major flaws. Aside from the skinny man who was in the same situation, no one else could feel how powerful it was. At this moment, Xianxia and Gong Yanyu had extremely unsightly expressions. They had not expected to run into such a situation the moment they arrived at the Supreme Sky Sect. In the future, with his identity in the Sky Dome realm, no matter where he went, people would make things difficult for him. Xiao! And would and would not. And would. And, Xiao. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't doing anything at all, he still exerted immense pressure on everyone. This was especially so for a tall and sturdy man in front. His battle spirit was as ferocious as a raging fire. He was like a wild beast on fire. There are people from the battle realms. These people are definitely from the battle realms. Unexpectedly, there are people from the battle realms coming to our Haotian sect. The 10 great battle realms were famous. The geniuses from the battle realms were definitely not mediocre. The hearts of everyone present sank. In the future, they would probably have several more competitors. The 4 geniuses from the battle realms could not be bothered to take more than a few steps. The tall and sturdy man in front shouted at the person sitting on the nearest stone bench, "Scram! The 4 of you, quickly get up and give up your seats." The 4 people were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to be scolded by these 4 people in front of everyone. They could not help but be put in a difficult position. "You are seeking death." During this moment of hesitation, the 4 cultivators from the battle realms shouted ferociously and attacked at the same time. Vast palm energy surged out like a surging river. The palm energy surged out like a surging river. The 4 hurriedly got up to face the attack. In the end, they were no match for one palm strike. This was especially so for the man who got struck by the tall and sturdy man. That man was knocked out of the courtyard like a cannonball and landed on the streets of the city. What a fellow! The moment they disagree with each other, they start fighting. This is indeed in line with the character of the people from the battle realms. The others were startled, but they did not dare to say anything. The few truly strong people did not want to get involved with these 4 either. Everyone knew that the people of the battle realms were famous for being battle maniacs. When they started fighting, there would be no end to it. They had to determine a victor. Furthermore, these people all had the bloodline of the ancient giants flowing in their bodies. Their strength remained the same, and they did not hold back when they attacked. Even if these people were slightly stronger than the people from the battle realms, they would not be willing to fight with them. "Huh, this little girl is rather pretty. Come and sit with me." At some point in time, the tall and sturdy man had fixed his gaze on Xianxia. The tall and sturdy man laughed loudly and spread open the fingers of his huge right hand. A strong suction force immediately pulled Xianxia into the air. The surging force was like an invisible black hole. When the tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked, Xianxia cried out and left the ground. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He leaped up and gently landed a palm strike on Xianxia's shoulder with his right hand. Then he clenched his left hand into a fist and sent out a fist wind. Rumble! The 2 forces clashed in the air, giving off heavy, buzzing sounds. Sonic booms resounded and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, making everyone's hair flutter. Xiao Qin placed his right hand on Xianxia's shoulder and pulled him behind him without anyone noticing. Then he said softly, "Stand behind me." When the tall and sturdy man saw Xiao Qin make a move, he did not show much displeasure in his eyes. Instead, a fervent, almost cruel light flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of the battle realms had 2 hobbies. One was women, and the other was fighting. Compared to women, fighting to one's heart's content was more interesting. This fellow is in trouble. That tall and sturdy man seems to be the number 2 genius of the 9th battle realm, Gang. He is extremely strong. Once the cultivators of the battle realms target you, it will be very hard to shake them off. You either get killed by them or beat them to death. However, they beat most people to death. They're a bunch of madmen. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man targeted Xiao Qin, several people immediately revealed gloating expressions. This was especially so for that skinny man. A cold and cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Gang stood up and smiled coldly. "Since you have the guts to block me, you should be prepared to die." Bang! Suddenly, a sonic boom resounded in the air. Gang's figure flashed in the air and arrived before Xiao Qin. He did not use any fancy movement techniques, only extreme speed. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm as he sank his feet down. He circulated his vital qi quickly, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he clashed with that punch. Bang! 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 Gang pressed forward. After the first punch, he followed up with a second and a third. Every time he punched, an impassioned shout resounded in the surroundings. The shouts seemed to come from the distant ancient era. They sounded desolate and ancient, spreading a heavy aura. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they felt astonished. If they received these 3 punches head-on, given their physical bodies, they would definitely suffer. The best way was to avoid the sharpness of the attack and use speed and skill-based martial techniques to deal with it. Someone sighed and said, "This fellow is really seeking death." Instead of dodging, he actually dares to clash head-on with a Battle Realm cultivator. When the skinny man heard this, he said in disdain, "He is probably too slow. How capable can the people from the Sky Dome realm be?" However, the surprising thing was that after Xiao Chun received 10 punches from Situ Gang, the entire courtyard trembled continuously before this huge force. However, Xiao Chun's footsteps did not move at all. He was like an old tree rooted to the ground, as firm as a rock as he dealt with the attacks calmly. After the 10 punches, Situ Gang saw that Xiao Chun was not in a sorry state as he expected. His expression turned serious as he pushed off the ground and landed back on the stone stool. Before that huge force, Xiao Chun's meridians, blood, and bones trembled continuously. However, that was all. Xiao Chun's body had first been tempered by the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After cultivating the firmament body tempering art, his meridians, blood, and bones were tempered once more. His physical body was much stronger than that of regular cultivators. After circulating his energy, Xiao Chun digested the quintessence in his body. His gaze turned extremely cautious, not relaxing at all. Xiao Chun estimated that this Situ Gang had only used 30% of his strength at most. This was because the other party did not seem to be panting or needing to adjust his breathing after sending out 10 punches. Indeed, the people of the Battle Realms could not be underestimated. The expressions of the other branch sect disciples changed slightly. They looked at Xiao Chun, keeping an eye out for him. Initially, no one paid attention to Xiao Chun. Now, he attracted some attention, gaining a sense of his existence. Chapter 651. Situ Gang. This fellow is a body-tempering cultivator. Use your true abilities. Otherwise, others will think that the people of the Battle Realms are only capable of this much. A Battle Realm cultivator behind Situ Gang shouted with blazing eyes. 10,000 meters in the air, the 2 true inheritors who had brought in Xiao Chun and the others earlier watched the situation below with interest. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Wang Cheng, these people from the lower realms are more interesting than we thought." The youth called Wang Cheng said sullenly, "I nearly misjudged this Xiao Chun. His cultivation is not high, but he also cultivates a body-tempering technique. His strength is not that simple." Chen Xiao looked around and said, "Senior Brother Wang, what do you think of these geniuses from the lower realms? Do you think any of them can become true inheritors?" Wang Cheng entered deep thought and said, "I noticed that at least 10 people have pretty good talent. This is especially so for that Battle Realm's Situ Gang. His cultivation is so vast that no one here can compare to him. If he enters a berserk state, he will be even more horrifying. However, it is hard to say whether they can become true inheritors or not. Let's see if they can handle the competition between the inner sect's 5 big factions first." A disciple flew down from the floating inner city and landed beside the 2. After bowing respectfully, he handed over a document and said, "Senior brothers, the distribution of the inner and outer sect disciples that the elders discussed is already out." Chen Xiao received the document and said, "Unexpectedly, they discussed for so long. However, it is finally out. If we had waited any longer, we would have run out of patience." Wang Cheng smiled gently and said, "That's normal. The treatment of the inner sect disciples and the outer sect disciples is very different. It is already beyond my expectations that they can come out so quickly." The 2 casually flipped through the document and slowly flew down to the courtyard, preparing to announce the contents of the document. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was extremely heavy. The fanaticism in Situ Gang's eyes turned into a blazing flame. His strong aura slowly soared. When everyone sensed it, they felt their hearts palpitate. They unknowingly took 2 steps back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. There were rumors of the destructive power of the people of the battle realms unleashing their true strength. No one was willing to suffer such a calamity. However, on the other side, Xiao Chun did not show any intention of backing down. He gathered his aura. Even when facing a strong battle realm expert, he was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining a calm expression. Wuxia, however, just as the intense battle was about to erupt, two vast auras suddenly appeared in the courtyard that tore through the clouds. It was as if an invisible ocean had suddenly crashed down, silently covering everything. Although Situ Gang's valiant and frightening aura was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in this vast ocean. Very quickly, it was submerged and disappeared without a trace. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng were already standing on top of the wall. It's a true disciple. Someone immediately recognized who they were. Their gazes were filled with yearning. They were shocked by the strength they had displayed. Just by relying on their auras, they easily resolved the situation. Even someone as irascible as Situ Gang did not dare to lose his temper. Very good. At least you know your limits. Now, I will announce which of you can enter the inner sect and which will be assigned to the outer sect. When Chen Xiao saw that no one said anything, he nodded and spoke in a calm tone. When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears. Outer sect and inner sect. There's only a difference of one word, but the treatment they received was as different as heaven and earth. Everyone hoped that they would be assigned to the inner sect. Everyone showed expressions of anticipation as they waited quietly. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, held the official document and said, "I will only read out the names of the people assigned to the inner sect. Those whose names are not read out are naturally outer sect disciples." As the names were read out one by one, several people revealed joyful smiles. As for those whose names were not read out, they waited anxiously. Xiao Chun did not have to wait for long before he heard his name called. He relaxed slightly. As for Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu, they did not hear their names read out. Although they had expected this, they could not help but feel disappointed. I'm not convinced. Why is he only an early-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch? Furthermore, he is a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm. He is directly sent to the inner sect. I am a peak inferior-grade martial monarch, yet I still have to struggle in the outer sect. A long-faced cultivator whose name was not read out shouted as he pointed at Xiao Chun. The moment this cultivator said this, the people whose names were not read out felt dissatisfied and echoed his sentiments. There were always some people who felt that others were only SOSO, that they could not compare to them. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. He could not be bothered with them, waiting to see how the two true inheritors would deal with this. Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng did not seem surprised. Their gazes casually landed on the person who caused trouble first. This is not fair, absolutely not fair. I want to fight with him. I can prove that I am qualified to enter the inner sect. That long-faced cultivator jabbered on endlessly to Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng frowned slightly and pointed with his finger. A deep blue sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The sword chi was incredibly sharp. It ignored the long-faced cultivator's protective quintessence and directly tore a small hole in his chest. Without any warning, Wang Cheng attacked directly, mercilessly teaching this person a lesson. When the other people who agreed with the long-faced cultivator saw this scene, they immediately shut up. Why did you injure me? I did not do anything wrong. Are you all that great just because you are true inheritors? The long-faced cultivator asked as he held his chest in intense pain. Wang Cheng did not say anything. Chen Xiao formed hand seals with both hands and formed a cage-like hand seal. Then, he sent it at the long-faced cultivator. A light flickered, and the cage-like hand seal entered the long-faced cultivator's body. His aura vanished, and he became like an ordinary person. What's going on? Why can't I circulate my quintessence? The long-faced cultivator exclaimed in horror when he felt the situation in his body. Chen Xiao said expressionlessly, "As true inheritors, we have the authority to enforce the rules. We can kill those who look down on the decisions of the Elders' Assembly. Since this is your first time in the Haotian sect, I will only punish you a little. I will seal your dantian for 1 month. Wang Cheng said, outer sect disciples can take the test every once in a while. If you are strong enough, it would not be difficult for you to become an inner sect disciple. Seeing the two's strength, no one dared to say anything else. They all kept quiet. The two leaped off the wall, and Xianxia said, inner sect disciples, follow me to the east of the city. Senior brother Wang will lead the outer sect disciples. The 100 or 200 people who came split into 2 groups and headed out of the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, Xianxia said sincerely, Senior brother Xiao Chun, thank you for your help. Xiao Chun had risked offending a Battle Realm genius to shield her. Xianxia's gratitude to Xiao Chun was indescribable. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, you are my friend. If you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? I believe that you will definitely help me if I am in trouble. Work hard. I will look out for you in the inner sect. Given your talent, you will definitely regain your former pride. Xianxia nodded heavily and said, I definitely will. The two waved goodbye. Gong Yangyu, who was at the side, said some words of thanks before leaving silently. Under Chun Zhao's lead, the group quickly headed to the east of the city. The east of the city was very large, but there was only one entrance. There were people guarding the entrance. When the disciples guarding the entrance saw Chun Zhao, they immediately bowed respectfully. Every month, you will receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Every 7 days, an old senior of the sect will give you a lecture. However, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you ask in private, you'll have to pay spirit stones. Chen Xiao first brought the group to register. After they received their inner sect identity medallions, he explained the treatment and sect rules that inner sect disciples enjoyed. 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Everyone could not help but reveal expressions of joy. None of the sects in the lower realms were able to enjoy such treatment. Furthermore, spirit gathering pearls were even rarer. They required a large number of martial sages to refine them by exhausting their cultivation. The teachings of an old senior would also enlighten them. Most true experts would not be so kind as to share their cultivation experiences with others. This is where you will be staying. Every 10 rooms will share a rank 1 spirit veins origin. Every month, you will need to spend 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Chen Xiao pointed at a row of simple residential areas and said slowly. When everyone heard the first half of what Xiao Chun said, they all revealed excited expressions. In the lower realm, a rank 1 spirit veins origin could support a large sect with tens of thousands of people. Here, 10 inner sect disciples could share one. However, when they heard the second half of what Xiao Chun said, their faces immediately sank. They would only receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a month. Just the cost of their accommodation would be used up. If they wanted to cultivate, obtain medicinal pills, or go out exploring, they would not have any spirit stones left. You need spirit stones? That is too expensive. Chen Xiao ignored everyone's complaints. He continued, if you want to stay in a better place, you can pay an additional spirit stone and enjoy a spirit veins origin to yourself. Furthermore, everyone will have to take on a mission from the sect at least once a month. However, you new disciples will have 1 month to familiarize yourselves. After that, Chen Xiao answered a few simple questions from the crowd. Then he took his leave. Before everyone's envious gazes, he flew to the floating mountain peak that belonged to him. The houses in the residential area were all adjacent to each other. Compared to the independent courtyard that Xiao Chun lived in, the environment was much simpler. After tidying up the house, Xiao Chun sat at the head of the bed and started to think about his cultivation goals. Chapter 652. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, Xiao Chen's first goal was to refine his quintessence. There was no need to rush to break through to the next cultivation realm. He needed to be steady and steady, slowly closing the gap between him and the native cultivators of the Tianwu domain in terms of the purity of his quintessence. If there was an opportunity, Xianxia wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation as well. However, he could not rush this. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was even more mysterious than a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. The latter layers of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation became increasingly difficult to advance. Xianxia's second goal was to continue tempering his physical body, to cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, making his physical body even stronger. Not only was it excruciating to cultivate a body-tempering cultivation technique, but it also required more and more heavenly treasures to support it with each level. Now that the firmament body-tempering art had reached the 6th layer, the natural treasures that he could use would be worth cities. Given his current status, it would be difficult to buy them. Xianxia's third goal was to comprehend the second move of the heaven-ranked dragon subduing soaring dragon. With this, he would have a strong physical body and a refined cultivation. Naturally, he needed a martial technique that could bring out the greatest might of his accumulations. After sorting through these goals, Xianxia could not help but feel a headache coming on. None of the 3 goals were easy to accomplish. Not only did they require a large number of spirit stones, but they also required a lot of time and a very high comprehension ability. The latter 2 were easy to accomplish, but the former was difficult. Everything in the inner sect required spirit stones. Although Xianxia had some wealth now, he could not afford to spend them for a long time. Xianxia shook his head and sighed gently. Never mind. I should refine my quintessence first. This does not require spirit stones. I just need time. Xianxia shifted his gaze to a prayer mat on the floor of the room. Complicated formations were carved on the prayer mat, connecting it to a spirit origin deep underground. Sitting cross-legged on it, Xianxia immediately sensed a rank 1 spirit origin the size of a human head in his sea of consciousness. It split into 10 strands and scattered outwards. Even though the vast and pure spirit origin was split into 10 strands, each strand was like a gushing river. Who knew how much spiritual energy it contained? He could feel that the other 9 people were absorbing the spiritual chi from the spiritual origin with great excitement to improve their cultivation. Xianxia was not that excited or rash. Every time he absorbed some spiritual energy, he would immediately circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, continuously compressing it. When it was completely compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore, it was then inserted into the meridians. Above his dantian, of the 99 transparent true essence water droplets, one of them slowly turned purple. First it was a pale purple, then it turned deep purple. In the end, the purple water droplets became as smooth as pearls, as if they were solid. Given this, even after spending a lot of time, Xianxia's cultivation did not increase. It looked like he was still an inferior grade martial monarch. Half a month later, out of the 99 drops of true essence liquid in Xianxia's body, 30 of them had become as smooth as pearls, with a bright and beautiful luster. Dong dong dong. On this day, after he had rested as usual, just as he was about to refine his true essence, there was a series of knocks on the door. Xianxia stood up from the prayer mat and casually waved his hand, sending out a clump of energy. The door opened with a gong-dang sound. A yellow-clad man stood at the door. He was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. However, his cultivation was pretty good, late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, it was not very dense. In Xianxia's opinion, it seemed somewhat exaggerated. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xianxia. He should be like Xianxia from a lower realms Haoyan sect branch. Xianxia had met him once in that courtyard. "This friend, do you have business with me?" Xianxia asked as he stepped forward and invited this person in. Then he brewed a pot of tea. The yellow-clad man smiled and said, "I am Zhui Yushi from the Cloud Sea realm. I live next door to you. It is nothing major, so I just came to drop by. I wonder if I have interrupted your cultivation?" Of the 3,000 great realms controlled by the Bushan Palace, the Cloud Sea realm was one of the lower-ranked realms. It was not much better than the Sky Dome realm. Xiaoqin recalled the information on the Cloud Sea realm. Then, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Smiling, he said, "It's fine. Coincidentally, I have been cultivating for half a month. It is good to find someone to chat with. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Chun from the Sky Dome realm." When Zhui Yushi heard Xiao Qin's words, shock appeared in his eyes. He said, You said that you have been cultivating bitterly in this room for the past half-month." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhui Yushi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao is really different. In the past few days, none of us have been able to endure the loneliness. In the past half-month, everyone has familiarized themselves with the eastern part of the city. Earth-ranked martial techniques, which are considered precious treasures in the lower realms, are everywhere here. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy them. Furthermore, there are all sorts of medicinal pills for cultivation. There's a dazzling array of them, so many that one's eyes would be dazzled. The auction house in the inner city even auctions heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques, as well as all sorts of superior-grade secret treasures. However, the amount of superior-grade spirit stones required is astronomical." Zhui Yushi was very talkative. Whenever Xiao Chun spoke, Zhui Yushi would go on and on. This reminded Xiao Chun of his old friend, Bai Lishi. The two of them were both chatterboxes. Although Zhui Yushi spoke a lot of nonsense, there were some things that Xiao Chun was interested in Zhui Yushi's words. Xiao Chun had not gone out for the past half-month. Zhui Yushi's arrival came at a good time, so Xiao Chun did not feel frustrated. "That's right, Brother Zhui, let me say something. Your cultivation has grown rather fast. Have you never thought about the problem of the density of quintessence? The people chosen from the lower realms were the cream of the crop of the Great Thousand Realms. If Xiao Chun could think of the problem of the density of quintessence, Zhui Yushi would definitely be able to." Zhui Yushi laughed loudly and said, "Naturally, I have thought about it. However, there is no need to worry. When I reach the peak of the late stage, I will go to the medicinal hall in the inner city to buy a quintessence gathering pill." Quintessence gathering pill? What is that? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Zhui Yushi knew that Xiao Chun had not gone out yet, so he explained the origins and uses of the quintessence gathering pill in detail. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was too dense. Cultivators cultivated very quickly. For the sake of preventing unstable quintessence, alchemists created medicinal pills to compress spiritual energy. There was a corresponding medicinal pill for every rank of cultivator. The quintessence gathering pill was meant for martial monarchs. After consuming it once, quintessence would automatically condense. If one cultivated after that, their cultivation speed would be much slower. This was also why the cultivators of the Kunlun realm advanced at a slower pace. Consuming a medicinal pill was equivalent to cultivating twice in the same cultivation realm. Naturally, their quintessence would be much denser than that of lower realm cultivators. Suddenly, Zhui Yushi thought of something. He said, "Brother Xiao, could it be that you have been refining quintessence on your own for the past half-month? That would have been a waste of time." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. What did it mean to build a cart behind closed doors? This was the result of building a cart behind closed doors. If he had gone out, he would not have ended up like this. "How many times can I consume the quintessence gathering pill within a cultivation realm?" Xiao Chun asked casually. Zhui Yushi replied, "It can only be used once. After that, I can consume it again when I advance to medial grade martial monarch. In that case, it did not matter. If I refined it once and used the quintessence gathering pill again, my quintessence would definitely be stronger than others. However, that way, my cultivation would grow even slower. Under such circumstances, it would be a test of a cultivator's mental state. One would have to spend more time and endure the unbearable loneliness of the world. One would have to not be blinded by the prosperity and vanity before them. It was hard for the younger generation to avoid being proud and arrogant. They liked to fight for fame and profit. It was already very rare for them to not be eager for quick success. It would be very difficult for them to spend more time to solidify their foundations. Xiao Chen's heart was focused on the great Tao. His goal of reaching the peak of the martial Tao had never wavered. He clearly knew that the peak of the martial Tao was what he pursued. On the path to the peak, the fame and prosperity before him were just fleeting clouds. Sooner or later, they would vanish like smoke. Xiao Chun continued to ask, "Do you know the price of this quintessence-gathering pill?" When Xiao Chun mentioned the price, Zhui Yushi immediately withdrew his smile. He sighed and said, "An inferior-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. A medial-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. A superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill costs 150,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Damn it! Xiao Chun could not help cursing in his heart. The price was really extraordinarily high. Right now, Xiao Chun only had 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones on him. If he bought a slightly better quintessence-gathering pill, he would be penniless. Zhui Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get angry. This is still the preferential price for inner sect disciples. If you went elsewhere, it would be even more expensive. However, you don't have to worry too much. As inner sect disciples, we could take on missions with higher rewards. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are not as difficult to earn as you think." After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi stood up and took his leave. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Brother Xiao Chun, in the future, we should move around more. Cultivation is not just about cultivating bitterly. For what I've heard, the internal strife within the inner sect is extremely intense. Now, there's a group of lower realm cultivators like us. Without an increase in resources, the fights in the inner sect will only be even more intense." Xiao Chun stood up to send Zhui Yushi off. Zhui Yushi's final words made him enter deep thought. Sometimes there were a lot of things that people wouldn't give you peace just because you wanted it. Only when one is strong can one feel at ease. Only when one is at ease can one feel at peace. Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he sat back down on the prayer mat and continued to refine his quintessence. As the sun rose and set, the world outside the house was filled with flowers and bustling with noise. There were newly advanced disciples who found strong backers and obtained the peak Earth-ranked martial techniques that they dreamed of. Their combat prowess increased rapidly. There were even new disciples who bought quintessence-gathering pills. The purity of their quintessence soared, immediately surpassing those of the same generation. There were also newly advanced disciples who went out on experiential training and obtained news of fortuitous encounters, making others even more envious. Sita Gang worked with 4 people from the battle realms and forcefully formed a large faction in the intense competition in the inner sect. Then, they started to compete with the other 5 factions. That skinny man also gathered the remaining lower realm geniuses and formed a faction of his own, looking very awe-inspiring. There were also several peak lower realm geniuses who originally kept a low profile. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, they revealed their ferocity and beat up some of the older inner sect disciples to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Their fame soared. Zhui Yushi passed the news to Xiao Chun. The world outside was extraordinarily bustling. Every time Zhui Yushi spoke of this news, his eyes filled with envy, and his bloodline surged restlessly. Chapter 653. Xiao Chun smiled faintly at this and ignored them. He focused on refining his quintessence. More and more pearl-like purple liquid appeared in the 99 drops of transparent quintessence. Xiao Chun's quintessence was much denser than before. After another 20 days, Xiao Chun decided to go out. This time, he had to. This was the first time the new disciples were collecting their stipends. It would be a waste not to take the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Zhui Yushi had been waiting outside the door for a long time. In the past month, whenever Zhui Yushi had nothing to do, he would look for Xiao Chun to chat for a long time. They had become much more familiar with each other. "Let's go. Brother Xiao, I already asked around and found out where we can collect our stipends." Zhui Yushi appeared very excited. Although the spirit stones were going to be used for rent, the 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. However, those 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. If they were exchanged for superior grade spirit stones, one inferior grade spirit gathering pearl would be worth 5,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, as long as one was not in a rush to use spirit stones, no one would be foolish enough to use spirit gathering pearls to exchange. After leaving the residential area, Xianxia led the way with great familiarity. They passed through a few bustling streets and corridors before arriving at a palace gate. There were many inner sect disciples here to collect their stipends. There was a long line. Xiaoqian finally saw a few of them. These inner sect disciples were mostly late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. However, they were different from Xianxia. These inner sect disciples had very withdrawn auras and extremely dense quintessence. They were all late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. If Xianxia fought with them, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. If Xiaoqian guessed right, these people should have consumed a quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Aside from this, Xiaoqian also discovered something else. Some people received more stipends, while others received less stipends. The inner sect disciple who collected the most received 100,000 superior grade spirit stones and 50 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls in one go. Xiaoqian asked Xianxia, who was behind him, "What's going on with those people?" Xianxia explained, "Those are the inner disciples who are ranked higher on this month's contribution ranking. They completed many missions for the sect and received additional rewards. By the way, speaking of this, we have to accept a mission this month. If we don't accept it, we'll be expelled from the inner sect." The Haotian province was vast, and there were countless cities within the province. There were many merchant guilds, clans, and city lord residences. When they encountered problems that they couldn't resolve, they would request for help from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was also happy to accept the mission. Firstly, it could maintain the stability of the prefecture, and secondly, it could train the disciples of the sect. There were also some missions that were issued by the direct disciples, elders, and deacons of the sect. They encountered some matters that they couldn't find the time to resolve. They would also issue it as a mission and hand it over to the disciples of the sect to complete it. They only needed to pay a small amount of compensation. Xianxia said, "Not only can you obtain mission rewards by completing missions, but you can also obtain contribution points and additional rewards when you receive your stipend. It can be considered the greatest source of wealth for inner sect disciples. However, the rewards and contribution points of missions are linked to the risks involved. There are often rumors of disciples never returning after they accepted a mission." As they spoke, it was soon the turn of the two to receive their stipend. The process was very simple. They just needed to hand over their inner sect disciple identity medallions and let the other party verify it. Xianxia did not have a rich family background. When he received the 10 spirit gathering pearls, he had an excited expression on his face. He held up the spirit gathering pearls and said, "This is great. I finally have the money to buy the quintessence gathering pill." Xiaoqian felt it was strange. He asked, "Why are you exchanging for spirit gathering pearls for no reason?" Inner sect disciples could use a tenth of their rank 1 spirit origin to cultivate. Under such conditions, the effects of superior grade spirit stones on cultivation were much weaker. They could only be used when one went out. Normally, they could only be used as currency. They were not as valuable as they were in the lower realm. However, spirit gathering pearls were different. Not only could they help in breaking through, but they were also faster than using spirit origin to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient spirit gathering pearls. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to either. However, I should be able to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch before the end of the month. I will need to use the quintessence gathering pill." Xiaoqian felt relieved. He had obtained 200,000 superior grade spirit stones by killing several veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm. Not everyone was like Xiaoqian, daring to look down on those veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm after advancing to martial monarch. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore." Let's go by the quintessence gathering pill. I will be entering closed-door cultivation after this, Xianxia said. The floating city in the sky was the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples had a chance to go there once a month. Rumor had it that there was a peak-rank force spirit origin in the inner city. Not only did it cause the inner city to be covered in a spiritual fog all year round, but also produced a large number of superior-grade spirit stones every year. Even if one did not use the spirit origin to cultivate in the city, the effects would be much better than the rooms of the inner sect disciples. After the two passed through the dense fog made of spiritual energy, they registered themselves at the city gates and successfully entered the inner city. Compared to the bustling Haotian city below, the atmosphere in the inner city was much calmer. The people on the streets rarely spoke loudly. Occasionally, one would see many strong disciples with unfathomable cultivations. No one dared to underestimate them. Xianxia had been to the inner city once last month. He was familiar with the places that sold medicinal pills in the city. Soon, he led Xianxia to a herb store. When the store owner saw that there was business, he immediately greeted them warmly. He smiled and asked, "Two little brothers, what medicinal pills would you like to buy?" Xianxia said impatiently, "Give me an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. I will use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. Is that possible?" Yes, of course." A smile bloomed on the store owner's face. This was already a big deal in the first place. Furthermore, he could use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. Wait a moment. Xianxia stopped the store owner. "I will pay for his quintessence gathering pill. Also, give me a superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Xianxia exclaimed in shock. "Brother Xianxia, don't look at me like that. I'll lend you the spirit stones first. You have to return them," Xianxia said with a faint smile. Xianxia felt very excited. A spirit gathering pearl was much more valuable than a superior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, it was a very precious item. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. If not for the fact that Xianxia needed a quintessence gathering pill to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch, he would not exchange for a spirit gathering pearl. "Thank you, Xianxia. I will not say anything else. You are my friend for sure." Xianxia patted Xianxia's shoulder heavily. After handing over the spirit stones, Xianxia compared the two quintessence gathering pills. He discovered that there was no difference between the two except that the superior grade quintessence gathering pill had a deeper luster. The store owner smiled and explained, "Haha, little brother, there is not much difference between a superior grade quintessence gathering pill and an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. However, if you cultivate an earth grade cultivation technique, the effects of an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill will be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, a medial grade quintessence gathering pill is sufficient for most people. If you want to exchange now, you can." Xianxia carefully put away the superior grade quintessence gathering pill and said, "There's no need. I just want a superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Xianxia was not in a rush to leave the store. He asked about natural treasures and medicinal pills that could assist in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. This is the blood refinement pill. It is worth 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. It can be used to refine a cultivator's blood. It has excellent effects when used to supplement a body tempering cultivation technique. This is the spirit freezing pill. It can reduce the pain when cultivating a body tempering cultivation technique. It is worth 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. This is the yellow spirit flower. It is a rare, natural treasure that can penetrate deep into the marrow. It is worth 500,000 superior grade spirit stones. The cultivation of a body-tempering cultivator required a large number of natural treasures. When the store owner saw Xianxia asking about these medicinal pills, he immediately introduced them with a fervent expression. It seemed like countless spirit stones moved in his eyes. There were many good things. Xianxia felt envious. However, he was too shy and could only watch. Under the disappointed gaze of the store owner, the two left the store and rushed back. 1 hour later, the two finished paying the rent for the month. Just as they were about to return to their rooms and enter closed-door cultivation, a group of uninvited guests blocked their way. Hee, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time. You're finally back. The skinny man in front, who had injured Gong Yangyu, led a group of people and blocked the two. Zhui Yushi's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "That person is Gue Wu, one of the leaders of the two new factions in the intersect. He is probably not here with good intentions." It turned out that this person's name was Gue Wu. After not seeing him for a month, this person's cultivation had not changed. However, his quintessence was several times denser than before. Compared to the experienced intersect disciples that Xiaoqian had seen, Gue Wu was no weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. Xiaoqian looked at the other party and said calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't block the way." Gue Wu smiled coldly and said, "In that case, I'll say it. Each of you, hand over 5 spirit-gathering pearls." Right after Gue Wu spoke, the 6 people around him immediately released their auras and locked down on the two. Although these people's cultivations were not as high as Gue Wu's, their quintessence was still very dense. They had probably consumed the quintessence gathering pill before. Their strength could not be underestimated. Xiaoqian remained silent. He only quickly evaluated the strength of both sides in his heart. Gue Wu had consumed the quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Of the 99 drops of liquid quintessence, Xiaoqian had refined only 66 of them. He had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. In terms of quintessence purity, Gue Wu was currently stronger than Xiaoqian. As for martial techniques and combat techniques, Xiaoqian did not fear Gue Wu. If they fought Gue Wu now, Xiaoqian should have at least a 50% chance of victory. This was not a high chance. Furthermore, the other party clearly came prepared. Adding in the group of people around Gue Wu, if they attacked together, Xiaoqian and Zhui Yushi would not have much of a chance. Perhaps Xiaoqian and Zhui Yushi could retreat easily. However, they would not be able to avoid the harassment of these people, which would affect their cultivation. Zhui Yushi felt furious in his heart. However, when he saw the other party's strength, he felt helpless. If Gue Wu did not hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, it would be hard to avoid physical pain. In the future, Gue Wu would continue to seek trouble. Gue Wu laughed loudly and received the 5 inferior grade spirit-gathering pearls from Zhui Yushi. Then, he looked at Xiaoqian and asked, "What about you?" Xiaoqian flicked his finger, and the 5 spirit-gathering pearls flew in an arc towards Gue Wu. Gue Wu stretched out his hand and easily caught the 5 spirit-gathering pearls. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiaoqian to agree so easily. Chapter 654. Back then, when Gue Wu saw Xiaoqian make a move in the courtyard, he had thought that Xiaoqian would be the toughest bone to chew, so he had made a lot of preparations. After handing over the inferior grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiaoqian walked forward expressionlessly, not saying a word. The person beside Gue Wu smiled and said, "Big brother, this brat is not as mysterious as you say. How could someone from the Sky Dome realm be that powerful?" Gue Wu weighed the spirit-gathering pearls in his hand and said in a cold voice, "At least he is sensible. I happen to lack one person for me to make an example out of." After that, he turned his head and asked, "How many inferior grade spirit-gathering pearls did we collect?" Someone immediately calculated and said excitedly, "There are 100 people in this residential area that we control. That's a total of 500 spirit-gathering pearls." When Gue Wu heard this, he shook his head and said, "That is still too little. The original 5 big factions controlled at least 300 or 400 people in this residential area. That group of blockheads from the battle realm controlled more than 200 people. Of the 7 big factions, we are the weakest. We have to be more ruthless next month. Everyone has to hand over 7 spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, we will be pushed out sooner or later." In the wooden hut that Xiaoqian was in, Zhui Yushi said with some joy, "Xiaoqian, it is fortunate that you did not make a move on them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." What do you mean? Xiao Chen asked. Zhui Yushi took a sip of tea and said, collecting spirit-gathering pearls from inner sect disciples has always existed. Previously, our residential area was under the control of the 5th-ranked inner sect disciple, Lan Feichen. Half a month ago, Gui Wu led a group of people to fight with him. No one knows the result. However, after that, Lan Feichen assigned our residential area to Gui Wu. Xiao Chan frowned slightly and said, Lan Feichen would not give him a portion for no reason. It looks like this Gui Wu is not simple. Zhui Yushi said, he has a strong backer. He is the grandson of the Spirit Sea Realm's Haotian sect master. I heard rumors that he brought millions of superior-grade spirit stones. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill and consuming many natural treasures, he returned to peak inferior-grade martial monarch. After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi took his leave. Only then did Xiao Chen reveal a murderous intent. My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy to obtain. My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy, Xiao Chen muttered to himself softly. With the earlier experience, Xiao Chen's speed of refining veritable essence energy became much faster. After that experience, Xiao Chun of Xiao Chun, his quintessence in Chun had. Chun Wu, Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun, and Chun gathering, Chun, Cho, Xiao Chun, of Chun of Jin of Chun. Xiao Chun of Yu Chun of Tian of Chun of the Chun was by Yu. The saber chi was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. It silently pierced through a vase on the wooden table and the wall, heading out of the room. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the vase landed in his grasp. The vase was made of porcelain. With just a gentle touch, it would shatter. If it were in the past, with Xiao Chen's strong quintessence, he would have crushed the vase into powder with just a strong wind. However, the saber chi of Xiao Chen's quintessence was not weakened at all. However, it only managed to create a flawless hole in the vase. If others were here and did not see Xiao Chen make a move, they would definitely think that there was a hole in the vase in the first place. Xiao Chen played with the vase for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and returned the vase to its original position. The purity of my quintessence is probably no weaker than Gui Wu's after he consumed the quintessence gathering pill. When he ran into Gui Wu, Xiao Chen already had a 60% chance of victory. However, Gui Wu was not alone. He had 6 or 7 lower realm geniuses who were slightly weaker than him. Xiao Chen had to consume the quintessence gathering pill and refine his already extremely dense quintessence. Only then would he not fear being surrounded. Martial techniques had never been Xiao Chen's weakness. Be it the 4-season saber technique that he comprehended or the blue dragon returns to the sea, which he could already bring out 80% of. Xiao Chen was confident that he could defeat his opponents in martial techniques. All Xiao Chen lacked was accumulations of quintessence. Once he completely refined his quintessence, no one in inferior grade martial monarch would be a match for him. At that time, he could seek trouble for those people. Xiao Chen was not someone who would suffer losses. Since they took his spirit-gathering pearls, they had to pay the price. Right now, Xiao Chen was still a middle-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. Using the quintessence-gathering pill would be a waste. However, Xiao Chen still had more than 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As long as he was willing to part with them, he would be able to use them to advance to peak inferior-grade martial monarch in a week. I have to cultivate slowly for now. There are still 5 more days to the end of the month. I should go and accept a sect mission first. Xiao Chen had to accept a sect mission. Otherwise, he would not be able to remain in the inner sect. This was a hard and fast rule of the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen did not dare to disobey it. When Xiao Chen passed by Zhui Yushi's house, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. The house was empty. Zhui Yushi was not there. Xiao Chen did not mind. He found someone and asked politely. Then, he found out how to get to the mission hall. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen arrived at the mission hall. As the end of the month approached, there were many people in the mission hall. The place was very noisy. After waiting for a while, Xiao Chen finally arrived at the front desk. He received a mission list and started to look through it carefully. The missions were not separated into ranks. The missions with high rewards were all linked to high risk. Normally, no one would overestimate themselves and take on a mission that they could not complete. If one failed a mission, they would be punished accordingly. The higher the reward, the greater the punishment. With such a rule, it prevented people from taking on missions blindly. This is an escort mission. The city lord's residence of Haining City has to escort a batch of resources to pay tribute. It is not very dangerous. However, it takes a long time and the reward is low. There is also a mission to collect spirit beast materials. It was issued by an alchemist of our sect. The reward is very high. However, the rules are too strict. Not only do they have to ensure the completeness of the materials, but they also have to ensure the freshness of the materials. Who can do that? Xianxia carefully searched for missions that were suitable for him. However, he discovered that he was not satisfied with any of them. Either the reward was low, or the conditions were too harsh. Hey, hunting loose cultivators? Xiaoqian's eyes lit up as he pulled out a mission list. It described a city at the border of the Haoyan province. Recently, a group of loose cultivators had arrived. They were all inferior grade martial monarchs. They came and went like the wind. This group of loose cultivators had wiped out half of the 4 clans in the city. Not only did they sweep away all the accumulated wealth of the clans, but they also cut open their stomachs and killed everyone, regardless of age or gender. This caused everyone in the city to panic. The objective of the mission was to kill this group of loose cultivators and obtain 1,000 contribution points and 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and held the mission list in his hand. He said, "It shall be you." Not only could Xiaoqian test the results of his cultivation, but he could also obtain rewards. This mission was tailor-made for him. The Haoyan province was vast and boundless. Just this province was larger than the entire Great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were 9 large cities in the province, hundreds of medium-sized cities, and no less than 1,000 small cities. Dingshui City, which Xiaoqian wanted to go to, was one of these small cities. Dingshui City sat at the border of the Haoyan province and the White Feather province. The White Feather province was very large as well. The Rank 8 sect, the Rising Heaven Pavilion, guarded this province. If this were any other place, given the Rising Heaven Pavilion's strength, it would not be an overlord. However, Dingshui City was too close to the Haoyan sect. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Only one overlord could exist in one place. The Haoyan sect suppressed the Rising Heaven Pavilion for many years, overshadowing it. Haoyan City was very far from Dingshui City, several million kilometers away. Due to the restrictions of the Kunlun realm, Xiaoqian's speed was reduced by at least 20%. If Xiaoqian wanted to fly over by himself, even if he did not eat or drink and rush day and night, he would still need a month. Clearly, it was not worth it. Fortunately, there were very few long-distance transportation formations in the Sky Dome realm. They were not rare in the Kunlun realm. This was a secret passed down from the Immortal Epic. After several seniors of the Kunlun realm studied it for thousands of years, they finally made some headway. These transportation formations could be replicated. After all, they were just replicas. They could not achieve a perfect effect. Furthermore, the cost was very high. Even with the wealth of the Haoyan sect, it could only set up a total of 10 transportation formations in the 9 cities of the Haoyan province and its main sect. Even so, it made it much more convenient for cultivators to travel. Xiaoqian only needed to go to Sky Mound City and ride a flying spirit beast to reach Dingshui City in 5 days. After Xiaoqian accepted this mission, he did not waste any more time. He headed for the transportation plaza in the city. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him, "Brother Xiao, are you here to accept a mission as well?" In the crowded mission hall, Zhui Yushi had a joyful expression on his face as he quickly headed for Xiaoqian with a group of people. Xiaoqian turned his head back and discovered that Zhui Yushi's quintessence, which had been floating around, had withdrawn into his body. His cultivation had fallen from late-stage inferior grade martial monarch to early-stage inferior grade martial monarch. However, Zhui Yushi's aura was much sharper than before. The current Zhui Yushi was completely different from the Zhui Yushi of half a month ago. Clearly, Zhui Yushi was very satisfied with his current cultivation. As he walked, he could feel an indistinct self-confidence. However, when Zhui Yushi saw Xianxia's cultivation, he was greatly startled. Xianxia's cultivation was now completely withdrawn, like a pool of limpid autumn water, unfathomable. Xianxia was clearly a middle-stage inferior grade martial monarch, but the purity of his quintessence was much stronger than Zhui Yushi's. That is impossible. If he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, his cultivation would fall back to early-stage inferior grade martial monarch. How could his cultivation be so much higher than mine? Could this be the effect of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? No matter how Zhui Yushi thought about it, this was the only possibility. Xianxia, you already consumed the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? Zhui Yushi asked. Zhui Yushi had exposed the fact that he had a superior grade quintessence gathering pill in front of everyone. Xianxia was slightly upset. However, Xianxia understood Zhui Yushi's character. He knew that Zhui Yushi had not done it on purpose. So, he could not get angry. He nodded and said, I guess so. When a group of people behind Zhui Yushi heard that Xianxia had consumed a superior grade quintessence gathering pill, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Chapter 655. Now, these lower realm genius cultivators could be said to be poor. Several of them could not bear to part with spirit gathering pearls and could not even afford inferior grade quintessence gathering pills. Unexpectedly, Xianxia could buy superior grade spirit gathering pearls. He must have brought more spirit stones from the lower realm than them. A few people looked around, sizing up Xianxia. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhui Yushi invited warmly. That's right, Xianxia, we just accepted an escort mission. It will take us half a month to complete. It is very safe. Do you want to come with us? There's no need. I accepted a mission to kill loose cultivators. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again. Half a month was too long, and the reward would not be high. Xianxia did not want to accept such a mission. So, he waved his hand and rejected the other party's invitation. When Zhui Yushi and the others heard this, they all revealed astonished expressions. Why did you accept a mission to kill loose cultivators? Although the reward is high, it is very dangerous. Most experienced disciples would not dare to accept it, Zhui Yushi said. Loose cultivators were normally vicious and merciless. They had killed countless people and lived everywhere. Loose cultivators had rich combat experience and liked to do things as they pleased. They lived in blood and fire for a long time and were all people who did not fear death. The competition in the sect was fierce, but it was rare for someone to die. Sect disciples compared to rogue cultivators. There was a clear difference in aura between sect disciples and loose cultivators. Missions to kill loose cultivators were usually completed by experienced intersect disciples working in groups of 2 or 3. Zhui Yushi said a lot, hoping that Xianxia would change his mind and join them on the escort mission. I have made up my mind. I'll take my leave first. Xianxia was very clear on his own strength. He did not want to say anything more, so he took his leave. Brother Zhui, don't try to persuade him. If he wants to die, why stop him? We have just arrived in the Kunlun realm. How can we risk our lives so quickly? We have to accumulate our strength first. This fellow overestimates himself. If he were really powerful, he would be like Gui Wu and Situ Gang, forming a new faction. He would not need to hand over the spirit-gathering pearls to Gui Wu. As they discussed the matter, they all revealed disdainful expressions as they watched Xianxia leave. They all felt that he was seeking his own death. Zhui Yushi also looked somewhat displeased. He had tried to persuade Xianxia nicely, but this Xianxia did not appreciate it all. Since ancient times, sages and sages had always been lonely. The biggest reason was probably that no one could understand them. Xianxia listened to everyone's words, but he didn't even have the thought of refuting them. After arriving at Sky Mound City through the teleportation formation, Xianxia spent some spirit stones to obtain the information and whereabouts of that group of loose cultivators from an organization that sold information. That group of loose cultivators had a total of 7 people. They were all middle-stage, inferior-grade martial monarchs. The leader was a peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He had even consumed the priceless quintessence gathering pill on the black market. These 7 people frequently committed crimes in the nearby provinces. They were wanted by several provinces, earning themselves the nickname of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Their infamy spread far and wide in the nearby provinces. Loose cultivators were extremely crafty. The 7 Black Wind Killers were even more so. Several times, the true inheritors of the large sects or elders went to capture them. These people would scatter when they heard the news, fleeing in all directions, not wanting to fight. Even when they sent inner sect disciples, none of them returned. This gave the various large sects a headache. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had not expected this group of loose cultivators to have such a reputation. The danger of this trip was probably much higher than he had imagined. The waning moon disappeared, and the stars disappeared. The night was dark. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. The Feng clan, one of the 4 great clans of Dingshui City, was brightly lit. The entire residence was under martial law. Guards patrolled the large residence, as though it was about to face a great enemy. Half a month ago, the other 2 great clans of the city, the Tang clan and the Lu clan, were completely slaughtered by that group of loose cultivators. Women, old, and young all died miserably. Furthermore, the 7 Black Wind Killers announced that they would return in half a month. This made the entire Feng clan very uneasy. They feared that they would suffer the same fate as the previous 2 clans. All the elites of the Feng clan gathered in the Great Hall. Including the Feng clan's clan head, there were a total of 5 inferior-grade martial monarchs, 20-odd martial kings, and several hundred martial saints. However, no one felt safe. Everyone knew that if the 7 Black Wind Killers really came, they would not be able to do anything with their strength. The Feng clan's clan head was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a worried expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if the Haotian sect has received our mission request." However, after thinking about it, the Feng clan's clan head felt that the chances were slim. The true inheritors would definitely not come. The reward that the Feng clan's clan head offered would not attract many veteran disciples. Even if 1 or 2 came, they would not be of much use. No matter how the Feng clan's clan head thought about it, it was a hopeless situation. Ha ha ha. Who is the Feng clan's clan head? Hand over all your women and spirit stones, and we, the 7 Black Wind Killers, will give you a quick death. As the Feng clan's clan head pondered, arrogant laughter came from the distance. The voice was coarse and contained a killing chi that made everyone uncomfortable. They are here. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Panic flashed in their eyes. The hands holding their weapons even trembled slightly. The 7 Black Wind Killers were infamous. Their methods were cruel. Before the battle even started, they already put a lot of pressure on everyone's hearts. 5 minutes passed. However, after the 7 Black Wind Killers laughed, they still did not appear. This made everyone feel suspicious. Based on the earlier voice, the 7 Black Wind Killers were already less than 5 kilometers away. How could they not be here yet? The Feng clan's clan head thought of a possibility. He grasped his sword tightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look." The group left the great hall and looked up. They saw a tall building in front. A young bladesman dressed in white stood calmly on the roof of the building. His appearance could not be seen clearly. In front of him were 7 black-clothed men, radiating ferocious auras and surging killing chi. They stood on the roof of a building opposite. The 7 black-clothed men exuded a heavy stench of blood. That was a bone-deep killing chi that could not be washed away no matter what. The person in the lead had only one left eye. The other was a grayish-white right eye. There was also a scarlet scar around the eye socket. At a glance, it looked like a bloody hole. This was extremely horrifying. If one were a timid person, they would not even be able to look them in the eye. Fear before the battle, even started, would cause one to lose their composure. Where did this brat come from? How dare he block our way? Beside the one-eyed man, a man who was as skinny as a monkey and had a wretched look in his eyes, shouted. These words contained a baleful aura. As the sound waves drifted over, they tried to enter Xiao Qin's mind. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like waves as he said coldly, "So what if I block your way?" His voice was also imbued with his powerful mind power, and the sound waves rumbled. As the sound waves surged, they clashed with the skinny man's voice and easily broke the killing qi in his words. The sound waves did not stop and continued forward. The skinny man grunted and took a step back, suffering a small disadvantage at Xiao Qin's hands. When the leader, the one-eyed man, saw this scene, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You are quite capable. Brat, which sect are you from? After you die, I will send your head back." "I'm a Haotian sect intersect disciple, Xiao Chun. My name is Xiao Chun, and my name is Chun." Xiao Chun said unhurriedly, "However, I'm afraid you will not be able to obtain my head. You'd better lend me your head." Xiao Qin's unhurried speech gave off a feeling of laziness at first, causing others to lower their guard. However, Xiao Chun said the last word cleanly and without any hesitation. By the time they reacted and Xiao Chun finished speaking, Xiao Chun had already left. "Oh no!" The one-eyed man's expression changed as he shouted, "Old Seven, be careful." In the quiet night, there was no moon or stars. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the sound of punches came from the wind. It was Xiao Chun who executed the Azure Dragon Tail Whip. He moved in an intense arc in the air, heading for the weakest of the seven. Then, he charged at lightning speed at the weakest person of the seven. When that person sensed Xiao Qin's sudden attack, although he was astonished, he did not panic. This showed his rich combat experience. That person's right ear twitched slightly as he listened carefully to the sound of the wind. Then, he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he turned his body and punched at Xiao Chun. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an explosion of surging shock waves. A strong wind blew everywhere, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. That person did not move at all. He watched as Xiao Qin's figure slowly disappeared into the strong wind. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. Our 7 Black Wind Killers have killed countless intersect disciples like you." "Is that so?" A voice came from above him. He felt flustered for no reason. When he looked up, he discovered that there was actually another Xiao Chun above him. Without giving that person any time to react, Xiao Chun circulated all the vital qi in his body and executed the Dragon Claw Fist Breaking Armor Fist, forming a sharp shockwave. Xiao Chun broke through that person's protective quintessence and struck the Tianmin acupoint on his head. This was one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Blood leaked out of that person's mouth as he died on the spot. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In just a few breaths, the weakest person was killed by Xiao Chun. When the others looked carefully, they discovered that the figure hidden in the wind was just a clone. "You are seeking death." The 7 Black Wind Killers moved unhindered everywhere, living a free and unfettered life. What kind of storm had they not seen before? Even the true inheritors, elders, and administrators of the sect could not do anything to them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to take down one of them in just one exchange. Furthermore, that person was just an intersect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man shouted and released his killing qi. He drew a cavalry saber and sent out a dazzling saber light as he hacked down. The other 5 reacted quickly as well. As they moved, they blocked off all of Xiao Qin's paths of retreat. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Xiao Chun inside. These people blocked off Xiao Qin's paths of retreat. They wanted to force him to clash head-on with the one-eyed man, not allowing him to escape. However, did Xiao Chun need to retreat? Xiao Chun smiled gently and flipped his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, and a light came out of the scabbard. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" With every step Xiao Chun took in the air, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a different saber strike. Chapter 656. By the time Xianxia clashed with the one-eyed man Saberlight, he had already left behind 6 afterimages. The afterimages instantly merged together, and a dazzling saber light shot out from his saber. His aura sword. The two sabers clashed. As the one-eyed man expected, the scene of Xianxia flying back in a sorry state did not happen. Instead, the one-eyed man got blasted back by this saber strike. A gap immediately appeared in the tight encirclement. Xianxia did not get greedy. For this one-eyed man to have lived for so long, he definitely had some ability. Xianxia's body swayed gently, and he escaped the encirclement of the 6 people. Then, he landed on the roof behind him. When the Phone Clan's clan head, who was in the brightly lit residence below, saw this scene, he was extremely astonished. An intersect disciple actually managed to escape from the 7 Black Wind Killers. Not only was he safe and sound, but he even managed to subdue one of them. Such strength was simply unimaginable. The Phone Clan's clan head muttered, "Strange, I know all the leaders of the intersect's 5 big factions. How come I have never heard of a white-robed bladesman? When did this person appear?" Clan head, "We are probably saved this time," someone at the side said joyfully. The Phone Clan's clan head shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. The 7 Black Wind Killers are not that easy to deal with. The reason that person died at his hands was probably due to carelessness. This white-robed bladesman is still too careless. It would be great if he could recruit a few more companions. If the situation turns bad, we will immediately make a move to help. Kill." The one-eyed man calmed the surging quintessence in his body. His expression turned cold, and he revealed a sinister smile. Then, he led the 5 people over again. 5 surging, berserk-killing chi merged together, forming an undulating scarlet sea before everyone's eyes. As the waves splashed, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits charged out of the water, wailing loudly. Xianxia felt slightly dizzy. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "I wonder how many people these fellows have killed to form so much baleful chi. If a regular cultivator did not have strong mental energy, they might even crumble before this overwhelming baleful chi. No wonder people said loose cultivators were hard to deal with." The mental energy in Xianxia's sea of consciousness circulated, expelling the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Xianxia held his saber with one hand. His heart was calm as he dealt with the 6 people charging at him with a calm expression. In the pitch-black night, saber lights and sword shadows flew everywhere. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one as a group of people fought intensely. The dense quintessence on Xianxia's saber light made the 7 Black Wind Killers feel extremely uncomfortable, aside from the one-eyed man. Every time he exchanged a move with Xianxia, the quintessence on his weapon would be broken by Xianxia's saber light, turning into hidden energy that entered his body through his weapon. The longer they fought, the more intense this feeling became. The 2 with the weaker physical bodies could not help but leak blood from the corners of their mouths. On the other hand, although Xianxia was attacked repeatedly by the 6 people, he fought steadily and surely. His powerful and condensed quintessential essence swept away most of the attacking chi. As for the remaining half, Xianxia relied on his horrifying physical body to block them without any pressure. Only the one-eyed man's attacks could cause him some trouble. "Big brother, this is troublesome. Did we fall for a trap? This fellow might be a peak character in the intersect." The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers could live for so long was not because they were unrivaled. Instead, it was because they could judge the situation. If they encountered a true disciple, sect elder, or a famous young expert, they would immediately avoid the battle and flee far away. At this moment, one of them could no longer hold on. He thought of retreating, so he sent a voice projection to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man replied coldly, "If you dare to run, I will chop you in half. I recognize the portraits of the intersect's 5 great experts. This brat is definitely holding on. If we kill him, the spirit gathering pearls on him will help me advance to medial grade martial monarch." Feeling helpless, the 6 continued to clench their teeth and hold on, waiting for Xianxia to crumble. The calm and composed Xianxia continued to block the attacks of the six in an unflustered manner. As he watched the black-clothed men vomit blood from the hidden energy, he silently calculated the time to make a move. Xianxia moved swiftly and decisively. When he truly made a move, he instantly turned the situation around. Wuxia. After another 100 moves, 3 of the 7 black wind killers vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. The accumulated damage from the hidden energy exploded forth with a considerable might. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. We saw a strange light flash in the 3's eyes. He smiled coldly to himself. However, he still did not rush to make a move. Big brother, this brat did not fall for it. What should we do? It looks like he is not that inexperienced. He is very experienced. The 3 felt bitter in their hearts. They sent voice projections to the one-eyed man, complaining. The one-eyed man's entire left eye was already scarlet, looking very scary. His damaged right eye was even more horrifying. The wounds around it had already split open. The scar burst open, and scarlet blood seeped out continuously. The one-eyed man's originally ugly face now looked like an evil spirit from hell. I don't believe it. Burn your quintessence and destroy him in one breath. The one-eyed man sent a voice projection. The hearts of the others could not help but thump heavily. Burning their quintessence was truly cutting off all means of retreat. If they still could not defeat Xiaoqian, they would exhaust all their quintessence and would not even have a chance to flee. Xiao. Just as they hesitated, Xiaoqian, who had been fighting steadily and passively defending, suddenly made his move. He did not hold back his 60% comprehended saber intent. With the support of his saber intent, the slender saber gave off a beautiful flower-like light in the dark night. The saber trembled, and a resonant and pleasing hum resounded cheerfully. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City in the dark night were startled by this. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City, be they sleeping or cultivating, startled awake at this moment. They leaped out of their houses and looked into the distance. Kill! Xiaoqian's eyes turned scarlet. Since he intended to make a move, he needed to be swift and decisive. He also silently unleashed his peak state of massacre. The 7 black wind killers, who frequently killed and drank blood, actually felt fear in their hearts when they saw Xiaoqian, who was as sharp as a saber. Electricity leaped about, and thunder roared in the dark night. Xiaoqian, who suddenly attacked, knocked the one-eyed man back with one saber strike. After that, Xiaoqian ignored the one-eyed man and charged at the person with the most severe internal injuries. Saber lights danced around, and Xiaoqian sent out 7 saber lights in the dark night. Each saber light split into 3 beams of light, charging over in an unending stream. Every saber light leaped about with purple electricity. As the saber lights flickered, that person seemed to see a sea of electricity surging at him. Dang! 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 At the critical moment, the one-eyed man performed better than usual, sending out 21 sword strikes and blocking all the saber lights. However, his quintessence was not as dense as Xiaoqian's. Every time the one-eyed man blocked a saber strike, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. After blocking 21 saber strikes, his complexion turned terrifyingly pale. However, Xiaoqian's saber light sea of fire was not just that. The sea of electricity that the one-eyed man saw was real. When the sea of electricity arrived, it directly blasted the one-eyed man to death. The remaining 4 exchanged glances. They had not expected Xiaoqian's attack to be so sharp and his timing to be so precise. Xiaoqian ignored the openings that they revealed earlier, waiting for the moment they hesitated to make a move. This was not a sect disciple who had just come out of seclusion. His combat experience was even richer than theirs. Scram out here. When the one-eyed man saw Xiaoqian kill another person, he became flustered and exasperated. He grasped his saber with both hands, and the dense quintessence gave off an unparalleled sharpness as he sent it at the sea of electricity. The one-eyed man's saber was very fast. However, Xiaoqian, who was hidden in the sea of electricity, was even faster. Just as the sharp saber light was about to strike the sea of electricity, an even sharper and more resplendent saber light leaped out. The saber light was like a shadow, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. It was very fast. 3 lines of blood shot out. Saber wounds about 1 centimeter deep appeared on the necks of the other 3 7 Black Wind Killers, and they died instantly. The saber that leaped out of the sea of electricity was very beautiful. Even the beautiful meteor paled in comparison to it. Those 3 people did not even know how they died, not to mention where the saber came from. The dead did not know. Even the one-eyed man, who was still alive, did not know. The one-eyed man only saw the sea of electricity suddenly part, and a white figure flashed by. Then, 3 of his capable subordinates died. The one-eyed man's gaze chased after Xiao Chen's figure. He looked around and discovered a white figure 200 meters in front of him with his back facing him. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. The remnant saber intent in the air behind the figure had yet to scatter, buzzing loudly. Fear spread in the one-eyed man's heart. He did not think of anything else. He sheathed his saber and turned to flee. The one-eyed man flew forward with all his might, wanting to get as far away from that figure as possible. As a loose cultivator, the one-eyed man was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to end up like those 3, dying without even knowing how the other party had attacked. Xiaochen slowly turned around and watched the one-eyed man flee. His lips curled up in a smile. Under the night sky, that delicate face revealed an extremely cold smile. Roar, roar, roar. 3 dragon roars resounded from Xiao Chen's chest. 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, carrying him into the air. In just 3 breaths, he caught up to the one-eyed man. I said before, I want to borrow your head. Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, knocking the one-eyed man, who had turned around in a hurry, into the ground. The tall building behind him collapsed. 4 Seasons saber technique, fated person in autumn waters. Not giving this person any chance to flee, Xiao Chen sent out a gentle saber light. It was like the gentle smile of a fated person, filled with endless sorrow, warmth, and gentleness. The one-eyed man, who had just stood up, felt an autumn wind blow his face. It was like a young girl gently caressing his chest. Then a bloody, bull-sized hole appeared in his heart. You are definitely not an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man looked at the wound on his chest and pointed at Xiao Chen, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Now, the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had been causing trouble everywhere and living freely, were all dead. The entire Feng clan residence fell silent. As they looked at the white-robed bladesman slowly descending from the sky, unspeakable shock appeared in their eyes. Who is this person? To think that he managed to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers alone. The 7 Black Wind Killers swept through the 18 southern provinces, coming and going like the wind. They burned, killed, and plundered for a long time. Unexpectedly, they all died at the hands of a youth today. Chapter 657. His saber intent is very strong. In our 18 southern provinces, there are not many young bladesmen with stronger saber intent than him. When that saber intent first came out, I could not control my saber. When the many bladesmen heard the hum of the saber, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the discussions and gazes of the others, Xiao Chen raised the bodies of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one and chopped off their heads. Xiao Chen returned the heads to the Haotian sect as proof that he had completed the mission. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one. Loose cultivators pursued a life of pleasure. Who knew when they might die? Normally, they would not have much wealth on them. However, this group of people had just robbed 2 clans. They should have some things on them. After doing all this, Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon and landed before the Feng clan's clan head. He took out the mission list and said, "You are the one who issued the mission for the Haotian sect, right? Put your fingerprint here." The Feng clan's clan head was somewhat dazed. Even now, he could not believe that the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had stirred up trouble in Dingshui City and kept everyone on tenterhooks, had died just like that. After Xiao Chun reminded the Feng clan head again, he reacted and quickly put his fingerprint on the mission list. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for young hero's help. The entire Feng clan is unable to repay you. You're too serious. I took someone's money, so I helped them eliminate their calamity. That is all." Smiling gently, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, his white figure vanished into the vast night before everyone's eyes. Xiao Chun had come in the dark and left in the night. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. The pitch-black night did not change because of him. Only the 7 headless corpses lying on the ground silently spoke of Xiao Chun's achievements and fame. After a long time, when everyone had left, 2 figures with strong auras flew into the city from a distance. When he flew into the city and saw the 7 headless corpses, he looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat depressed. The 2 wore alternating blue and white robes. The one on the right had a sword at his waist, and the one on the left had 2 sabers on his back. If the people of Dingshui City were here, they would have recognized them as Rising Sky Pavilion disciples based on the sect insignia on their chests. Furthermore, they were inner sect disciples with high statuses. Dingshui City was located at the border of the Haotian province and White Feather province. Historically, Dingshui City had been under the jurisdiction of White Feather province and Haotian province. It could be considered a relatively chaotic place. There were many cities like this in all the major states. Such a city with unclear ownership was also a place that individual cultivators were most willing to visit. The square-faced cultivator carrying 2 sabers looked at the 7 headless corpses and said, "Senior Brother Wong, we are too late. Someone killed the 7 Black Wind Killers before us. The Kings, the Black Rogs, the Black Roared, the Sky Saints, the Black. We're 7. The 7. The Black frequently. The 7. The cultivator with the 2 sabers was Lu Feihu. The handsome swordsman with the sword at his waist was Wang Feng. These 2 were the peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Coincidentally, they had accepted the mission to kill the 7. When they received the news, they immediately rushed to Dingshui City. Unexpectedly, they were still too late. Wang Feng remained silent. After a while, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The blood from the wounds has not coagulated yet. This person has not gone far. There should be people in the city who saw what happened." Lu Feihu immediately understood what Wang Feng meant. After wandering the world for so long, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Lu Feihu made a prompt decision and grabbed a nearby cultivator. Then, he inquired about what had happened. After the 2 heard it, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lu Feihu said, "That's impossible. An inner sect disciple that I have never heard of easily killed the 7. If it were one of the 5 old experts of the Haotian sect's inner sect, I might believe it. After all, these 5 are already very close to the strength of a true inheritor." Wang Feng's pitch-black eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. However, he was not in a rush to object like Lu Feihu. After a long time, Wang Feng voiced his opinion. The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers can run amok for so long is not because their cultivation is much higher than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. After all, Lu's cultivators do not have as many resources as sect disciples. Instead, it is because of the baleful aura they have and their rich combat experience. With these 2 added together, inner sect disciples who just left the sect would not be able to gain any advantage against them. Lu Feihu was not stupid. He immediately figured it out. He said, "You mean to say that this person might be a disciple with a lot of experience from the lower realm? His killing intent and combat experience are no weaker than the 7 Black Wind Killers?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That is the only possibility. He did not rely on his cultivation to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. He is definitely not a match for us. This person is definitely going to use the transportation formation from Sky Mound City to Haotian City. We just have to stop him before he gets there." As Xiao Chun left the city, he He did not know that two peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had already targeted him. At this moment, Xiao Chun had an expression of anticipation as he opened the spatial rings on the 7 Black Wind Killer's hands. Aside from some truly strong bandits, loose cultivators normally would not have a lot of wealth on them. The reason was very simple. If they had a lot of resources, they would not have to take the risk of plundering everywhere. Furthermore, they were not in a sect. If they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they would be much more expensive than sect disciples. For example, in the Haotian sect, an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill only cost 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the outside world, it would cost more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. To loose cultivators, the spirit gathering pearls that the sect gave them for free were treasures that they craved. Even if one had money, it would be difficult to buy them. As loose cultivators, they lived precariously. Who knew when they might die at the hands of others? They always pursued the principle of enjoying themselves while they could, spending as much wealth as they could. However, there would always be surprises. Occasionally, there would be news of someone killing a loose cultivator in the Tianwu domain and obtaining an unexpected fortune. However, today, Xiao Chun probably had no fate with this surprise. Of the 7 spatial rings, he opened 6 in a row. In the end, there were no treasures worth looking at. However, there were spirit herbs under 1,000 years old, medicinal pills worth several thousand superior grade spirit stones, and yellow rank profound ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were countless of them. These should be the wealth that they had obtained after looting the 2 clans of Dingshui City. Given the size of Dingshui City and its geographical location, it was easy to imagine how many treasures the 4 clans had accumulated. The only consolation was that the 6 of them had some superior grade spirit stones on them. Altogether, they had more than 100,000. To Xiao Chun, who had spent all his superior grade spirit stones on the quintessence gathering pill, this solved some of his urgent problems. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the last spatial ring. That was the spatial ring of the one-eyed man of the 7 Black Wind Killers. This person was the leader of the 7 Black Wind Killers, and also the strongest. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, his wealth should be a little more than the other 6 combined. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into this person's spatial ring. After a rough scan, he got a rough idea of what was inside. There were more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones, more than 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 inferior grade quintessence gathering pill, and a peak grade medicinal pill for instantly replenishing quintessence. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. At least there was some profit. In total, there were 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. The 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls could be considered a windfall. What Xiao Chun lacked now were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Only the surging quintessence in the spirit gathering pearls could speed up his cultivation. Superior grade spirit stones could only be used as currency. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chun hurried on his way, pondering over his actions in the previous battle. What was wrong and what was good for him? The last strike of the Blade Flash and Thunder Shadow was the first time that it was used against so many people at the same time, and it achieved an effect that even Xiao Chun could not have imagined. If Xiao Chun was not wrong, this Lightning Shadow Saber Light should be an inferior grade heaven ranked martial technique. It was of a lower rank than the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, but its effects were not much worse. Moreover, it did not consume as much quintessential essence. In the future, Xiao Chun could use Saber Light Thunder Shadow as his trump card and Blue Dragon Goes to Sea as his trump card. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were different from Earth-ranked martial techniques. One had to continuously comprehend and dig deeper. Every 10% increase in might would result in a completely different outcome. No matter how much one dug deeper into an Earth-ranked martial technique, it would only be like the Four-Season Saber technique. Its potential was limited. After all, its creation was based on essence. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could continuously make breakthroughs. They were based on even stronger quintessential essence. Even if one broke through to martial sage in the future, or even peak martial sage, one could continue using it. It would not become outdated. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, I can only bring out 30% of Saber Light Thunder Shadow's might. However, this name sounds rather unpleasant. When I have time in the future, I have to think of a better name. The original move was called Sword Light Fire Shadow, which sounded pretty good. However, after changing it to Saber Light Thunder Shadow, it seemed rather ordinary. Along the way, Xiao Chun looked relaxed. In reality, he was not idle at all. He continuously thought about the various variations of the Saber Light Thunder Shadow. 4 days later, the majestic Sky Mound City came into view. Xiao Chun could not help but increase his pace. When he passed a forest, Xiao Chun could not help but frown slightly. He had been to this forest before. It was a place one had to pass to get to and from Sky Mound City. However, there were no strong spirit beasts in the forest. There were only some ordinary birds and beasts. Logically speaking, there should not be any danger. However, Xiao Chun had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. That killing intent disappeared in an instant. It had been hidden very well. Xiao Chun had always been very confident in his senses. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and searched the forest carefully. Strange, I clearly felt a killing intent. Why did my spiritual sense not discover anything? Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a suspicious expression. In the Kunlun realm, the laws were restricted. When cultivators flew, not only were they slower than in the lower realms, but they also exhausted more quintessential essence. Unless their lives were in danger, regular cultivators would not casually fly for long periods of time. Xiao Chun looked at the forest and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to enter it. Chapter 658. At worst, if there was any danger, he could just flee. Among those of the same generation, Xiao Chun did not dare claim to be unrivaled. However, he was still proud of his speed. If he ran into a martial sage or someone close to that level, there was no need to think too much. If a martial sage wanted to kill him, no matter how he ran, it would be pointless to think too much. There was a narrow path in the quiet forest. As Xiao Chun walked on it, his expression remained the same as usual. However, he kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings at all times. All sorts of small birds rested on the green trees on both sides of the path. These birds were unique to the Kunlun realm and were very intelligent. The chirping sounds rang out crisply without end. Carried by the gentle wind, the sounds continued to spread into the distance. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The more it looked like this, the more cautious Xiao Chun became. The 99 drops of pearl-like quintessence liquid above his dantian spun quickly, ready to counterattack at any time if he met with any danger. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of and behind Xiao Chun split open, and 2 figures leaped out. A sharp killing intent spread out like a strong wind. Flap! 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 The birds perched on the trees were startled. They flapped their wings in a fluster and fled in flocks. The person in front held 2 sabers in his hands. The 2 sabers danced around quickly, creating a chaotic saber wind. His aura was startling, like a torrential storm pouring down. The saber wind chopped down the surrounding trees, turning them into its shavings that filled the air and danced in the wind. When one looked around, dust and wood shavings filled the air behind the dual saber man. Shockwaves surged out like surging waves. When he attacked, he raised his aura to its peak. As for the person behind him, he held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword light was withdrawn, looking simple and plain. He was like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, rushing forward. Compared to the startling aura of the dual saber cultivator, this person was very simple. The 2 formed a sharp contrast. One was very skillful, and the other had a horrifying aura. When the 2 attacked at the same time, a dense killing intent encased Xiao Chun. They wanted to take down Xiao Chun in one move. Xiao Chun kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings. He did not panic when the 2 suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he had found several openings in the joint attacks of the 2. Then, he quickly analyzed which openings he could use to allow him to suffer the least damage and retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Xiao Chen had never been a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he made his move. Xiao Chen drew his saber and sent out a dazzling light. He had already agitated his quintessence and infused it into his saber. Gotcha! Xiao Chen turned around and blocked the simple sword behind him. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained an extraordinary amount of power. When the sword and the saber collided, a series of energy ripples erupted and spread in all directions, directly uprooting the surrounding trees and crushing them into powder. Dust billowed, and when the dust from the man with the twin sabers merged together, the entire scene turned chaotic and blurry. Xiao Chen's arm went numb. He was astonished at the strength of that swordsman. However, the situation had already developed according to his script, so he did not fear it. Xiao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he used the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to leave behind a clone. Then, he soared into the sky and hid in the dust. Amid the dust, the man with the twin sabers watched as Xiao Chen's clone flew over. He rejoiced and immediately swung his saber. Chi! Chi! In the blink of an eye, the 2 sabers sent out no less than 100 saber lights, chopping Xiao Chen's clone into countless pieces. We fell for it. The man with the twin sabers cursed softly, his expression changing when he saw the situation. When all the dust settled, the 2 of them looked up and saw Xiao Chen standing on a tree branch a kilometer away, calmly looking at the 2 of them. Naturally, these 2 were the Rising Sky Pavilion's Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time already and had made ample preparations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen still managed to avoid their ambush. On the tree branch, Xiao Chen carefully sensed the 2's cultivations. The swordsman was a middle-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. The man with the twin sabers was not weak either, an early-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chen could not help but frown slightly. The Kunlun realm was not like the lower realms. Here, a cultivator's strength would increase by a small cultivation realm. It would be incredibly difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. These 2 medial-grade martial monarchs were probably in trouble. When Xiao Chen recognized the sect insignia on the other party's chest, he said coldly, "The Rising Sky Pavilion's people? I don't think I have any grudges with the 2 of you. Why are you blocking my way?" Lu Feihu crossed his twin sabers and smiled. "Naturally, we do not have any grudges with you. However, you have something that we want, so you have to stay." Wang Feng said calmly, "Just hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. We will not take the treasures on them." Like the Haotian sect's mission hall, the Rising Sky Pavilion also had a contribution ranking every month. As long as one topped it, they would receive a great reward. Compared to the rewards, the Rising Sky Pavilion did not care about the 7 Black Wind Killers' wealth. When Xiao Chen heard Wang Feng's natural tone, as though it was only right for him to take the heads that he had worked so hard to obtain, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. He said, "In that case, I'll say this as well. Quickly scram. Otherwise, when the Haotian sect's people find out that your Rising Sky Pavilion's people are behaving atrociously here, you will not be able to escape." Lu Feihu smiled sinisterly. His magnanimous face revealed a trace of incongruous viciousness as he said, "Ha! That is if you were alive and able to make it back alive." Right after Lu Feihu spoke, he prepared to make a move. However, Wang Feng stopped him. Wang Feng had exchanged a move with Xiao Chen. Wang Feng had used 50% of his strength in that attack. However, as an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Chen was able to receive it calmly. Unlike Lu Feihu, Wang Feng felt that this person before him was not as simple as an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This friend, how about selling the heads in your hand to us? 7 heads for 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chen said rudely, "Sorry, I do not lack these spirit stones. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Why are you speaking nonsense to him?" Lu Feihu had a fiery temper. He cursed and leaped into the air, charging over. Wang Feng's expression turned completely sullen. In his opinion, he had already given Xiao Chen a lot of face. Unexpectedly, this fellow still overestimated himself. 2 were medial-grade martial monarchs, and 1 was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, these 2 were peak intersect disciples of rank 8 sections. Xianxia did some calculations. If he continued fighting, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. Furthermore, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Xianxia was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. If he refined his quintessence with the quintessence gathering pill, he would not fear these 2. Xianxia would not be able to gain any advantage in this fight. However, this Lu Feihu seemed to be underestimating him. Perhaps he still had a chance. With a thought, Xianxia pushed off a tree branch and retreated. Right after Xianxia dodged, Lu Feihu's sabers chopped the tree he was standing on into several pieces. Sharp saber chief flew around the forest. Kassier, Kassier. Many trees fell to the ground after being chopped in half. Lu Feihu's aura flourished as he chased after Xianxia, hacking wildly at Xianxia as he slowly closed in on him. A few more exquisite saber techniques forced Xianxia into a corner. Lu Feihu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, let's see where you can run to." A look of horror flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he retreated in a fluster. However, he quickly hid it and did his best to brandish his saber to block. When Lu Feihu noticed the look in Xianxia's eyes, he felt very pleased. He thought to himself, "Your acting is pretty good. Do you think I cannot tell that you are just putting on a strong front?" Bang! The 2 sabers struck the pitch-black blade of the Lunar Shadow saber. A berserk saber intent and quintessence surged out. Xianxia immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. When Lu Feihu saw the situation, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Now you know how to regret it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Don't think that you are incredible just because you are a disciple of the Haotian sect." Lu Feihu took large strides and charged forward, forcing Xianxia to retreat without being able to retaliate. When Wang Feng, who had been quietly following, saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, he smiled in relief and said, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got scared off by this brat. This brat should have suffered significant internal injuries from the initial attack. However, he endured it. He wanted to use his identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect to scare the 2 of them away without having to hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, under Lu Feihu's ferocious attacks, he immediately exposed himself. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng concluded that the situation was as he guessed. He relaxed slightly and no longer followed Lu Feihu closely like before. Instead, he followed at a leisurely pace. Each move of Lu Feihu's was more ferocious than the one before. As he advanced, he forced Xianxia into a sorry state. He could only barely deal with Lu Feihu. The surrounding trees were destroyed one by one like building blocks, turning into catkins that flew all over the sky. As Xianxia raised his Lunar Shadow saber, he looked like he was blocking the other party's attacks in a sorry state. However, in reality, he was calculating every opening of Lu Feihu's. "No, this opening is too small. Although I can force Lu Feihu back, he will be able to react quickly. I will not be able to injure him. This move will not do either. After I injure him, I will not be able to retreat. Wang Feng, who is at the side, will be able to catch up." Xianxia circulated his energy and vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even more. Even as he faced the various opportunities, he remained absolutely calm, waiting for the best opportunity. Lu Feihu swung both his sabers and burst forth with surging quintessence. He knocked Xianxia into the air and sent him crashing into the ground. When Lu Feihu saw Xianxia struggling to stand up, he smiled sinisterly. He walked over step by step, lowering his guard to the lowest. Wang Feng, who was at the side, also revealed a sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "This fellow is finally an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the moment. Make your move." When Lu Feihu got within 2 meters of Xianxia, something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who looked weak and had difficulty standing up, suddenly soared into the air. He swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged his quintessence and state of thunder. The 7 saber images split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. The saber light was very bright and thunder roared. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly reached its peak. Chapter 659. These 21 saber images were hard to distinguish. The might of each saber strike was immense. No one dared to underestimate them. The most important thing was that Lu Feihu had just let down his guard. Every step he took was filled with openings. It was impossible to defend perfectly. Dang! 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 Lu Feihu managed to block 18 of the 21 saber strikes. However, he could not block the remaining 3. 3 saber lights tore open bloody wounds on his chest. Fortunately, Lu Feihu's quintessence was much denser than Xiao Chen's. Although the wounds were horrifying, they were not fatal. However, before Lu Feihu could catch his breath, the 21 saber lights suddenly formed a line, forming a vast sea filled with electric light. Bang! The sea of electricity knocked Lu Feihu back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as electricity leaped around his entire body, crackling continuously. The situation instantly changed. However, it was not over yet. As Lu Feihu flew back, before he landed, he saw a saber light coming from an unknown place. Like a bolt of lightning, the saber light flew towards Lu Feihu's chest. At the critical moment, Lu Feihu did his best to twist his body. Kassier, a scarlet light shot out. That saber light chopped off Lu Feihu's right arm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Feihu fell to the ground, unable to get up. With his right arm chopped off, intense pain assaulted him continuously. He rolled around on the ground, moaning in pain. When Wang Feng, who was not far away, saw this sudden scene, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How did the previously listless Xiao Chun suddenly become so lively and lively, instantly turning the situation around? By the time Wang Feng recovered his wits, Xiao Chun was already standing on 3 blue dragon images, rushing towards the distant sky Mound City. Xiao Chen's speed flabbergasted Wang Feng. Even if Wang Feng chased with all his might, he could barely keep up. After losing the initiative, he would never be able to catch up. Wang Feng looked at the moaning Lu Feihu on the ground, and then at Xiao Chun, who calmly retreated. Wang Feng's expression alternated between green and white, clearly extremely frustrated. 2 of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had actually been fooled by a brat who had just left the sect. Furthermore, they had to pay such a hefty price. Along the way, Xiao Chun did not slow down. He flew to the corner of Sky Mound City before letting out a sigh of relief and stopping. The sword-wielding martial artist gave him a very dangerous feeling. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if the other party wasn't careless, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Only by consuming the quintessence gathering pill and refining his quintessence could he defeat his opponent easily. But before that, there was no need to take the risk and fight to the death with the other party. The gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Xiao Chun smiled and strode toward the city gates. This spatial ring was from Lu Feihu's arm. As for Lu Feihu's arm, he had already thrown it away. Instead of rushing to the transportation formation in the city, Xiao Chun rented a quiet courtyard and prepared to open Lu Feihu's spatial ring. Lu Feihu was one of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Although he could not compare to the top inner disciples of the Haoyan sect, he should be much wealthier than those loose cultivators. Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and carefully scanned it, not missing any corner. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he revealed an expression of wild joy. In the spatial ring, there was a total of 1 million superior grade spirit stones, more than 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 superior grade quintessence gathering pill, and several rank 8 medicinal pills of the same grade as the quintessence gathering pill. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill, It could clear away all the distracting thoughts in a cultivator's heart for a period of time, increasing the chances of a cultivator making a breakthrough when comprehending a martial technique. There were also many other medicinal pills and spirit herbs of a lower grade. All the things that Lu Feihu had accumulated as an inner disciple ended up in Xianxia's hands. Xianxia could not help but smile. Lu Feihu probably feels like dying now. Xianxia tidied up the items in the 7 Black Wind Killers' spatial rings and Lu Feihu's spatial rings. Then, he put on a cloak and went out, exchanging them for superior grade spirit stones. With this, Xianxia now had a total of 1,800,000 superior grade spirit stones. He was originally poor, but now he was rich. However, the most important thing were the spirit gathering pearls. After obtaining 100 spirit gathering pearls from Lu Feihu, Xianxia would be able to advance to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. As for the 100-odd inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that Xianxia originally had, he could keep them and consume the quintessence gathering pill to increase his cultivation quickly. It is time to raise my cultivation to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xianxia took out the 100 spirit gathering pearls and clenched his fist. As long as he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he would be able to defeat Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. Xianxia went to the cultivation room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Then he placed the 4 spirit gathering pearls on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. When he was a martial king, Xianxia had experienced the might of the spirit gathering pearls. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and slowly melted the 4 spirit gathering pearls. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 spirit gathering pearls melted one after another, releasing a horrifying energy that spread out in Xianxia's body. His internal organs trembled endlessly. Xianxia's internal organs trembled endlessly. As the 4 surging energies clashed with each other, his body churned like it would explode at any moment. Most people could only refine 1 inferior grade spirit gathering pearl at a time because their physical body could not endure it. Refining 4 spirit gathering pearls in one go, like Xianxia, was no different from sending himself to death. Xianxia knew his limits. Given the strength of his physical body, as long as he could stabilize his mind, refining 4 spirit gathering pearls at the same time would not be a problem. Clenching his teeth, Xianxia endured the intense pain. He kept his mind calm and did his best to persevere. Dita, Dita. Sweat poured off Xianxia's body like rain. In less than a minute, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The intense pain was easy to imagine. However, Xianxia had to persevere because he did not have much time left. In this Kunlun realm, just 2 medial grade martial monarchs would be able to force him back. A superior grade martial monarch would be able to destroy him. Xianxia had his own pride. Even though he was in a dormant state, it did not mean that he had given up on the determination in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intense pain finally disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine incantation and slowly refined the huge spiritual body formed by the 4 spirit gathering pearls. After 10 great cycles, the spiritual energy in Xianxia's 9 meridians flowed out of the 9 main meridians and gathered together. Finally, the spiritual energy condensed into a drop of quintessence, liquid, glistening with purple light. Then, it slowly floated above Xianxia's dantian. Xianxia opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After persevering for so long, there was finally some reward. Xianxia picked up another 4 spirit gathering pearls and placed them on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. Then, he continued to refine them. According to Xianxia's estimations, he needed to condense at least 120 drops of quintessence liquid before he could reach peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. 10 days later, after spending a total of 150 spirit gathering pearls, Xianxia finally advanced to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. The number of spirit gathering pearls required exceeded his original plan. Xianxia had expected this long ago, so he was not surprised. Compared to a regular heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the Purple Thunder Divine incantation seemed to be even stronger. Even Xianxia could not figure it out. Rumor had it that the Purple Thunder Divine incantation's 7th layer was a dividing line. If he could cultivate the Purple Thunder Divine incantation to the 7th layer, there would be an unimaginable change. There might even be an ancient heavenly tribulation. However, this was not something that Xianxia could think about for now. At this moment, Xianxia's quintessence was vast, strong, and reserved. With his cultivation at peak late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch and his plain and reserved aura, no one would believe that Xianxia had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xianxia cautiously took out the superior-grade quintessence gathering pill. Then he looked at this quintessence gathering pill with lingering spiritual energy. He revealed a contemplative look. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 were holy pills. Above holy pills were the legendary immortal pills. Even sovereign martial emperors sought immortal pills. However, whether immortal pills existed or not was just a legend in this world. In this world, any medicinal pill that reached rank 8 was extremely precious. The superior grade quintessence gathering pill was the peak of rank 8 medicinal pills. If it was sold for 200,000 medicinal pills in the sect, it could be sold for 7 or 800,000 medicinal pills in an auction outside. However, the sect limited the purchase of such strategic medicinal pills. It was very difficult for inner sect disciples to sell them. He collected his wandering thoughts and placed the medicinal pill in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted and turned into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat. Everywhere it passed, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. However, when that liquid flowed to the top of Xianxia's dantian, he felt a burning sensation. The comfortable feeling instantly turned into extreme pain. When the liquid flowed into the liquefied medicinal pill, the 99 drops of pearl-like liquid sizzled and gave off steam. It was like his body was on fire. The fire penetrated deep into his bones, burning in his blood, burning in his bones, and burning in his muscles. Suddenly, Xianxia's face contorted in pain. His facial features scrunched up. He did not look human at all. Why did one have to endure such intense pain when consuming the quintessence gathering pill? Why had no one mentioned it before? Xianxia gritted his teeth and gave off a grinding sound. He felt very suspicious. He did not believe that many people could endure such pain. Even the pain that Xianxia experienced from the spirit-gathering pearls in his body paled in comparison to this pain. Damn it! Could it be because of the superior-grade quintessence-gathering pill? Why did the owner not warn me? I should have bought some expensive medicinal herbs to help. If I could not endure it and failed, the 200,000 superior-grade spirit stones would have gone to waste. However, in reality, Xianxia had misunderstood the owner. The problem was with himself. Most cultivators would not condense quintessence on their own. Not only was it difficult, but it was also time-consuming and required a lot of patience. The most important thing was that after one condensed their quintessence and consumed the quintessence gathering pill, they would experience the same unbearable experience as Xianxia. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were countless outstanding people. Those seniors had already thought of refining their quintessence before consuming the quintessence gathering pill. Chapter 660. However, when most people consumed the quintessence gathering pill, the pain tormented them in a failure, causing them to fail in their breakthrough. The higher the cultivation technique, the greater the pain one would have to endure. The more severe it was, the more painful it was, and the more severe it was, the crippling of one's cultivation. Aside from a few geniuses, very few people managed to make it through. If Xianxia was cultivating bitterly and was willing to spend some time to listen to the teachings of the seniors, the first lesson would be like this. However, Xianxia did not know about this. Right now, he thought that it was because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill, so he persisted bitterly. However, Xianxia had his own opportunity. That was his physical body, which was very strong among those of the same generation. Those with stronger physical bodies than him would not spend time cultivating quintessence. Those with stronger quintessence than him would not spend time cultivating their physical bodies. If Xianxia possessed a willpower that surpassed that of an ordinary person, he might be able to make it through. Of course, the prerequisite for all this was that he could endure this pain. Otherwise, if he admitted defeat in his heart, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would just be a decoration. Xianxia had to persevere. Otherwise, he would waste too much time, which would be too unfortunate. Xianxia was in so much pain that his thoughts turned blurry. He only retained a trace of his heart and persisted bitterly. The 100-odd drops of quintessence slowly shrank under the heat of the quintessence-gathering pill. Then they merged in 2s and 3s. Every time the quintessence-gathering pill merged, there was intense pain. Xianxia did not dare to open his mouth and scream. He was afraid that he would accidentally bite his tongue off. This state persisted for an unknown period of time. Just as that trace of Xiaoqian's consciousness was about to fade away, the pain in his body suddenly vanished. Xiaoqian relaxed. Before he could even catch his breath, he collapsed and fell asleep. This sleep was very sound. In a deep sleep, he did not think about anything. By the time Xiaoqian woke up, it was already 3 days later. He stretched his body a little, and there was a crackling sound coming from all over his body. When Xiaoqian stood up, he could not help but feel that he was lighter than before. However, his strength was firmer than before. Clenching his right hand into a fist, Xiaoqian circulated his quintessential essence slightly. Immediately, he sensed a powerful and restrained power and punched the air. The true essence directly exploded on the fist, and a thunderous explosion resounded in the air. The entire beam began to shake violently. The amount of power he used was clearly the same, but the power he could unleash was more than 4 times stronger than before. This was the power of the quintessential essence, condensed by the quintessential gathering pill. Ordinary people could only increase the power by 2 times, but because he had condensed it once in advance, the power was doubled again. Xiaoqian's face lit up with joy. He reacted and said, "Could it be that I succeeded?" Xiaoqian sank his consciousness and took a look. He saw 30 drops of quintessence neatly floating above his dantian. They had a rich luster and were at least twice as large as before. "Ha ha, we really succeeded." Xiaoqian was overjoyed. He walked out of the training room and went to the courtyard. He began to feel the effects of being reborn. At this moment, Xiaoqian did not know that he had unintentionally completed a goal that very few people had achieved in the past 1,000 years. He only thought that everyone who consumed a superior grade quintessence gathering pill would experience such pain. Bang! 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 Fists howled, and strands of quintessence exploded on Xiaoqian's fist. The surrounding air churned as the explosive force pressed down. The ground seemed like it would sink in, shaking left and right like an earthquake. Good, good, good. If I meet those 2 fellows from the Rising Sky Pavilion again, I will not have to show weakness. I don't need to pretend to be weak. If I fight them directly, I have a 70% chance of defeating them easily. Xiaoqian withdrew his fist and stood upright. A bright light shone in his eyes, filled with strong self-confidence. As for Gui Wu's group, there was no need to care about them. Even if 6 or 7 people surrounded them, Xiaoqian could defeat them, beating them into submission. After sorting out his emotions, Xiaoqian collected the deposit for the courtyard. Then, without further delay, he prepared to rush back to the Haotian sect. As Xiaoqian rushed to the transportation formation in the city, he discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Occasionally, cultivators flew out of the surrounding restaurants and inns. Furthermore, they were all heading in the same direction. In the Kunlun realm, flying in the air exhausted a lot of quintessence. If there was nothing major, no one would fly in the air for no reason. After all, if it was just traveling, there would not be much of a difference in speed between traveling on land and in the sky. Quick, let's go. The top genius of the 9th battle realm, Renhua, is going to challenge the top bladesman of our 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing. The geniuses of the 10 great battle realms have all been in the limelight recently. Several famous young experts have been defeated by them. Of course, there are no mediocre people in the battle realms. They have the bloodline of the ancient giants and are born with divine strength. Their strength is vast, and they love to fight. Furthermore, they are the top geniuses among them. However, their rise is too fast. Xianxia is an expert second only to the 7 giants. He ranks in the top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking. Even the older generation people praise his saber techniques. In this great age, everything is possible. How can we still look at it with the old standards? As Xianxia stood in the air, he listened to the scattered news coming from all around. Finally, he understood the ins and outs of the matter. There were geniuses from the lower realms challenging the local experts of the Tianwu domain. Furthermore, both sides had significant backgrounds. Hence, many cultivators rushed over to watch the excitement. I have been in the Tianwu domain for a long time already, but I have not seen a true fight between the top experts of the younger generation. It would be good to go and take a look. After changing his mind at the last minute, Xianxia decided to join in on the excitement. He would definitely learn a lot from a fight between experts of the same generation, broadening his horizons. The battle realms run Hua and the 18 southern provinces' proud son of heaven rankings 7 giants, Xianxia. One was the top genius of the 9th battle realm, and the other was known as the top bladesman of the south. The commotion caused by the two's arranged battle far surpassed Xianxia's expectations. Nearly all the experts above Martial Monarch in Sky Mound City made a move. There were even many martial kings rushing over from all directions. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. The location of the arranged battle was 9 Sword Peak, which was very close to Sky Mound City. That place was vast and sparsely populated. There were no spirit beasts or natural treasures on the mountain. It was just like a desolate mountain. With this place as the location of the duel, no matter how large the shock waves were, there would not be any problems. Xianxia followed the crowd and flew to the location of the duel. When he looked to the front, he saw 9 tall peaks on the plain. They looked like 9 treasured swords rising from the ground and piercing the sky. That place was 9 Sword Peak. The 9 peaks were shaped like treasured swords, hence its name. Xianxia asked around and found out that this 9 Sword Peak was a holy land for duels. Due to the special environment of this place, experts of a younger generation frequently came here to challenge. The shockwaves from the previous battles had shaved off several kilometers of the tall peaks. Even so, the 9 peaks were still more than 20 kilometers tall. One could easily imagine how majestic 9 Sword Peak had been in the past. 4 or 5 people already stood on one of the 9 peaks. All of them were tall and stout, exuding the ferocious aura of wild beasts. The auras of these people merged and surged towards the sky, stirring up the white clouds in the sky. Even before the battle began, it already felt like a storm was brewing. Unexpectedly, aside from the few in closed-door cultivation, the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms are all here. This lineup is really big. I have long heard that the people of the battle realms are the most united. Now that I see them, the rumors are indeed true. Indeed, that is why most people would not seek trouble with the people of the battle realms. They are madmen in the first place. When a group of madmen fearlessly fights with you, that is even scarier. Those who are one cultivation realm higher than them would have a headache if they met with this group of people. The local cultivators of the Tianwu domain beside Xianxia discussed softly. As they spoke, they appeared very relaxed. A loud piercing sound could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. A sharp aura swept over like a strong gust of wind. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look and saw a person flying over from the west. This person was tall and skinny, and his face was very narrow, giving him a stern look. This person held a saber in his left hand and wore clean and simple blue robes. He flew over expressionlessly and stopped at the summit of a mountain. This person glanced around, and his gaze was like a sharp saber light, seemingly solid. With one glance, the faint fog around the summit slowly scattered. Feng Xingxing is here. Thousands of martial monarchs in the surroundings of the mountain range looked into the distance. Even more cultivators stopped to watch on the ground below the mountain peak. The place was very lively. Among the crowd, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, what a strong saber intent. He is the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. I hope he lives up to his reputation. Feng Xingxing glanced at the people from the battle realms 3 mountain peaks away. The corners of his lips curled up, and pride appeared on his stern face. He said indifferently, there are so many people here. Situ gang, are you planning to gang up on them? As Feng Xingxing spoke, the top geniuses of the other battle realms scattered. Now, only the stout Renhua remained at the summit. Ha ha ha. Feng Xingxing, you overestimate yourself. Do you think we need to work together to deal with you? Renhua released his aura and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with boundless tyranny and arrogance. His voice reverberated in the mountain peaks for a long time without stopping. In the end, it turned into a whistling gale that drifted back and forth between the 9 mountains. The wind howled, and the clouds parted. Feng Xingxing's white robes fluttered loudly in the wind. Pa! 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 Suddenly, the wind howled. A chain of crisp explosions rang out. Everyone looked over. It turned out that when Feng Xingxing's clothes fluttered, there was an intense energy fluctuation. Every time his clothes fluttered, there would be an explosion. The continuous explosions shook the air until it buzzed. Countless rocks on the mountain peak rolled down like an army of thousands of men and horses. What a powerful move! Everyone gazed at Renhua, and they were extremely shocked in their hearts. Just a single sentence was able to cause such a great might. So exactly how thick is his true essence? Furthermore, Feng Xingxing, who remained calm under the surging sound waves, was probably unfathomable as well. When Xiaoqian saw the simple exchange of moves between these two, he felt somewhat astonished. This Renhua was only a late-stage medial grade martial monarch. However, Renhua's flexibility in using quintessence and strength far surpassed Xiaoqian's. Chapter 661. Feng Xingxing remained expressionless on his stern face. He smiled coldly and said, insignificant tricks. The 5 of you attacking together is actually nothing much. How arrogant. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant later. Renhua snorted and pushed off the mountain peak heavily. Then, he drew a black ruler and flew forward at lightning speed. The distance between the 9 mountain peaks looked very close from a distance. In reality, even the closest one was a kilometer away. Bang, bang, bang. Every time Renhua passed a mountain peak, he would push off heavily with his feet. Every time he pushed off, his speed would increase. Crunching sounds came from the mountain peaks. With the force of his feet, the mountain peaks shattered, becoming shorter by several inches. Dust filled the air, giving off a startling aura. Such a large formation was in line with the rough and unrestrained combat style of the people of the battle realms. Although it took a long time to describe, Renhua arrived before Feng Xingxing in just 4 or 5 flashes. The heavy black ruler seemed to contain a tremendous force as it hacked at Feng Xingxing with a berserk aura. The instant it landed, it seemed to split the air in half. With the naked eye, one could clearly see a shock wave parting the air like a curtain of water. Feng Xingxing turned around slightly and drew his saber, blocking the descending ruler. A loud collision resounded, deafening everyone's eardrums. Feng Xingxing did not move at all. He easily received such a heavy blow that seemed to be able to break the sky. Renhua chuckled and said unconcernedly, your hand must be numb. This is just the appetizer. Feng Xingxing said coldly, you overestimate yourself. I am not as weak as you make me out to be. This ruler of yours is really, really weak. Kassier. The dazzling saber light flickered like stars as Feng Xingxing drew his saber. A sharp saber intent gathered and merged with quintessence to form a strand of pitch-black saber chi. Renhua's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Feng Xingxing to be able to draw his saber so easily under the pressure of his heavy ruler. Renhua's figure flickered as he retreated. The friction between his body and the air gave off a dull sonic boom. The corners of Feng Xingxing's lips curled up slightly. His right hand, which held his saber hilt, was like an artist waving a baton, swinging it forward rhythmically. That strand of pitch-black saber chi immediately swept out, forming a curved black line in the air. As Renhua retreated, the curved black lines between the two surfaces slowly widened, giving off a strange sense of beauty. Renhua's expression turned unsightly. The arc formed by the black saber chi seemed to expand endlessly. It was less than 2 inches away from his face. The strong wind from the saber chi caused the hair in front of his head to flutter wildly. The skin on his face also hurt. The black saber chi was like a blade of death. If he was a little slower, his head would immediately be chopped in half. Furthermore, the distance between them was simply too close. There was simply no time for him to use his heavy ruler to block the attack. All he could do was continue to retreat. At this moment, his life was hanging by a thread. He could only gamble that the saber chi would weaken before he ran out of quintessence due to time. When the people outside saw this, they did not think much of it. It was just Feng Xingxing sending out a strand of black saber chi to force Renhua back. Unexpectedly, Renhua's situation had already reached a point where he would die if he was not careful. Feng Xingxing revealed a disdainful smile. His right hand moved at lightning speed, and he sheathed his saber. Xiao! When the saber was completely sheathed, the black saber chi instantly formed a black ring and flickered before disappearing into nothingness. Renhua, you're looking for the wrong person if you want to use me as a stepping stone to become famous. If you want to defeat me, get the top 3 geniuses of your 10 great battle realms. You're not qualified. Feng Xingxing smiled faintly. Then, he shot forward like an arrow, turning to leave before everyone's doubtful gazes. What's going on? Is the battle over? Several people could not understand what was going on. They had not expected this battle, which they were all looking forward to end so quickly. Most people did not even know who won. Only a few people could see that Renhua, who landed miserably on a mountain peak, had a symmetrical saber scar on both his left and right cheeks. It looked like someone had used a black brush to draw on both sides of Renhua's face, a very comical sight. In just one move, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces, Feng Xingxing, who was second only to one of the 7 giants on the proud son of heaven ranking, defeated the top genius of the 9th battle realm. With such strength, Renhua ended the battle so quickly. The cultivators who had come to watch this startling battle felt greatly disappointed. They had not expected the battle to end in such a manner. Renhua did not even have a chance to use the giant bloodline that he was famous for in the battle realms before he was defeated. Damn it, what's going on? This is too unexpected. Feng Xingxing was right. Renhua is indeed looking for the wrong person if he wants to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. He truly lives up to his reputation as the top bladesman of the younger generation of the South. I believe that after the new year, he will challenge the 7 giants to prove himself. Recently, the newcomers of the 10 great battle realms have been in the limelight. Several of the local experts have been defeated. Feng Xingxing has helped our 18 southern provinces gain some pride. However, this Feng Xingxing humiliated Renhua like that. The strongest genius of the first battle realm, Hao Lang, will definitely help him vent his anger. The battle ended as quickly as it started. Only after a long time did people react to it. The discussions slowly turned fervent. Amid the noisy crowd, Xiao Chen's gaze was calm. He revealed a contemplative light, which seemed out of place in this bustling scene. Feng Xingxing's earlier saber strike had given Xiao Chen a great comprehension. Others might not understand, but as a genius bladesman like him, Xiao Chen understood it very well. That seemingly simple saber strike actually contained many exquisite techniques. The first thing that impressed Xiao Chen was the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. 60% comprehended saber intent was actually already considered great perfection. However, when Feng Xingxing bounded in the saber chi, it did not leak out at all. This ensured that the arc-shaped saber cheese angle became larger and larger. When it approached a circle, the saber cheese energy and aura did not disperse at all. Next was the state of wind. Xiao Chun felt that Feng Xingxing should have touched the threshold of the will of wind. Otherwise, that saber strike would not have been so fast, not giving Ren Hua any chance. The most horrifying thing was the instant Feng Xingxing withdrew his move. When the black saber chi formed a ring, Xiao Chun clearly felt a frightening force. Xiao Chun clearly felt a frightening force. If Xiao Chun had been in Ren Hua's shoes, he would not have believed that he could survive that saber strike. However, such a strong saber strike only left 2 faint saber marks on Ren Hua's face. How strong was one's control to do that? There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was indeed a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chun to defeat that Ren Hua. Furthermore, he only had a 60% chance of victory. He needed to last 500 moves. However, Feng Xingxing defeated Ren Hua in 1 move. Xiao Qian's thoughts continued to expand. What kind of strength did the 7 giants, who were stronger than Feng Xingxing, have? What kind of strength did the Holy Scions, who always occupied the top 3 positions of the proud son of heaven ranking, have? The road ahead would be difficult. Xiao Chun had expected it long ago, so he did not overthink it. Feng Xingxing's saber strike had given him a lot of inspiration. Xiao Chun prepared to go back and ponder on it. He had long since been able to bring out the might of his 60% comprehended saber intent. However, he had not been able to control it perfectly. This was a good opportunity. Xiao Chun had not watched this battle for nothing. Not only had it broadened his horizons, but it had also provided substantial help to his comprehension of saber intent. After quietly leaving the bustling scene, Xiao Chun flew to Sky Mound City alone. His white figure looked very plain and unadorned. Xiao Chun withdrew his sharpness, not showing any brilliance. No one would care about him. Many heroes appeared in the glorious Tianwu domain. Experts of the various lower realms appeared, showing off their sharpness. On the stage of this great age, these people revealed their brightest side, wanting to leave their names in the annals of history, immortal for 10,000 years. For now, Xiao Chun was just a spectator. He could only silently watch a battle of Feng Xingxing's level like the other passers-by. Xiao Chun had no affinity with the excitement. He only watched quietly, not saying anything. However, he would not do nothing. Xiao Chen's burning blood never stopped. He only hid his pride in his heart. He was a dragon that would soar through the 9 heavens in the end. The transportation formation left in the immortal epoch allowed Xiao Chun to return to the Haoyan sect millions of kilometers away in an instant. After Xiao Chun returned, he immediately rushed to the mission hall, preparing to hand in the mission for killing the 7 Black Wind Killers. There were still 50,000 superior grade spirit stones waiting for him there. Although Xiao Chun now had a net worth of 1 million superior grade spirit stones were not enough. Hence, these 50,000 superior grade spirit stones were still very important to Xiao Chun. At the same time, Zhuiyushi and his group of friends successfully completed the escort mission without any surprise or danger. They each received more than 10,000 of the 100,000 superior grade spirit stones, feeling overjoyed. This escort mission is not dangerous at all. Given the Haoyan sect's reputation, who would dare to cause trouble? I already said that this mission is the most suitable for us. That's right. We obtained more than 10,000 superior grade spirit stones, and even got to see the sights of various places along the way. This trip was not in vain. Zhuiyushi and his group of friends chatted frankly with assurance, clearly in a good mood. Along the way, they ate well, played well, and saw many beauties. Suddenly, Zhuiyushi thought of something. He walked over to the counter and said to the mission administrator behind him, "Senior, I have a question. I have a companion called Xiao Chun. He seems to have taken on a mission to kill loose cultivators. Has he returned yet?" The black-robed administrator revealed an unhappy expression, but he still said, "Not yet. Your friend took the mission to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers." It has already been half a month. He probably will not return. When Zhui Yushi heard this, his expression could not help but change. No matter what, he still felt very grateful to Xiao Chun. Back then, when the two of them were just acquaintances, Xiao Chun was willing to buy the quintessence gathering pill for him. Xiao Chun was even afraid of hurting Zhui Yushi's pride, saying that he was lending it to him. With such a character, this person was definitely worth befriending. Chapter 662. When a friend behind Zhui Yushi heard this, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha. I already told him not to overestimate himself long ago. However, he did not listen. Now, he even lost his life. This kind of person deserves to die. He did not even look at himself first. Back then, when we tried to advise him, he still dared to show us an attitude. I have heard of the 7 Black Wind Killers before. Several of the inner sect disciples with deep pockets wanted to kill them. In the end, they all died. That Xiao Chun has not returned yet. He is probably dead. Come. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and collect our stipend. After we collect our stipend and the rewards from this mission, we can buy some medicinal pills and cultivate properly. Zhui Yushi shook his head without saying anything. He did not want to say anything more. After all, no matter how much he thought of Xiao Chun, he was already dead. There was no need to dwell on it. The most important thing was to live a good life. As Zhui Yushi thought this, he raised his head and saw an extremely familiar white figure at the entrance of the mission hall. That person's delicate face did not show any joy or sorrow. There was no expression on his face as he calmly parted the crowd in the mission hall and headed for the window to hand admissions. This person was dressed in white robes with a blue headband and a saber at his waist. Who else could it be but Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun was stunned. When he saw Zhui Yushi and the others, he nodded at the stunned Zhui Yushi and continued on his way. Zhui Yushi and the others had stupefied expressions as they exchanged glances. They all saw extreme disbelief in each other's eyes. I bet that this fellow gave up on the mission and ran back. Definitely. Even when 2 or 3 of the inner sect disciples worked together, they would find it hard to complete the mission. How could he possibly complete it? I bet as well. These people had just been saying that Xiao Chun was dead. However, when they saw Xiao Chun walking out alive, their first thought was that Xiao Chun had given up on the mission. Xiao Chun handed over his mission list to the black-robed administrator. Then he took out the heads one by one. Without changing his expression, Xiao Chun said, "This is the signature of the Dingshui City's Feng Clan's clan head. These are the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Will Senior please verify them?" Once these words were spoken, the expressions of Zhui Yushi and the others immediately changed. They sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said, "How can this be? This fellow actually really killed the 7 Black Wind Killers." The 7 Black Wind Killers were very famous. Senior inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect had once died in the hands of these 7 people. Thus, the inner sect disciples were rather familiar with the 7 Black Wind Killers. When they heard that someone had killed the 7 Black Wind Killers, they all cast their gazes on Xiao Chun, who was in the midst of submitting his mission. The black-clothed administrator did not dare to be careless. He immediately called someone over to check and verify it. It did not take long for the black-clothed administrator to receive the verification. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Clearly, the administrator had not expected Xiao Chun to really complete this mission. He took out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones and said, "The mission items and the signature are all real. This is your reward." After verifying the verification, several people were astonished. They could not believe that a lower realm disciple who had just entered the inner sect killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. As for Zhui Yushi and the others, they felt conflicted in their hearts. They no longer dared to say anything. After the rewards were given, there were still contribution points that had not been calculated. The black-clothed administrator continued, "You accepted this mission last month, but the mission was handed in this month, so the contribution points will be for this month." Xiao Chun nodded to indicate that he understood. The last time he came, he had already asked around about the contribution points. There was a contribution ranking in the inner sect. At the end of the month, the top 20 inner sect disciples would be summarized. When the inner sect disciples collected their stipends next month, They would receive additional stipends based on their ranking. You killed the 7 Black Wind Killers. 1,000 contribution points. You can check the contribution ranking. Your name should already be on it. Although the black-clothed administrator was surprised that Xianxia could kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he did not ask any questions. Everything was official. After thanking the administrator, Xianxia went to the contribution ranking. The contribution ranking was a crystal wall. The crystal wall was divided into 100 boxes from top to bottom. The first box had the name of Intersect Disciple, Yunfeiyu. 9,000 contribution points, first rank. Xiaoqin had heard of this person before. This person was very low-key and mysterious among the Intersect disciples. He did not belong to any of the 5 big factions. He was a loner. Unless he was in closed-door cultivation, the first place on the contribution ranking was always his name. Yunfeiyu was considered the strongest person most likely to become the next true inheritor. He was very incredible. After Yunfeiyu, the remaining 5 people were the leaders of the 5 factions in the Intersect. From 2nd to 6th, there were Yu Jiqiang, Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Ziheo, and Lan Feichen. These 5 people were very strong. They often extorted resources from the other Intersect disciples. Hence, it was not surprising that they were in the top 10. The 7th and 8th places were 2 veteran Intersect disciples. They were also loners. However, they were not as famous as Yunfeiyu. The 9th and 10th places were the 2 people who had been in the limelight recently, Situ Gang and Gue Wu. One of them came from a battle realm, and the other came with millions of superior grade spirit stones. Furthermore, they had pretty good talent. Soon, they used the vast resources to rise up in the Haotian sect's Intersect. Xiaoqin continued to look and discovered that his name happened to be in the 20th place. If his ranking did not change before the end of the month, he would be able to collect an additional stipend next month. Gue Wu, who is in the top 10, only has 5,000 contribution points. It looks like if I chase after him, I have a good chance of getting into the top 10. However, I'll forget about it for this month. Half the month had already passed. Xiaoqin still had to temper his physical body and comprehend his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. He did not have time to complete missions. Xiaoqin thought for a while and prepared to leave the mission hall. He would collect his stipend for this month first. The value of 10 spirit gathering pearls was rather tempting. When Xiaoqin passed by Zhuyu, the latter had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but did not know how to say it. "Brother Xiao, congratulations!" Zhuyu called out to Xiaoqin after holding back for a long time. Xiaoqin stopped walking and did not turn around. He replied softly, "Many thanks." Sages were all lonely. Xiaoqin was not a sage, but he would not resign himself to mediocrity. He wouldn't look down on those who coveted stability, but these people shouldn't criticize and snort disdainfully at the decisions of others because of their own choices. One could resign oneself to mediocrity, but one could not wantonly mock others because they had dreams. If Zhuyu joined forces with these people, it would be hard for him to interact with them in the future. Xiaoqin shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Then, he calmly walked out of the mission hall before the many Intersect disciples' incredulous gazes. The stipend was 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 spirit gathering pearls. Xiaoqin intended to change his environment. His original residential district was too small. Furthermore, there were too many people. It was not suitable for personal comprehension. After tidying up the original wooden hut, Xiaoqin was blocked by a group of people the moment he stepped out. "Brat, you're doing pretty well. You even completed the mission of the 7 Black Wind Killers." A few young experts from Gue Wu's faction, who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill long ago, led 10-odd people as they blocked Xiaoqin's path in an aggressive manner. However, Gue Wu was not among the group. The leader was a black-clad swordsman with a cold and sinister appearance. Gue Wu's cultivation was pretty good, 2 grades higher than Xiaoqin's. He was a late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. The black-clad swordsman revealed a ferocious light in his eyes. Leading a group of Intersect disciples who had consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he appeared very overbearing. Xiaoqin knew why the black-clad swordsman was here. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. If you had not come to look for me, I would have gone to look for you." The black-clad swordsman laughed loudly and said, "Are you seeking death? Don't think that after killing the 7 Black Wind Killers, you can challenge our young Master Gui. Honestly speaking, young Master Gui is already a medial-grade martial monarch. This month, he will try to make it into the top 5 of the contribution ranking." Someone at the side said, "If you are smart, take out all your spirit-gathering pearls. You are from the Sky Dome realm. Using spirit-gathering pearls would be a waste." Relying on their numbers and the fact that Xiaoqian was only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch, this group of people did not care about Xiaoqian at all. Their words carried a heavy threat. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding residents. Gui Wu's group had taken most of their spirit-gathering pearls, so they were already furious. Unfortunately, they were alone and not as strong as Gui Wu, so they did not dare to voice their anger. Seeing that Xiaoqian wanted to resist, no one thought highly of him. After all, he was alone. Furthermore, Gui Wu was already a medial-grade martial monarch. His position had stabilized further. Even if Xiaoqian could defeat this group of people, he would have a hard time dealing with Gui Wu's revenge. Take out your spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving here today. The black-clad swordsman shouted sternly as he pointed at Xiaoqian. This group of people had long wanted to make an example out of him. They wanted to establish their prestige. They could not wait for Xiaoqian to cause trouble so that they could teach him a lesson. "Ha ha ha, I want to see how you're going to take them out." Xiaoqian smiled gently, and his figure flashed. Then, he punched at the black-clad swordsman. The black-clad swordsman placed his right hand on his sword hilt and smiled coldly. "Good timing, Xiao." Right after the black-clad swordsman spoke, Xiaoqian suddenly increased his speed. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages. He was incredibly fast, and his fist grew larger in the black-clad swordsman's eyes. How can he be so fast? The black-clad swordsman was startled. He had only drawn his sword halfway when the punch struck his chest. Boom! The surging quintessence on the fist exploded. The air trembled, and a huge force pressed down, causing the ground to tremble. The force of the explosion pierced through the black-clad swordsman's protective quintessence, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and fly back. The sword in the black-clad swordsman's hand fell to the side. He had an expression of horror on his face as he coughed and vomited another mouthful of blood. He said with much difficulty, "Attack together. Beat him up." After the initial shock, the 10-odd people recovered their wits. They quickly swarmed over and surrounded Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and flipped his palm. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. He did not draw the saber, only infusing his dense quintessence and 60% comprehended saber intent into the scabbard. Xiaoqian could use these people to test out the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent that he comprehended from Feng Xingxing's saber technique. Chapter 663. Xiaoqian remained calm and composed. Amid the sharp attacks of the inferior-grade martial monarchs, he strolled leisurely. As he swung his scabbard, he scattered the incoming attacks. After Xiaoqian found an opening, he quickly swung his scabbard with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Saber intent and quintessence exploded out. Many figures were knocked back. After they fell to the ground, they could no longer get up. Xiaoqian did not go easy on them. Those who got hit had at least a few broken ribs. They would not recover without a month of rest. The others were even more startled. Furthermore, Xiaoqian had not drawn his saber yet. If he had drawn his saber, the people on the ground would have been dead. The battle did not last long. Xiaoqian's strong quintessence held a suppressive advantage over these people. Xiaoqian was clearly only an early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, when he clashed with them, he easily broke their martial techniques. Several people felt confused. Dang! The tip of the lunar shadow saber struck the ground heavily, giving off a melodious sound. When the black-clad swordsman's companions looked around, none of them could stand up. Strands of saber intent lingered in the air, still buzzing like a powerful treasure, saber humming. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he frowned slightly. He still could not control his 60% comprehended saber intent as he pleased. However, it was already much better than before. Xiaochen, don't be too cocky. When young Master Gay returns from his mission, just you wait. The black-clad swordsman cursed viciously as he fell to the ground. Xiaochen smiled gently and said calmly, "In that case, tell Gui Wu that I, Xiaochen, will be waiting for him. Even if he does not come, I will go and look for him. As for you, scram now." Before the surrounding people's astonished gazes, Xiaochen raised his leg and kicked the black-clad swordsman into the air. The force was so great that the crowd could not keep up with the speed of the black-clad swordsman flying back. With anger in one's chest and a person's heart in a bad mood, a real man would take revenge. Since this person dared to snatch Xiaochen's spirit-gathering pearls, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Even until the end of time, he would make him spit it out. Xiaochen would have to face Gui Wu sooner or later. How could he fear the black-clad swordsman's threat? In the eastern part of the city, there was a courtyard for the inner sect disciples. There were quiet cultivation rooms and all sorts of training grounds. The environment was elegant, clean, and simple. The rank 1 spirit vein in the cultivation rooms was for the owner alone. It was at least 10 times better than that of the residential area. However, the price was also unimaginably expensive. A month's rent would cost a whole 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Although Xiaochen felt a heartache, he could tell that using just 1 spirit vein's origin was worth this price. Moreover, he needed a spacious and quiet place to comprehend saber intent. Xiaochamu, spirit lake. And spirit in Xiao King. And Chun and an and. Several hundred meters apart, several similar courtyards could be seen on both sides of the lake. Actually, this was where the inner sect disciples with deep experience lived. Only those senior disciples who had been in the inner sect for a few years, or even a decade, could afford the expensive rent. Ordinary people could not afford it. Senior Brother Xiao, this is your new residence. There are already maids and servants in the courtyard. If you prefer peace and quiet, you can ask them to leave. That manservant looked at Xiaochen respectfully as he pointed to the courtyard. Xiaochen looked around and felt very satisfied with his surroundings. He said, "You can leave now. Bring those unrelated people away as well. Just send them food once a week." After everyone left, Xiaochen stood under a large tree in the courtyard. He replayed the fight between Feng Xingxing and Ren Hua in his mind. After a while, Xiaochen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about anything. He started to comprehend the inspiration that he had gained. The large tree was 100 meters tall, and its leaves fluttered and fell. When the wind blew, the colorful leaves danced in the wind, circling around Xiaochen. The white-robed Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Xiaochen's delicate face had his eyes tightly shut, looking like he was in a deep sleep. For days, Xiaochen stood under this tree for 4 days, not doing anything. He did not do anything at all. It was like he was in a meditative state. Some yellowed, leaves stuck to Xiaochen's head and shoulders. It was like he did not notice them. He did not brush them away, just standing there. In the quiet courtyard, Xiaochen was like a decoration. If an outsider came in, they would not discover a living person standing in the courtyard at first glance. At some point in time, the quiet, decoration-like Xiaochen suddenly moved. He placed his right hand on the saber hilt and casually swung his saber. Xiaochen did not care about the angle, target, or purpose. This saber strike was completely random, following what he had comprehended in the past few days. Xiao, a strand of dazzling saber chi tore through the air. A strong wind blew, and fallen leaves flew everywhere. The saber chi was like a precise scalpel, gently cutting through the fallen leaves that filled the sky, splitting the leaves in front of it in half. Then, with a flash, they turned into motes of colorful light and disappeared into the air. The wind was still blowing, and the leaves were still flying. It was like that strand of saber chi had never appeared at all. After a long time, the wind stopped, and the withered leaves fell to the ground in a sparse manner. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings. Everything was the same as before. If it weren't for the many leaves on the ground that had been neatly split in half, Xiaochen wouldn't have been able to see them. No one would have discovered that Xiaochen had just sent out a strand of saber qi. Furthermore, it was a strand of saber qi containing a 60% comprehended saber intent and 50% comprehended quintessence. Just like that, a strand of strong saber qi appeared silently and disappeared without a trace. None of its aura leaked out. When Xiaochen sheathed his saber, he did it cleanly and smoothly. Xiaochen revealed a faint smile. He said, "I finally managed to execute a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. However, I prepared for this saber strike for 4 days. My opponents on the battlefield would not even give me a second to prepare." After thinking for a while, Xiaochen took out a small jade bottle from the universe ring. Then, he poured out a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was called the Spiritual Heart Pill. Like the Quintessence Gathering Pill, it was a rank 8 medicinal pill. It could temporarily increase a cultivator's comprehension ability without any side effects. This was something that Xiaochen had obtained from the Rising Sky Pavilion disciple, Lu Feihu. He could use it at this moment. After consuming the Spiritual Heart Pill and the medicinal energy spread out, Xiaochen felt refreshed. His thoughts expanded infinitely, and he gained a new understanding of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was very high in the first place. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the 4-season saber technique. With such a foundation, the effects of the Spiritual Heart Pill were much greater than that of a regular person. The Spiritual Heart Pill only lasted for 10 minutes. However, in these 10 minutes, Xiaochen gained a lot. His understanding of the perfect saber intent deepened. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Xiaochen felt like he was suddenly enlightened. He swung his saber 3 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged saber intent and saber qi. None of them leaked out. After another 3 days, Xiaochen consumed the remaining 3 Spiritual Heart Pills. As he swung his saber light, the 60% comprehended saber intent was perfectly contained in the saber qi. He could break it as he pleased. There was no need to prepare or think too much. With a casual swing, he perfectly merged the saber intent into the saber qi. Inside the courtyard, Xiaochen practiced the 4-season saber technique. After perfectly controlling the 60% comprehended saber intent, he executed the 4-season saber technique again. With each saber strike, Xiaochen actually gained a new comprehension. The might of the spring thunder chop, burning to desolation, fated person in autumn waters, and grieving frost all increased significantly, giving Xiaochen a pleasant surprise. After practicing spring, summer, autumn, and winter, Xiaochen felt refreshed. Then he executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons, in one breath. In that instant, the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, appeared in the courtyard. All sorts of scenes, April's peach blossoms, July's flowing fire, October's autumn wind, and winter's snow, appeared, intertwining with each other. Xiaochen swung his saber. With the support of the perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, the energy of the Cycle of Seasons turned into a beam of rainbow light, flying towards the lake in front of the courtyard. Boom! A huge energy burst out, and a shocking pillar of water appeared on the lake. It was 100 meters wide and 3 kilometers tall. With one glance, the water rippled, looking majestic and majestic. Xiaochen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. The energy supporting the pillar of water instantly vanished, and the huge wave fell cleanly. Several of the inner sect disciples who also lived here felt that energy. They quickly leaped out of their courtyards and stopped to take a look. The lake water surged endlessly. However, they could no longer feel the strong and powerless aura a moment ago. This was very strange. Strange. I wonder which senior brother was trying out a new martial technique earlier. The many intersect disciples who leaped out all shook their heads gently. Then, they returned to their courtyards with suspicious expressions. Xianxia muttered to himself, "The might of a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Feng Xingxing could defeat Renhua in one move back then. If this 10th-ranked genius of the battle realm had not made any improvements, given Xiao Chen's current strength, he would have a 70% chance of defeating him." "Xiao Chen, get out here!" Just as Xiao Chen was thinking and preparing to go out, a shout suddenly came from the other side of the lake. 18 pillars of water immediately burst out of the calm lake. The sound was startling. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and raised his eyebrows. He saw the person who had arrived. It was Gue Wu, who had rushed back from his mission. Behind Gue Wu was a group of companions. All of them had terrifying auras and even released killing intent. On the road on the other side of the lake, the intersect disciples from the residential area all ran over. If Xiao Chen guessed right, Gue Wu had purposely spread the news. He wanted to defeat Xiao Chen in front of everyone and re-establish his prestige as a giant of the intersect. 1 week ago, Xiao Chen had injured all the subordinates Gue Wu sent to collect the spirit-gathering pearls. If Gue Wu could not get back at him, he would lose his status as a giant of the intersect. In the future, no one would obey him. "You're finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and pushed off with his feet. Then, he flew towards the center of the lake. Chapter 664. The lake water rippled and undulated. The blue sky and white clouds churned in the water. Although the lake looked calm, there was an undercurrent. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the water and landed firmly on the surface. Then, he looked calmly at Gue Wu. Gue Wu's cultivation had indeed broken through the bottleneck of inferior-grade martial monarch, reaching middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Gue Wu was indeed quite capable for him to make such progress in such a short time. However, that was all. This was not enough to shock Xiao Chen. His target had never been Gue Wu. He just did not want to waste too much effort. Once he did, he would trample on the other party forever, settling things once and for all. This had always been Xiao Chen's principle. Gue Wu's skinny face looked cold and emotionless. A murderous intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said, "I knew that you would not submit so willingly. Unexpectedly, you caused such a huge problem for me." Xiao Chen had publicly refused a hand over the spirit-gathering pearls and easily defeated his subordinates. His actions dealt a severe blow to Gue Wu's faction. Gue Wu's prestige plummeted. At this moment, the leaders of the other factions all gathered here, hiding in the crowd. If Gue Wu could not defeat Xiao Chen, then Gue Wu's faction would immediately be attacked by the other factions, and they would be eliminated. Xiao Chen found this funny. He said indifferently, "Submit? That word does not exist in my dictionary. You are taking it for granted." "Xiao Chen, I'll ask you one more time. Are you really going to go against me? If you apologize for what happened that day and hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, I can let you off today." Gue Wu shouted coldly and unleashed his aura, pressing down on Xiao Chen. He wanted to suppress Xiao Chen with his aura first. Xiao Chen did not say anything, allowing the other party's seemingly solid aura to surge over. The berserk aura was as heavy as a mountain. It caused the lake water on both sides to churn endlessly. As the waves churned, they moved up and down. The intersect disciples who received the news that Gue Wu purposely leaked all looked over without blinking. They all wanted to know where Xiao Chen, an unknown disciple from the Sky Dome realm, got his confidence to challenge the new giant of the intersect, Gue Wu. Who do you think will win? In an inconspicuous corner of the lake, the leaders of the 5 intersect factions were also quietly watching the duel. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5 factions, Yujiqiang. Beside him were Meng Hongguang, Feng Wuheng, Bai Ziheo, and Lan Feichen. Upon hearing this, Lan Feichen, who had fought with Gue Wu before, said, "There is nothing much to say. Xiao Chen will definitely lose. Gue Wu has an extremely strange technique for deflecting force. I exchanged 1,000 moves with him and exhausted his quintessence before I defeated him. Furthermore, back then, Gui Wu was an inferior grade martial monarch. Now that he has advanced to medial grade martial monarch, he is probably even stronger. Feng Wuheng said calmly, although this Gui Wu is nothing in our eyes now, it should not be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chun. Bai Zihao and Meng Hongguang also expressed the same opinion. They believed that Xiao Chun would definitely lose. Yu Jiqiang smiled gently and said, since that is the case, then why are you all here to watch this fight that has no suspense at all? The four all smiled awkwardly. Bai Zihao said, everyone's goal should be the same. There are still a few months before the true inheritor selection begins. For this Xiao Chun to be able to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers, he must be quite capable. It will be best to have him test Gui Wu's limits. You all should also want to see how much Gui Wu has grown, right? Feng Wuheng sighed softly. These 2 fellows from the lower realm are indeed unexpected. Situ Gang's strength goes without saying. However, this Gui Wu is a great threat to us as well. As the four spoke, Gui Wu slowly lost his patience. Under the pressure of his aura, Xiao Chun did not feel uncomfortable at all. Xiao Chun appeared calm and composed. Waves surged up and down, and his white robes fluttered in the wind. His figure was like a majestic mountain, not moving at all. Let's see how long you can continue pretending. Gui Wu shouted ferociously. With a flip of his hand, he drew a sword. Then, he casually sent out a strand of sword chi at Xiao Chun. Gui Wu shifted his feet slightly, and that strand of sword chi brushed past Xiao Chun. With a chi sound, it entered the lake. Gui Wu had just dodged that sword chi when he arrived before Xiao Chun. His sword flickered with a withdrawn light as it pierced toward Xiao Chun. Dang! Xiao Chun quickly drew his lunar shadow saber. As the saber light danced, he casually knocked away the surging sword strike. Bang! Suddenly, a pillar of water erupted from behind Xiao Chun. The sword chi that Gui Wu sent out earlier exploded at the bottom of the lake. The huge explosive force formed a whirlpool, and the surrounding water sank by 2 meters. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's feet hovered in the air as he fell towards the bottom of the lake. Taking advantage of the critical moment when Xiao Chun fell, Gui Wu laughed maniacally and sent out a series of sword flowers. Then, he pulled back his right hand. Hundreds of sword images suddenly gathered together. The 1-meter-long sword instantly released a dazzling light, and a sharp sword intent filled the air. It turned out that Gui Wu had not casually sent out that initial sword strike. He had been waiting for this critical opening. Great! This move should be able to end the battle. Meng Hongfei could not help but exclaim when he saw the situation. Gui Wu's scheming was indeed outstanding. Since his opponent did not have an opening, he created one for his opponent. Then, he seized the opportunity to deal with his opponent in one move. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave. Indeed, this Gui Wu could not be underestimated. With just 2 moves, he created such an excellent opportunity for himself. Seeing that the sword was about to strike his chest, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to dodge. Xiao Chun circulated his quintessence and infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, forming a dense saber chi. Then, he hovered in the air and clashed with Gui Wu. Bang! Something strange happened. Gui Wu, who carried a strong aura, attacked at lightning speed when Xiao Chun was in the air and could not borrow any force. Unexpectedly, Gui Wu got knocked back by Xiao Chun's saber strike. His feet slid on the water, and 2 walls of surging waves appeared on both sides of his body. What's going on? Everyone was astonished. They could not understand what happened. Gui Wu, who held the absolute advantage earlier, got knocked back by Xiao Chun's decisive saber strike. Lan Feichen, who had exchanged moves with Gui Wu before, was even more astonished. He said, that should not be the case. Given Gui Wu's deflecting techniques and Xiao Chun's low cultivation, he should be able to casually dissipate the quintessence of this saber strike. Xiao Chun turned around and pushed off into the air. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, he immediately stood on the blue dragon image and charged at Gui Wu. The shock in Gui Wu's heart could not be described with words. The martial technique that he relied on to survive was actually unable to disperse the force of Xiao Chen's saber strike. Before Gui Wu could be shocked, Xiao Chun had already pressed forward. He infused his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent into his saber, and a clap of thunder resounded. Xiao Chun executed the four-season saber technique's first move, the Spring Thunder Chop. Gui Wu did not believe it. He circulated the quintessence in his body and tilted his body, trying to dissipate all the force of this saber strike. Bang! Gui Wu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then, he landed miserably on the water, burning to desolation. After knocking back Gui Wu with one move, Xiao Chun was not surprised. He took advantage of the momentum and executed the most explosive move of the four-season saber technique. Bang! 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 Gui Wu executed the strong, four-season saber technique one after another. Despite being only an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Chun forced Gui Wu into retreat. His earlier ferocious aura was swept away. Such a scene flabbergasted everyone. The expected one-sided victory did not happen. Instead, it turned out to be such a situation. Fated person in autumn water. A gentle saber light flashed, like a fated person smiling faintly. Then, it knocked Gui Wu into the bottom of the lake like a cannonball. Up in the air, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon image. His face was expressionless as he stared at the calm surface of the lake, looking like he was searching for something. The surrounding inner sect disciples were all shocked, speechless. For moves, Xiao Chun used only 4 moves to defeat Gui Wu. No one had expected such a result. Cycle of seasons, endlessly multiplying. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze stopped on the calm surface of a lake. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the cycle of seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Then, a 7-colored saber light leaped out. What is he doing? Isn't the fight over? The many inner sect disciples could not help feeling suspicious. They could not understand Xiao Chen's actions. Boom! Before the confused voices faded away, a huge whirlpool appeared on the calm lake. A 3-kilometer-tall, 300-meter-wide pillar of water burst into the air. The sound was deafening, like the sky was collapsing and the ground was collapsing. It stunned everyone for some reason. When everyone looked up, they saw a person in tattered clothes at the highest point of the pillar of water. That person was tossed high into the air by the pillar of water and landed heavily on the ground like a sandbag. Gui Wu's body landed on the shore. The huge impact gave off an explosive sound. His naked body bounced a few times on the shore before landing on the ground. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Gui Wu's mouth. Wounds covered his entire body. He looked incredibly weak, and his gaze turned hazy. Xiao! The blue dragon under Xiao Chen's feet roared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chun instantly arrived in front of Gui Wu. The surrounding inner sect disciples all moved back, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Chun. Earlier, Xiao Chun had clearly defeated Gui Wu, forcing him into the lake in a sorry state, not daring to get up. However, he had not let Gui Wu off, forcefully blasting him out even when he was at the bottom of the lake. It was clear that this white-robed bladesman, who did not seem to have a temper, was a ruthless character. Gui Wu, who was on the ground, recovered a little. As he looked at Xiao Chun in front, fear filled his heart. He pushed himself off the ground with both hands and retreated continuously. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Do you still think that there is a need for me to submit to you now?" Today, Xiao Chun had completely defeated Gui Wu, ruthlessly defeating him in front of everyone. The wounds on Gui Wu's body would take at least half a year to recover. As for the shadow in his heart, he would never be able to get out of it. When Xiao Chun made a move, it was like a thunderbolt, ruthlessly trampling on his opponent, not giving him a chance to make a comeback. When Xiao Chun saw this person's sorry state, he smiled coldly and ignored this person. He turned around and stepped on the lake's surface, flying back to his residence. That is a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Suddenly, Yu Jiqiang, the strongest of the 5 factions on the other side of the lake, exclaimed, Chapter 665. The expressions of the other four changed. They all felt a deep threat. Xianxia said, "In our 18 southern provinces, only Feng Xianxia can achieve a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Could it be that this fellow is as strong as Feng Xianxia? That can't be wrong. Only a perfect 60% comprehended saber intent, combining quintessence and saber intent perfectly, would be impossible to break." Feng Wuhan sighed. Meng Hongfei also sighed softly. "Originally, I wanted to see where Gui Wu's bottom line was." Unexpectedly, and even more troublesome, Xianxia suddenly appeared. Yu Jiqiang smiled slowly and said, "Everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Feng Xianxia is known as the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. He is also the top true inheritor of the Full Moon Pavilion. For him to obtain this title, he did not just rely on his perfect 60% comprehended saber intent. Xianxia is far from comparable to him. We still have a chance." "Senior brother Yu, what do you mean?" Bai Zihao rolled his eyes as if he thought of something. A sinister smile flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "This fellow's potential is pretty good. However, his cultivation is far from ours. We have plenty of opportunities before he rises up." Xianxia said coldly, "That's right. Wenyan Feiyu has suppressed us for so many years. If another Xianxia comes to snatch resources from us, we will never be able to become true inheritors in this lifetime. Senior brother Yu, your cultivation is the highest. We will listen to you." The other three did not even think about it, immediately agreeing to Yu Jiqiang's suggestion. Yu Jiqiang smiled coldly and said, "This matter needs to be discussed at length. However, for now, there's a big fool who will help us test it out. White Robe Bladesman, there is still a battle between us that has not been decided yet. Are you thinking of leaving already?" Everyone looked over and saw Situ Gang among the Battle Realm disciples on the shore, laughing loudly. Then, he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xianxia's back. A resonant dragon roar resounded. When the blue dragon image under Situ Gang's feet heard the sound of air tearing behind him, it seemed like Xianxia had reached a state of telepathy with him. Without needing to deliberately control it, the blue dragon phantom circled once, and Xianxia instantly turned around. Facing this domineering punch, Xianxia's eyelids sank slightly. He did not dare to be careless. He circulated his vital qi, and the 12 acupoints on his right arm quietly opened. Then he punched out as well. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The surface of the lake that had just calmed down surged again in an instant. 81 pillars of water shot into the sky. Splash! The lake water fell down like raindrops, drenching the two people's clothes. Both of them retreated 100 steps, and their feet landed heavily on the surface of the water. At the same time, a pillar of water rose up behind them, intertwining with each other. Situ Gang laughed and said, "Satisfying, take another punch from me." Roar! Roar! Tens of thousands of meters in the sky behind him, the wind and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, there seemed to be the silhouette of an ancient giant among the layers of white clouds. That giant was 300 meters tall, and its aura was like a mountain. It reared its head back and roared, stirring up the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Situ Gang used this overwhelming aura to stomp heavily on the surface of the lake. He spread out his arms and soared like a great rock, sending another punch at Xianxia. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He recognized that this was the ancient giant bloodline that the people of the Battle Realms relied on to become famous. After Situ Gang activated it, it was truly startling, its aura startling. The veritable essence energy that Xianxia had refined twice circulated quickly in his body, flowing through all the meridians of various sizes. It was like thousands of gushing rivers. The aura that Xianxia had been hiding erupted. A dragon roar seemed to build up in his chest, and he was not suppressed by the other party's aura. Just as the other party arrived, Xianxia merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy and sent out a berserk dragon fist. Bang! 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 As the dragon's head roared, it clashed its fists. A strong aura spread out into the surroundings. The lake water split in half, forming 200-meter-tall walls of water surging towards the shore. Damn! The wall of waves carried a huge force. The inner sect disciples who were watching from the shore cursed and quickly flew into the air. Wuxia! This strike forced Xianxia back 300 meters. His qi and blood surged endlessly. His internal organs were shaken, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Earlier, when Xianxia used the four-season saber technique in the courtyard, he had exhausted a significant amount of veritable essence energy. After that, he used the four-season saber technique again in the battle with Gui Wu. Now, he only had a quarter of his veritable essence energy remaining. Hence, when Xianxia merged his vital qi and veritable essence energy, he could not display even half of his usual might. Before Situ Gang, who had activated the ancient giant bloodline, he was slightly weaker. When Situ Gang saw the situation, he laughed loudly, appearing very cocky. Before the lake water gathered again, he prepared to launch another attack. Boom! However, just at this moment, an azure flame suddenly burned the white clouds above Situ Gang's head. The azure flame spread out and quickly covered half the sky. A dragon claw clenched tightly into a fist and descended from the sky, smashing towards Situ Gang's head. Situ Gang was shocked. He quickly threw a punch at the dragon claw, but the dragon claw that descended from the sky did not move at all. However, the dragon claw descending from the sky had the advantage of the terrain. Furthermore, it had caught Situ Gang off guard. Before he could store up the ancient giant's aura, the punch smashed him back to the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the two parts of the lake merged back together. The force of this collision was more than 5,000 kilograms. Situ Gang's Battle Realm friends at the shore could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Wuxia! Water splashed everywhere as Situ Gang leaped out. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His clothes were all torn, revealing his sturdy muscles filled with explosive power. Damn it! Situ Gang had not expected Xianxia to make a fool out of him despite holding the upper hand. He felt flustered and exasperated, wanting to soar into the air. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He spread out his spiritual sense and had already predicted the direction Situ Gang would take. He punched the sky with his right fist and said calmly, "Heaven-burning stance, dragon claw." Xiaoqian's vital qi burned in his body, and a strand of azure smoke came out of his Tianmen acupoint, burning large patches of white clouds. An azure dragon claw descended from the sky, carrying the might of the nine heavens. Pa! It smashed Situ Gang into the bottom of the lake again. The rage of a dragon could burn the sky with raging flames. How could ordinary people resist it? Such a scene startled the people at the shore. Yu Jiqiang said with a sullen expression, "Originally, I thought that Situ Gang would crush this fellow after exhausting most of his quintessence. Unexpectedly, he still has such a startling physical body. His vital qi probably reached 500 tons of kilograms. We have to get rid of this fellow. Otherwise, none of us can think of becoming true inheritors. He is an even greater threat than Situ Gang and Gui Wu," Feng Wuheng said through clenched teeth. A purple-clothed man stood quietly on one of the tall green trees on the opposite bank. The purple-clothed man's aura was almost perfectly fused with the green tree, which was why such a large target could be seen. Unexpectedly, no one noticed him. At a glance, he looked like a branch that originally existed on the tree, unremarkable. Not bad. Unexpectedly, aside from having a startling physical body, this fellow's saber techniques are also so demonic. This person was Chen Xiao, one of the two true inheritors who had received Xiaoqian in the past. Chen Zhao's lips curled up in a smile as he said indifferently, "However, my quintessence is about to run out. These two wondrous fist techniques also burn my vital qi as the price. I'm afraid I'm at the end of my rope. I have to help him. This fellow's potential is pretty good. He is worth befriending." Right after Chen Xiao spoke, he drifted down like a falling leaf, slowly heading for the center of the lake. Situ Gang, who was at the bottom of the lake, felt extremely depressed. He had learned his lesson this time. He held his breath at the bottom of the lake and stored up the aura of an ancient giant, exhausting half of his quintessence to kill Xianxia with one punch. Boom! The lake water churned endlessly like there was a huge creature roaring ferociously. As the waves surged, everyone felt a horrifying energy surging under the water. White-robed bladesman died. A pillar of water shot up, and Situ Gang's aura reached its peak. He leaped out of the water and roared ferociously. A golden flame covered his entire body as he punched at Xianxia. However, before Situ Gang could react, he saw a purple figure flash by. Then he got kicked in the chest. The angle of that kick was shockingly accurate, hitting his only weak point. The quintessence in the kick was extremely horrifying, several times stronger than that of a peak medial grade martial monarch. It was as vast and boundless as the sea. Ha! Situ Gang could not resist at all. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and the flames on his body vanished. Then he fell back into the water in an even more sorry state than before. He felt extremely sullen. Xianxia, one of the 9 true inheritors, is here as well. The expressions of Yu Jiqiang and the others changed. They all had suspicious gazes in their eyes. They could not figure out why someone of Chen Zhao's status would appear in such a situation. Damn it! Who the hell kicked me? Are you tired of living? Simmering with rage, Situ Gang leaped out of the water once more. Ignoring his internal injuries, he started cursing loudly. When the purple-clad Xianxia heard this, he could not help but smile faintly. Then, he rushed over at lightning speed and kicked heavily again. Situ Gang, who had just emerged from the water, did not even get a clear look before he was kicked back into the lake again. The people of the Battle Realms all had fiery tempers. When Situ Gang recovered his wits, he immediately leaped out. He did not even have time to wipe the water off his face as he continued cursing. Damn it! Who kicked me? Ha! Curse! Continue cursing. Xianxia smiled faintly and did not explain anything. Then, he kicked Situ Gang back into the water again. The group of Battle Realm people at the shore paled. When they saw the Battle Realm genius, Situ Gang, being repeatedly kicked into the lake without being able to retaliate, they felt extremely embarrassed in their hearts. If it were someone else, they would have ignored the rules long ago and charged over. However, when facing the true inheritor, Xianxia, they did not dare to say anything or make any moves. Gurgle, gurgle. This time, Situ Gang at the bottom of the lake finally sobered up. He knew that an incredible person had arrived. Situ Gang held his breath at the bottom of the lake before resurfacing in fear. He only revealed half his face and watched carefully. Chapter 666. When Situ Gang saw the smiling true inheritor Xianxia in the air, his heart turned cold. He quickly prepared to fly out and apologize. However, Situ Gang seemed to think of something. Just as he rose to the surface, he sank back into the water. Situ Gang's appearance was extremely comical. After being knocked into the water several times today, a shadow had already formed in his heart. Senior Brother Chun, Situ Gang apologizes to you. He was rude earlier and deserved to be kicked. However, Senior Brother, please explain why you suddenly interfered in my duel with Xianxia, Situ Gang said as he performed a cupped fist salute, hiding the rage in his eyes. Such a scene made Yu Jiqiang and the others' gazes blaze with fervor. An intense yearning appeared in their hearts. This was a true inheritor. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, if he kicked you, so be it. If you dared to speak rudely, then he would continue to kick you. Even if he severely injured you, there would be no one to reason with. Although the true inheritor's cultivations were not as high as those martial sage elders, they were still young, no more than 40 years old. They were all talented people. In the future, they would definitely become the pillars of the Haotian sect. Their statuses were equal to that of elders. They could use the full power of punishment elders against inner sect disciples and directly control the life and death of outer sect disciples. Their statuses were high, and the resources they enjoyed were even better than those of elders. These were the lifelong goals of Yu Jiqiang and the others. Situ Gang had been in the Haotian sect for more than 2 months. He already knew how terrifying true inheritors were. Hence, when Situ Gang discovered that the person who kicked him was Xianxia, all his temper immediately vanished. Xianxia said coldly, "Are the people of the Battle Realms all as shameless as you? Xiao Chun just fought with Gui Wu, and you took advantage of him while he was down. Yet, you still dare to call this a duel?" Situ Gang paled as he slowly flew out of the water. He glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Good. In that case, I'll wait for you for 2 months. Xiao Chun, 2 months from now, let's finish our unfinished duel here. Do you dare?" Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare? If you want to fight, I will grant your wish. I will wait for you here in 2 months." Originally, Situ Gang had intended to end today's duel quickly, spreading his reputation far and wide. Unexpectedly, it ended like this. Situ Gang felt extremely sullen in his heart. He snorted coldly and slowly walked back. In the distance, Yu Jiqiang's expression was incomparably gloomy as he said, "Let's go as well. This kid hasn't risen to prominence yet, so we must think of a way to deal with him. However, he actually has a connection to Chen Xiao. We have to discuss this when we get back." The few of them felt threatened in their hearts, and their expressions were ugly. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they first arrived. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, I have done you a great favor. Are you not going to invite me back for a seat?" Chen Xiao turned around and smiled at Xiao Chun after everyone left. Yet Xiao Chun had no idea. Chun did God. Of it. Chun. He Xiao. Chun and Xiao. However, even if Chun Xiao had not come, Xiao Chun had a 60% chance of defeating Situ Gang. However, the secret of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram and the blue dragon would have been exposed. Chen Xiao knew what Xiao Chun was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink. Someone asked me to bring you something. It was just a matter of convenience." The suspicions in Xiao Chen's heart deepened. However, he could only put them aside and lead Chen Xiao into his courtyard. Chen Xiao took a sip of the tea that Xiao Chen brewed for him. Then, he took out a jade bottle and a brocade box. He said, "There is a stalk of monarch bloodgrass in the brocade box. After consuming it, it can improve a cultivator's blood, giving them a trace of an ancient monarch's bloodline. There is half a drop of dragon marrow in the jade bottle. It can seep into a cultivator's marrow and allow their bones to undergo a complete rebirth, giving them 1/10 of the dragon bone's defense. The value of the two added together would be difficult to buy even if one spent tens of millions of superior-grade spirit stones." Great waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. Could these 2 things be for me? Huh, that's right. These 2 natural treasures are for you. Even I am envious of such things, Chen Xiao said with a faint smile. Chen Xiao said with a faint smile. He wasn't lying. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones was a huge sum even for a true disciple. Furthermore, these 2 natural treasures were actually very difficult to measure with spirit stones. Even if one had money, one could not buy them. Most people would just consume them themselves. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Chun found it hard to believe. He asked, "Senior brother Chun, who gave me these 2 items?" Chen Xiao shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure. First senior sister got someone to pass them to you at Bushin Palace. As for who gave them to you, I do not know either. I only heard from first senior sister that this person has a great background." The first senior sister that Chen Xiao mentioned was the top true inheritor of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. She was also one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation, second only to the sons of the 3 holy masters. She was undoubtedly a hero among women. In the 18 southern provinces, the Haotian sect's reputation was higher than the other 2 ranks of the great families. Aside from mysterious sect master, a large part of the reason was this woman's prestige. Even after Chen Xiao left, Xiao Chun still could not figure out who was so generous as to bring him such a gift. Xiao Chun did not remember interacting with anyone in the Kunlun realm. Never mind. There is no point in overthinking. These 2 natural treasures happen to be very useful to me. Originally, I was worried that I would not be able to reach the peak of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer in a short time. Now, I can relax, Xiao Chun said softly as he placed the jade bottle and the brocade box into his universe ring. After renting this courtyard, Xiao Chun had only 1 million superior grade spirit stones left. Xiao Chun did some calculations. 1 million superior grade spirit stones would only allow him to reach the middle stage of the firmament body tempering art for a short time. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art at best. He did not even dare to think about reaching the peak of the firmament body tempering art. After his vital qi reached 500 tons of force, it would be very difficult to increase it by even 10%. With this monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, all his problems would be solved. As for who sent them, that would be a problem for him to consider in the future. Xiao Chun quickly replenished his exhausted quintessence using a spirit vein's origin in the cultivation room in the courtyard. Then, he immediately rushed to the herb shop in the inner city, where he bought the quintessence gathering pill. The shop was cold and cheerless. There was not much business. The shop assistants and the owner all seemed dispirited. Suddenly, when the owner saw Xiao Chun walk in, his eyes lit up. He immediately remembered that this was the rich customer who spent 200,000 superior grade spirit stones to buy 2 quintessence gathering pills. The owner immediately perked up and smiled. It has been a few days since we last met. Little brother's cultivation has improved greatly. Congratulations. The owner's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun had consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Chun's strength was at least 20% stronger than the last time he came. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said calmly, "It cannot be said that my cultivation has improved greatly. Bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures that I mentioned previously." The owner was startled. The medicinal pills that Xiao Chun mentioned previously cost a total of 7 or 800,000 superior grade spirit stones. Even a regular inner sect disciple would not be able to take out so many. Where did Xiao Chun get so many spirit stones? What's wrong? Are they all sold out? Xiao Chun asked with a slight frown when he saw the owner not moving. When the owner reacted, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "How can this be? Quick, bring out the medicinal pills and natural treasures for body-tempering cultivators." Soon, the counter in front of Xiao Chun was filled with medicinal pills and natural treasures for body tempering. Xiao Chun casually glanced through them and said, "You can remove the medicinal pills that are not useful for 500 tons of force of vital qi." The owner was astonished once again. This Xiao Chun did not look very old, only 21 or 22 years old. For him to be an inferior grade martial monarch was not too shocking in the Tianwu domain. However, Xiao Chun's physical body had also reached 500 tons of force of vital qi. This was rather scary. After taking away the inferior medicinal pills and natural treasures, Xiao Chun counted them and took out a bottle of spirit freezing pills. Tempering the physical body was like tossing a piece of metal into a blazing fire, tempering it thousands of times, tempering it into steel. The process was extremely painful. The further one went, the more horrifying the pain would be. Hence, many cultivators were willing to spend time tempering the physical body. The spirit freezing pill was a medicinal pill unique to the Kunlun realm. It could reduce the pain during the tempering process. If used at the right time, it would be very useful. However, it was very expensive. There were no more than 3 spirit freezing pills in one bottle. However, they cost 150,000 superior grade spirit stones, comparable to the rank 8 quintessence gathering pill. Furthermore, the spirit freezing pill only reduced pain. It was far from comparable to the quintessence gathering pill. It had to be said that the expenses of a body tempering cultivator were truly flabbergasting. After choosing the spirit freezing pill, Xiao Chun took out a stack of dragon jelly ointment. The dragon jelly ointment was made from the blood of an earth dragon and the fire dragon fruit, using a special formula. When placed in clear water, it would form a medicinal liquid. When a cultivator soaked in it and tempered their body, with the help of the medicinal energy, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. There were many similar medicines. However, at Xiao Chun's cultivation realm, the dragon jelly ointment was the most effective. After that, Xiao Chan asked for a blood-refining pill. The blood-refining pill had the same effect as the monarch bloodgrass. However, the effects were worlds apart. However, this did not prevent him from using the blood-refining pill before consuming the monarch bloodgrass. Finally, Xiao Chun took out a yellow spirit flower. The yellow spirit flower had the same effect as the half-drop of dragon marrow. However, the latter was extracted from the spine of an ancient dragon, so the two were not on the same level. The shop owner smiled happily as he counted the items. Then he said to Xiao Chun, "All in all, it will cost 1,600,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, you are a Haotian sect inner sect disciple. It is the same as buying the quintessence gathering pill. You only need to pay half the spirit stones." Xiao Chun put away all the items. Then he took out 800,000 superior grade spirit stones and gave them to the shop owner. Xiao Chun still had some spirit stones on hand, but he was not in a rush to leave. "Boss, do you know where I can buy immortal spirit rings in the city? How much would they cost?" The shop owner muttered, "Immortal spirit rings. You can definitely buy them in the city's auction houses. However, the items, they're very expensive. If you want to buy them, you can go to the miscellaneous goods street in the west of the city. That place specializes in miscellaneous goods. There are also some unknown treasures that you can find in remnants. As for the price, inner sect disciples do not get any discounts when buying immortal spirit rings. The more expensive ones cost 1 million superior grade spirit stones. The worst ones only cost tens of thousands of superior grade spirit stones. The more expensive the immortal spirit ring, the larger the space inside. Of course, the consumption is higher as well." Chapter 667. Xiao Chun sighed softly and said, "The immortal spirit ring consumes energy?" The owner stroked his beard and smiled. "That is natural. Otherwise, where would it get the energy to form a world of its own? Unless it is an immortal spirit ring from the immortal epoch, which can be used in a limited fashion, the current immortal spirit rings all require spirit stones." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he asked, "Medial grade spirit stones?" Xiao Chun had several million medial grade spirit stones, but he had not had a place to spend them. If he could use them in the immortal spirit ring, he would not waste them. Yes, the effects are the same. It is just a matter of how much you use. After obtaining the answer he wanted, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to leave. "Little brother, wait for a moment. Actually, I have an immortal spirit ring here. In the past, the inner sect disciples did not have enough spirit stones and used it to exchange. The energy in it has already withered. However, it is still rather large, at least 1,000 hectares." The owner seemed to have thought of something, suddenly calling out to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gave the other party a strange look. Then, he quietly received the ring that the other party handed him. After sizing it up, he sent in his spiritual sense. Xiao Chun saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Aside from a nearly negligible spot of light, he could not see anything else. Xiao Chun could not help but frown. Although he had not seen an immortal spirit ring before, he would not be fooled like that. Clearly, there was something wrong with it. "Wait a moment. Don't be in a rush to return it." Suddenly, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He saw a figure flash in the pitch-black space. It was Ao Jiao. "This ring has a very dense aura of the immortal epoch. Toss in your medial grade spirit stones and take a look." Without saying anything, Xiao Chen tossed in 1 million medial grade spirit stones. Drizzle fell in the pitch-black space. The raindrops gave off a faint glow, looking very beautiful. However, after the rain stopped, the pitch-black space did not change. Nothing could be seen. It was just pitch-black. "Continue." Seeing that Ao Jiao wanted to continue, Xiao Chun tossed in another 2 million medial grade spirit stones. However, nothing changed. "Continue." Xiao Chun tossed in another 3 million medial grade spirit stones. The light dripped down, but nothing changed. "Continue." Xiao Chun felt conflicted. Medial grade spirit stones were not very useful in this Kunlun realm. However, they were not cabbages. They could be used to refine spirit gathering pearls in exchange for superior grade spirit stones after suffering some losses. In just a few moments, he had used up all of his middle grade spirit stones. If he still did not obtain anything, then he would really be a fool. Ao Jiao said anxiously, "Hurry up, just throw in another 2 million spirit stones. If you're any slower, all the spirit stones in front will be gone." Helpless, Xiao Chun could only place in the final 2 million medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun, spirit flame, and Chun the sun, Chin's heaven, and spirit, and Chin Chun spirit. Now, the originally small speck of light had turned into a small sun hanging in the sky. The world in the ring was a place of its own. There were mountains, rivers, and vast, boundless plains. There were all sorts of flowers, grass, and trees everywhere. It looked very lively, covering a vast area. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Silly brat, you picked up a treasure, right? This is a bona fide immortal spirit ring from the immortal epic. In the past, when I was adventuring with the Thunder King, I saw one. We had to throw in a large number of spirit stones at the same time to open it." Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart, but his expression did not change. Without saying anything, he tossed the immortal spirit ring to the owner with a dark expression and turned to leave. "Little brother, wait a moment. Wait a moment. This ring is really just drained of energy. Just throw in some more spirit stones, and it will be fine." The owner held on to Xiao Chun, refusing to let go. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? This ring is already damaged. It is completely useless." The owner chuckled and said, "It is fine even if it is damaged. It can be repaired. How about this? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones." Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression did not change, the owner clenched his teeth and said, 80,000. No, 50,000 is fine as well. The lowest price is 30,000. Xiao Chun said, "I'll buy another bottle of spirit freezing pills. I'll give this ring to you as a gift." The owner looked around and immediately started calculating. The profit from the spirit freezing pills was about 30,000 superior grade spirit stones. This lousy ring was not worth anything at all. Xiao Chun would be lucky to be able to throw it away. Soon, the owner came up with an answer. He said with a smile, "Deal? Give him another bottle of spirit freezing pills." Xiao Chun took out 150,000 superior grade spirit stones and carefully put away the immortal spirit ring and the spirit freezing pills. Then, he hid his expression and walked out of the shop. "Owner, wasn't that immortal spirit ring you picked up from the Sundergood Street? Why did you give it to someone else for free?" The owner laughed happily and said, "What the hell do you know? I was just bragging. Those old fellows from the Sundry Goods Street cheated me to death. I bought it for 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the end, I wasted 5 million medial grade spirit stones and still did not manage to open the space inside. I was lucky to be able to throw it to this arrogant buy." Outside the shop, Xiao Chun walked out for a long time before he revealed an expression of wild joy. He solemnly wore the immortal spirit ring on his finger, his eyes filled with joy. When Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard, he still could not hide the joy in his heart. The owner of the immortal spirit ring had actually given him a 50,000 hectare immortal spirit ring for free. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun took out the huge piece of soil with the netherworld flower from the universe ring and moved it into the air with a shio sound. After close to 3 months without the support of spiritual energy, the netherworld flower had clearly withered significantly. Fortunately, the white flame in the center of the flower was only slightly dimmer. It still looked full of life force, showing no signs of withering. Xiao Chun used the immortal spirit ring to sweep across the square piece of soil in the air. A strong suction pulled it in. He sent his spiritual sense into the immortal spirit ring, and that piece of soil floated quietly in the air. Xiao Chun discovered that his spiritual sense could easily control that piece of soil in the world within the ring. However, when Xiao Chun looked at this vast and boundless world within the ring, he felt somewhat worried. He did not know where to place it. "Come with me. Place the netherworld flower on the spirit vein's origin. It will grow faster," Ao Jiao said as she floated over. Xiao Chun controlled the netherworld flower and followed Ao Jiao. At the same time, he felt it was strange. He asked, There's a spirit vein in this ring? Why do I not feel it? Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, there is. However, it is just a rank 1 spirit vein. Furthermore, it is of the lowest rank. The area it covers is rather small. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can bring in a few more high-rank spirit veins. At that time, you can have your own herb field here. Following Ao Jiao's lead, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense brought the netherworld flower to a small herb field. Ao Jiao executed a small trick and immediately opened up a large hole in the ground. A spiritual light flickered at the bottom of the hole. Strands of spiritual energy turned into white mist and rose up. It was as Ao Jiao said, there was indeed a spirit vein here. The square piece of soil with the netherworld flower slowly filled up the hole. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, the dispirited netherworld flower instantly became much brighter. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he rejoiced in his heart. The netherworld flame in the netherworld flower was a superior Yin-attributed flame. After the extreme Yin flame consumed it, it could greatly increase the strength of the extreme Yin flame, increasing the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. All along, the Yang flame had flourished while the Yin flame dwindled. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Chun could not even unleash half of the purple Thunder True Fire's might in his right eye. This greatly limited the strength of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was one of Xiao Chen's greatest trump cards. From a certain perspective, it was even stronger than the heaven-ranked martial technique, the Dragon Subduing Slash. In this Kunlun realm, although heaven-ranked martial techniques were expensive, they were not particularly precious. The true inheritors of the various 9 ranks of the great families would all obtain a heaven-ranked martial technique. Only the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could achieve the balance of Yin and Yang that no one had been able to achieve since ancient times. Xiao Chun used the unique Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram on Earth to merge them together. Even the martial sage Emperor Wu could not do it. You will be staying here in the future. With me helping you take care of the netherworld flower, you can make it mature a few months earlier, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she stretched lazily. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, you know how to do this as well. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she replied, that is natural. In the past, I helped to take care of the Thunder King's immortal spirit ring. Every Emperor Wu has his own immortal spirit ring. He can plunder spirit trees and spirit herbs to nurture his own herb field. The immortal spirit ring of the immortal epoch is not that easy to obtain. Even some peak martial sages would be jealous of you. Just this point alone puts you ahead of many people. Xiao Qin smiled and did not say anything. He could only listen to Ao Jiao's words. With Xiao Qin's current strength, it would be impossible for him to fight for a spirit origin, even if it was just a rank 1-1. Those martial sages could kill him with one slap. With Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Chun did not need to worry about the netherworld flower. He withdrew his spiritual sense from the immortal spirit ring and started preparing to cultivate the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chun found a large bathtub and filled it with clean water. Then, he slowly placed the dragon jelly ointment into the water. Chi! Chi! The water instantly boiled, and the medicinal effects of the dragon jelly ointment slowly came out. The clear water quickly turned steaming hot, and a medicinal fragrance spread throughout the room. Xiao Qin observed carefully before stopping. The remaining dragon jelly ointment seemed like it could be used 2 more times. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones were gone, just like that. Removing his clothes, Xiao Qin muttered, I spent so much money to buy this dragon jelly ointment. I hope it will have some effect. Xiao Chun placed an ice spirit pill in his mouth and entered the bathtub. Then he sat down cross-legged. The medicinal liquid in the water immediately seeped through his pores and entered Xiao Qin's body. Xiao Qin's complexion flushed red. He felt a warm current spread throughout his body. The strength and toughness of his physical body slowly increased at a weak rate. The quintessence in his dantian stopped flowing, and everything became quiet. Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi, letting it flow up and down his body, driving the medicinal energy. Qi! Qi! As Xiao Chun circulated his vital qi, his bones, blood, skin, and flesh felt like they were being hammered by a steel hammer. The heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Chapter 668. The first 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art had been painful as well. However, it was not as intense as this time. Furthermore, with the help of the medicinal energy, the intense pain doubled. Xiaoqin was not in a rush to crush the spirit-freezing pill. He relied on his tenacious will to endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times and clenched his teeth. Night arrived quietly. The morning sun rose and set without anyone noticing. Xiao Chun completely forgot about the flow of time. As he circulated the firmament body tempering art and the dragon jelly ointment, the strength of his physical body rapidly increased. The pain was like maggots in one's bones, following them like a shadow, constantly interrogating the cultivator's will. As long as Xiao Chun circulated the firmament body tempering art, the pain would attack him continuously. As his strength increased, the pain would increase. Only by stopping cultivating could he eliminate the pain. At this moment, a cultivator's will and mental state became very important. You can endure loneliness and temptation. You have outstanding talent, excellent aptitude, and outstanding comprehension ability. You are ruthless to your enemies, showing no mercy. However, you do not dare to be more ruthless to yourself. If you cannot endure the pain of being tempered thousands of times, you will not be able to become a peak expert standing out from the crowd. Endure, endure, endure. Xiao Chun roared in his heart. He did not give up. He circulated the firmament body tempering art continuously, waiting for the pain to surpass his limits. When he fainted from the pain, he would quickly crush the spirit-freezing pill in his mouth. A bone-chilling coolness immediately came from Xiao Chen's fiery body. The pain that was about to surpass his limits immediately decreased. The spirit-freezing pill could not completely eliminate the pain. It could only slow it down. However, it was able to prevent Xiao Chun from fainting at this moment. It was very useful. The effects of the spirit-freezing pill would not last for long. Xiao Chun continued to cultivate, preparing to break through this limit in one go. Every time he reached his limit, he would make a small breakthrough in the firmament body tempering art. Soon, the effects of the spirit-freezing pill wore off. Xiao Chun immediately stopped cultivating. This was because the pain would cause him to faint. If he persisted, he would waste his cultivation time. Amidst the splashing water, Xiao Chun got up and walked out of the bathtub. He casually wiped off the medicinal liquid on his body. Xiao Chun clenched his fists tightly as he felt an extremely strong force. Kacha! Kacha! The bones in Xiao Chen's body crackled like beans being fried. A formless power spread out uncontrollably. The airflow in the room surged endlessly. Some of the ornaments suddenly shattered, turning into fragments that danced in the air. That was not all. An acupoint on the sole of Xiao Chen's right foot suddenly opened. As the green dragon qi spread, Xiao Chun felt that his right foot was filled with endless explosive power. Xiao Chun had a joyful expression as he said, "The firmament body tempering art has reached small perfection. My vital qi has increased by 50 tons of force. I finally managed to open another acupoint. In the future, my ability to break through defenses will increase by at least 20%. Looking back at the bathtub behind him, he found that the Longling ointment in it had almost been used up. After spending some effort, Xiao Chun poured out all the water and replaced it with fresh water. I can still use the Longling ointment 2 more times. With the blood refinement pill and the bright yellow flower, I should be able to reach the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer. Finally, with the monarch bloodgrass and half a drop of dragon marrow, I should be able to reach the peak of the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's 6th layer." Xiao Chun muttered to himself before entering the bathtub again. Then he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. 10 days later, Xiao Chun had exhausted the spirit-freezing pill, the Longling ointment, the blood refinement pill, and the yellow spirit flower. Everything was as he expected. The firmament body tempering art had reached the late stage of the firmament body tempering art's sixth layer. His vital qi had increased by 100 tons of force. Now, without using quintessence, Xiaoqian's total vital qi could reach 1,300,000 tons of force. He had not suffered for nothing in the past few days. The hundreds of thousands of medicinal pills he spent on medicinal pills had not gone to waste. Now, if he met Situ Gang again, he would be able to put up a fight without using his quintessence. He would not be forced back by Situ Gang's vast quintessence like before. Aside from his right foot, Xiaoqian also opened 2 of the acupoints on his left foot. There were 12 acupoints on each foot. For the sake of balance, Xiaoqian intended to open both feet at the same time. He did not want to end up with a strong explosive force in his right foot and an ordinary one in his left foot. That way, there would be fewer variations in combat, making it easy for his opponent to see through him. After leaving the cultivation room, Xiaoqian arrived at the courtyard. Then he cautiously took out the half-drop of dragon marrow and the monarch bloodgrass. These 2 items were worth cities. Even now, Xiaoqian felt somewhat weak. He felt that this was a pie falling from the sky. It was simply inexcusable. However, no matter what, the reality was that these 2 items were in Xiaoqian's hands and could raise his strength. As for the rest, there was no point in thinking too much about it. In that case, there was no point in thinking about it. The monarch bloodgrass was golden in color, with only a scarlet line in the middle. The entire herb looked very ordinary, somewhat unworthy of its famous reputation. However, with Xiaoqian's sharp spiritual sense, he could sense the unique might of an ancient sovereign. Although it was already very faint, it clearly existed. The pressure it gave off was also very real. Nguyen Miyun had obtained the monarch bloodgrass in the savage battlefield, which was filled with danger and danger. According to rumor, a startling war had taken place there during the ancient era. For the sake of the human race, the ancient sovereigns had fought against the other races, the fiend race, the beast race, the half-fiend race, the half-demon race, and the deity race. All the experts of the various races who participated in the war were martial emperors of their races. The scale of that war was vast, indescribable with words. Once the sky had 9 suns. After that war, only 1 sun remained. It was also after that war that the humans obtained the resource-rich Tianwu domain of the vast Kunlun realm. Then, they divided the territories of the other races. The cultivators who could become martial emperors were the overlords of the world, blessed with great luck. However, many of them died in that war. The monarch bloodgrass's original name was golden bloodgrass. It grew in many other places as well. Only the golden bloodgrass in the savage battlefield had been tainted by the blood of the ancient martial emperors. The golden bloodgrass that could not be burned to death by the sovereign's blood was the monarch bloodgrass that everyone saw today. Xiaoqian sat down cross-legged and used the purple flames to refine the monarch bloodgrass into liquid. Then he swallowed it in one gulp and quickly circulated his quintessence, increasing the speed at which it spread through his blood. Qi. As the monarch bloodgrass flowed in, some of the impurities in Xiaoqian's blood seeped through his pores and turned into a faint azure smoke, scattering out strand by strand. At the same time, Xiaoqian's aura slowly changed. A tyrannical aura spread out. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. The clouds churned endlessly. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds churned, it was like a sovereign had arrived. After 1 hour, Xiaoqian completely absorbed the trace of sovereign's bloodline in the monarch bloodgrass. Xiaoqian opened his eyes, and his sharp gaze was like a pair of powerful, treasured sabers, boundlessly sharp. A boundless aura surged out, and the trees in the courtyard swayed wildly. The lush green grass all bent over, not daring to raise their heads. Xiaoqian moved slightly and stood up. His aura suddenly soared. Kassiye. Under the pressure of this aura, the swaying tree broke in half. Countless bent green grass broke out of the ground. Then they were crushed into bits and scattered in the air. With a thought, Xiaoqian withdrew his aura. The howling strong wind instantly stopped, and the grass that filled the air fell to the ground. That insufferably arrogant sovereign's aura also completely calmed down. However, this calmness was only temporary. As long as Xiao Chun willed it, it could erupt at any time. The trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline is indeed strong. Now, I do not even fear the aura of a martial sage. As Xiao Chun looked at the chaotic scene in the courtyard, he thought to himself, just a trace of a diluted bloodline is already so mighty. In that case, how graceful were the ancient sovereign's bloodline? It really inspired one's imagination. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun took out the other half-drop of dragon marrow. True dragon marrow was valuable as well. There were no longer any true dragons in the current martial epic. Only some true dragon skeletons from the immortal epic remained in some extremely dangerous remnants. This half-drop of dragon marrow was obtained by one of the Tianwu domain's 7 giants, Wang Ming, in an underground dragon grave after going through great danger. Wang Ming had always been reluctant to use it. Unexpectedly, he ended up benefiting Xiao Chun instead. Dragon marrow could penetrate deep into a cultivator's tough bones, changing the structure of the bones and strengthening their toughness. Its effects were several times better than those of a similar spear herb. Xiao Chun took much longer to refine this half-drop of dragon marrow than to refine the monarch bloodgrass. He used half a day. After Xiao Chun's entire skeleton absorbed the energy in the dragon marrow, he underwent a drastic change. His physical defense increased by at least 20%. Compared to the increase in his aura, Xiao Chun preferred such a direct change. When Xiao Chun felt such a change, he felt dissatisfied. He said, "There is too little, only half a drop. In the future, when I'm strong enough, I will definitely obtain some more dragon marrow and monarch bloodgrass." The monarch bloodgrass strengthened Xiao Chun's bloodline, allowing his aura to withstand the might of a martial sage. The half-drop of dragon marrow directly strengthened his physical defense. These two items allowed Xiao Chun to undergo a complete transformation. The benefits they brought could not be measured in spirit stones. While the natural treasures were still in effect, Xiao Chun cultivated the firmament body-tempering art through the night. Finally, before the sun rose, Xiao Chun cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer. Xiao Chun cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, and his vital qi increased by 50 tons of force. This marked a perfect end to his closed-door cultivation. The sun shone brightly, filling Xiao Chun's room with mottled light. He looked at the time in the hourglass. In the blink of an eye, it was already the start of the month. It is time to take on missions. This time, I have to make it to the top rank of the contribution ranking. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed with extreme confidence. He no longer feared anyone in the inner sect. The top rank of the contribution ranking would receive 500,000 superior grade spirit stones, 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, and 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Superior grade spirit stones and inferior grade spirit gathering pearls were still manageable. If Xiao Chun worked hard, he would be able to earn them. However, 10 medial grade spirit gathering pearls were hard to come by. Even if one had money, one would not be able to buy them. Xiao Chun had to obtain them. Xiao Chun had a premonition that inferior grade spirit gathering pearls would be useless to him when he wanted to break through to medial grade martial monarch from inferior grade martial monarch. Only medial grade spirit gathering pearls would do. Chapter 669. After leaving the door, Xiao Chun headed straight for the mission hall. The mission hall at the beginning of the month had very little traffic due to some unknown rules. Regular inner sect disciples had to wait until the 10th before they could accept missions. They had to let the veteran disciples and the giants pick first. Back then, when Xiao Chun defeated Gui Wu and fought with Sidu Gang, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. His strength was already acknowledged long ago. Seeing Xiao Chun walk in with large strides, the expressions of those inner sect disciples fluctuated slightly before they calmed down. I want to accept missions to kill loose cultivators. Let me see those with more than 2,000 contribution points. Xiao Chun directly stated his request to the black-clad administrator. When the others heard this, shock filled their faces. Missions with more than 2,000 contribution points were extraordinarily difficult. Most importantly, those missions were monopolized by the inner sect's 5 giants and Yun Feiyu. These inner sect disciples had to be too busy or refuse to accept them. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun snatched their missions, the other party would definitely seek trouble for him in private. The black-clad administrator knew about this, but did not care. Survival of the fittest. Whoever had the bigger fist was in the right. This was the rule of any sect in the first place. Going by the book, the black-clad administrator took out the mission list that Xiao Chun wanted. He said, missions with more than 3,000 contribution points can only be accepted by true inheritors. The rest are all here. Xiao Chun received the list and carefully looked through it. After eliminating the extremely time-consuming missions, he accepted a total of 10 missions. He said, "That's all. Xiao Chun, are you seeking death? How dare you snatch our missions?" A furious shout came from outside the hall. It was the leaders of the inner sect's 5 factions. When Yu Jiqiang and the others received the news, they rushed over. Lan Feichen appeared the angriest. He strode over and grabbed the mission list in Xiao Chen's hand, not caring about Xiao Chen at all. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He casually placed the mission list behind him with his left hand and circulated his vital qi with his right hand. Bang! The palm landed on Lan Feichen's shoulder, and a huge force surged out, sending the unprepared Lan Feichen flying. Everywhere Lan Feichen passed, the inner sect disciples on both sides were sent flying. His strength was unimaginable. Everyone was shocked, and their brains short-circuited. Lan Feichen, one of the leaders of the inner sect's 5 great factions, was actually sent flying by a casual palm strike from Xiao Chun. Outside the entrance, Yu Jiqiang and the others from the other 4 factions were all shocked. Although Lan Feichen had been careless and had not expected Xiao Chun to resist him in front of everyone, he had not expected Xiao Chun to resist him. However, with a casual push from Xiao Chun, he was sent flying. Furthermore, with such great force, he knocked away all the cultivators along the way. That was truly terrifying. Thud! By the time Lan Feichen reacted, he had already retreated 100 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground, producing a chi-chi sound. Lan Feichen's palm strike did not contain any offensive power. He only wanted to push Lan Feichen away. In reality, Lan Feichen did not suffer any damage. However, Xiao Chun humiliated him in front of everyone. Rage blazed in his heart. Who was he? To think that a newly advanced inner sect disciple humiliated him like that. How could he endure it? How dare you, Xiao Chun? You actually dare to push me? Before he could finish his words, a figure flashed in front of him. The shadow of a leg broke through the void with a whistling sound, attacking him from the side. Lan Feichen was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so bold. First, Xiao Chun directly pushed him away. Now, before Lan Feichen finished speaking, Xiao Chun took the initiative to attack. Very well, you attacked first. Even if I cripple you today, there is no way for you to say anything. Lan Feichen steeled his heart and circulated his quintessence, preparing to deal the killing blow. However, Lan Feichen had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chen's kick. That kick was not supported by quintessence, saving him the effort to circulate his quintessence. When Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence and prepared to catch Xiao Chen off guard, he discovered that he no longer had an opportunity. He discovered that he no longer had a chance. If he continued to attack Xiao Chun would definitely kick him first. When Lan Feichen thought about Xiao Chen's physical body and how he dared to clash head-on with Situ Gang's attack, he did not dare to be careless. Lan Feichen lowered his feet and gathered quintessence on his left hand, wanting to block this kick first. Whoosh! Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart, and the acupoint on his left foot opened. Instantly, a strong shock wave shot out from his foot. Then, he turned around in the air, instantly changing his position. Xiao Chen's right foot landed on Lan Feichen's left shoulder. A huge force instantly exploded out, catching Lan Feichen off guard. He had focused all his quintessence on his right arm, leaving his right shoulder defenseless. Pa! Lan Feichen fell to the ground from Xiao Chen's kick. The entire process happened in an instant. The crowd only saw Xiao Chen kick at Lan Feichen before he could finish speaking. Then, Lan Feichen circulated his quintessence in the direction of Xiao Chen's kick, preparing to block with his right arm to receive this kick. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Chen's kick would be blocked, Lan Feichen fell to the ground in a sorry state. His aura instantly crumbled. "You! How dare you kick me? I will kill you today." Blood leaked out of a corner of Lan Feichen's lips as he lay on the ground. He was somewhat stunned as he pointed at Xiao Chen and glared at him. Normally, when the inner sect disciples saw Lan Feichen, they would all treat him with respect. None of them were as unruly as Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not wait for Lan Feichen to finish speaking. Just as Lan Feichen was about to get up, Xiao Chen spun around in the air without touching the ground, ruthlessly kicking him back down. Chi! Xiao Chen did not stop exerting force. This kick not only caused Lan Feichen to fall to the ground again, but it also sent him sliding back 100 meters and crashing into the threshold. He even slid back 100 meters before crashing heavily onto the doorsill and spitting out another mouthful of blood. "You actually dare to kick me again? I will kill you." Lan Feichen was so enraged that he no longer panicked. All his quintessence surged as he stood up and charged at Xiao Chen. Yu Jiqiang and the others outside the door reacted. They all snorted coldly and attacked together. Wind immediately surged in the mission hall, and strong winds howled endlessly. "Stop! This is the mission hall. If you want to seek a personal grudge, go somewhere else." When the black-clad administrator saw that the matter was getting out of hand, he shouted ferociously and sent out a palm strike. It was like he was pushing a mountain in the air. Yu Jiqiang and the other four who were flying over let out muffled groans as they were pushed back by the palm wind. Lan Feichen did not feel satisfied in his heart. He adjusted his breathing and pointed at Xiao Chen. He said to the black-clad administrator agitatedly, "Lord Administrator, you have to see this clearly. We are not the ones causing trouble. This brat made the first move." The black-clad administrator said coldly, "I saw it very clearly. You broke the rules and snatched his mission list. That's why he made a move. Furthermore, he did not use any quintessence. He only knocked you back in advance." Lan Feichen argued, "That's not right. From the start to the end, I never truly made a move. He was the one who made a move." "How laughable." The black-clad administrator smiled coldly and said, "It is not that you did not want to make a move. It is just that you did not have a chance to. Since you already decided to make a move, why are you still being so wishy-washy? Do you think that a battle between cultivators is child's play? You were beaten up so badly that you could not retaliate, losing all your face. Yet, you still have the cheek to stand here and reason with me? I really feel ashamed for you." The others in the hall felt that the old man's words made sense. This Lan Feichen thought too highly of himself. He thought that with his prestige, the other party would not dare to make a move. Even after being knocked back by Xiao Chen, Lan Feichen still harbored the illusion that he could use his prestige to scare off Xiao Chen. If he had used his true strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. Do you really think that you are some incredible person, that others have to listen to you? If you really think that he snatched your mission list, you can settle your personal grudges outside. As long as one is capable, anyone can take the mission here. The black-clad administrator did not show any mercy, reprimanding Lan Feichen again. Lan Feichen's complexion alternated between green and red. The scolding made him feel ashamed. He could no longer suppress the injuries in his body, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. As Lan Feichen looked at Xiao Chen, he hated that he could not immediately charge forward and kill him. This time, he had completely lost to Xiao Chen, losing all his face. Yu Jiqiang thought for a while and gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look. Then he said, "Come, let's leave first." With the black-clad administrator around, Lan Feichen knew that he could not do anything to Xiao Chen today, so he could only leave the mission hall with a hateful expression. As Xiao Chen watched them leave, he did not think too much about it. If he wanted to obtain the first rank, he would definitely offend these people. The other party would not back down, so Xiao Chen would not back down either. A conflict was unavoidable. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste words with these people. He would just start fighting. After receiving the mission, Xianxia said to the black-clad administrator, "Many thanks for Senior's help." The black-clad administrator remained expressionless as he said calmly, "Even if I did not make a move, you would have dealt with it. There is no need to thank me." Furthermore, the inner sect has been like a pool of stagnant water for many years. I hope that there will be more people like you, the better. Xianxia did not find it strange that the other party could roughly see his bottom line. As for the last sentence, Xianxia did not care much about it. After saying that casually, he prepared to leave. "Wait for a while. You will not be able to surpass Yun Feiyu with the missions you have on hand. I'll give you a mission worth 3,000 contribution points. Do you dare to accept it?" Xianxia was stunned for a while before saying, "Didn't you say that only true inheritors can take on missions worth 3,000 contribution points and above?" The black-clad administrator said indifferently, "There are always exceptions to everything. In the past, the exception was Yun Feiyu. Now, there's another. You can take a look at the details of the mission yourself. Whether you accept it or not is up to you. I will not interfere." Xianxia received the mission list and looked through it. He could not help but frown. The difficulty and risk of this mission were too high. However, the rewards and contribution points were startling as well. "All right, I will accept this mission as well." Xianxia had always been a decisive person. He was very firm on his goals, so he quickly made his decision. A light flashed in the black-clad administrator's eyes. He smiled faintly, as if he had expected this to happen. Xianxia turned around and walked out of the door. The other inner sect disciples in the hall all looked at him and gave way, automatically opening a path for him. Earlier, Xianxia had not said a single word. He had only used his actions to prove himself, beating Lan Feichen into a sorry state. Although Lan Feichen had been careless, just Xiaoqian's courage alone left them in the dust. Normally, when the leaders of the 5 factions swept their gazes over, they would be frightened to death and obediently hand over their spirit-gathering pearls. Chapter 670. Although this Xianxia is very awe-inspiring now, he offended the people of the 5 factions. In the future, it will be hard for him to settle this peacefully. Earlier, he offended Situ Gang and Gue Wu. Now he offended these 5 people. This Xianxia is really fearless. After Xianxia left, the people in the hall started discussing in low voices. After leaving the hall, Xianxia glanced at Yu Jiqiang and the other 4 standing guard outside. Then, he paused for a moment before leaving without looking back. As Lan Feichen watched Xianxia leave, the rage in his eyes looked like it would spew out at any moment. "Senior brother Yu, are we just going to let him leave like that? You all saw his ambition. He clearly wants to fight for the first rank on the contribution ranking and push us down," Lan Feichen said hatefully. The other 3 nodded, agreeing with Lan Feichen's opinion. Then, they all looked at Yu Jiqiang. Yu Jiqiang replied indifferently, "What else can we do but let him leave? After all, this is still the inner sect. We cannot be too heavy-handed. It is just scratching an itch. There is no point." "Then what should we do? We can't just watch this fellow rise up step by step," Lan Feichen said anxiously. A cold light flashed in Yu Jiqiang's eyes. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Naturally not. In the following month, we will not accept any missions. Hand over all the inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that you have accumulated. I will help you exchange them for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. All of you will enter closed-door cultivation for 1 month, and do your best to raise your cultivation to peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. When he returns, we will deal a fatal blow to him outside the city gates and snatch away all the proof of his missions." After saying that, a sinister expression flashed on Yu Jiqiang's face. He said, "Haha, I really want to see his expression when he receives the sect's punishment after failing all the 2,000 contribution point missions." The eyes of the other 4 lit up. They all felt that this plan was indescribably wonderful. They did not need to kill Xianxia and bear the crime of killing a fellow sect member. Furthermore, they could deal a fatal blow to him. In the sect, the punishment for failing a mission was extremely severe. The higher the reward of a mission, the heavier the punishment for failure. All the missions that Xiao Chun accepted required at least 2,000 contribution points. If he failed all the missions, the combined punishment would be sufficient to strip him of his cultivation in the Haotian sect and expel him from the sect. Suddenly, Feng Wuheng thought of another problem. With a suspicious expression, he asked, "Senior brother Yu, where did you get the means to exchange inferior grade spirit gathering pearls for medial grade spirit gathering pearls? You won't let us suffer a loss, right?" At their cultivation, they could no longer use inferior grade spirit Chun to break through bottlenecks. They could only rely on Feng with spirit. Spirit. Qin Feng and Spirit Xiao. Qian Yin Chan Feng and Qi was to say spirit of Xiao Yin with Chun, to Yin Chan Xiao Chun of Chun Xiao, and Chun, and to of Chun of Ling, to of Chun to Tahita Chun. Hence, Xiao Chen found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering pearls to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. Furthermore, he was worried that Yu Jiqiang would have to sacrifice himself to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. That would be too much of a loss. Hence, Feng Wuheng found it strange that Yu Jiqiang could use inferior grade spirit gathering spirit beads to exchange for medial grade spirit gathering spirit beads. Furthermore, with Senior Brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending Senior Brother Chun for Xiao Chun. The true inheritors are also split into two factions. Senior Brother Hua's faction happens to be Senior Brother Chen's enemy. With Senior Brother Hua's backing, we are not afraid of offending Senior Brother Chun for Xiao Chun. The others no longer questioned Xiao Chen's plan. They all felt that it was feasible. They could enter closed-door cultivation to break through bottlenecks and wait for Xiao Chun to return before dealing him a lightning-fast strike, snatching away the proof of completing the mission. This was a perfect plan. Yu Jiqiang continued. Even if he manages to escape from us and obtain the first rank, Yun Feiyu will not let him off. Yun Feiyu is even more ruthless than us. How could he let a newcomer ride on his head? No matter what, this Xiao Chun is destined to never rise up. We will forever suppress him. Xiao Chun could guess the schemes of the others. However, he did not think too much about it. Aside from the mysterious Yun Feiyu, he did not fear anyone else in the inner sect. In the face of absolute power, any scheme would be futile. As long as he continued to strengthen his own strength, it would be enough to achieve the goal in his heart. This trip would take a long time, and there would be many unpredictable dangers. Xiao Chun exchanged the quintessence, gathering pills, and other rank 8 medicinal pills that he had no use for superior grade spirit stones. After that, Xiao Chun went to the inner city and chose some rank 8 medicinal pills that he could use in battle. He bought 3 medicinal pills that could quickly replenish quintessence, 3 medicinal pills for treating injuries, and a bottle of antidote pills. After making all his preparations, Xiao Chun spent all the spirit stones he had on him. He held the 3,000 contribution point mission slip in his hand. Xiao Chun encouraged himself in his heart as he set off. The 2,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. The difficulty of the mission was higher than that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. However, they were mostly within the same cultivation realm and would not be too far apart. However, the 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill loose cultivators. These loose cultivators were not small bandits that only roamed the nearby provinces, but true great bandits. Great bandits were everywhere in the 108 provinces of the Tianwu domain. They moved about everywhere, and their tracks were hard to track. Normally, these bandits would not cause a ruckus or rob a small city or a small clan that did not match their status or the way they did things. Often, they would not leave the mountain for half a year. When they did, they would do something big and then disappear without a trace. They would enter closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 years before coming out again. They were far more troublesome than the 7 Black Wind Killers. Loose cultivators were also known as evil cultivators. In the entire Tianwu domain, there were no more than 100 loose cultivators that could be called great bandits. Because of this, the mysterious intelligence organization made a list of evil cultivators and listed all the famous bandits in it. This time, Xianxia's 3,000 contribution point mission required him to kill the Great Bandit ranked 96th, the loose cultivator known as Lone Wolf. According to the information on the mission list, Lone Wolf was a peak medial grade martial monarch. He was a half-fiend and possessed the blood of the White Wolf race. His physical body was outstanding, and he could turn into a fiend at any time. By relying on his half-fiend body, regular late-stage medial grade martial monarchs would not last more than 100 moves against Lone Wolf. Furthermore, the baleful aura that Lone Wolf had accumulated far surpassed that of the 7 Black Wind Killers. His baleful aura could already turn solid. Just one look from him could frighten others. The various negative emotions formed by the baleful aura could enter a cultivator's sea of consciousness and turn into all sorts of illusions. They were extremely difficult to deal with. The other sects probably received news of Lone Wolf coming out of closed-door cultivation. Aside from Lone Wolf, the disciples of the other sects are my greatest enemies. Xiaochun thought to himself. Sometimes, the disciples of the righteous sects are even scarier than loose cultivators. 5 days later, Xiaochun used the transportation formation to cross several provinces. Finally, he arrived at the smallest of the 18 southern provinces, Qiushui Prefecture. Although Qiushui Prefecture was the smallest, it was about half the size of the Sky Dome Realm's Great Qin Nation. A rank 7 sect managed Qiushui Prefecture. The sect leader was only a half-sage. With such a sect, it was easy to imagine how much control they had over the many cities in the prefecture. This was also an opportunity for bandits like the White Wolf to take advantage of. This time, Xiaochun received news that the White Wolf was preparing to come out of closed-door cultivation and make a move on the second-largest city in Qiushui Prefecture, Heavenly Water City's City Lord's residence. Heavenly Water City had several rare mines and controlled the Merchant River. There were also a few rank 2 spirit veins. Although there were no precious treasures, there were some low-grade treasures that reached a horrifying number. If Xiaochun plundered all of them, his harvest would be considerable. For example, 1 million medial grade spirit stones was nothing. However, 10 million or 20 million medial grade spirit stones were enough to make several sect disciples jealous. Xiaochun withdrew his aura and went to an enclosest to the city lord's residence in Heavenly Water City. He was not in a rush to check in. Instead, he ordered some food and wine to reward himself. The inn had 4 floors and a spacious hall in the middle. One could see the roof. Xiaochun sat on the 3rd floor and could see the people on the floors above and below. As Xiaochun ate, he felt several probing auras sweep over him. These probing people were not simple. The weakest among them was a late-stage medial grade martial monarch. Several of them were even peak late-stage medial grade martial monarchs. Although late-stage medial grade martial monarchs and peak late-stage medial grade martial monarchs differed by only 1 grade, the difference in strength was huge. If Xiaochun fought a late-stage medial grade martial monarch, he had a 70% chance of victory. However, if he fought a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch, he only had a 50% chance of victory. He had to be extra careful. Naturally, there was no reason for so many experts to come to the insignificant Heavenly Water City. There could only be one reason. Their purpose was the same as Xiaochun's. While Xiaochun seemed to be casually eating and drinking, he carefully scanned all the peak late-stage medial grade martial monarchs with his spiritual sense, not missing a single one. Although Xiaochun withdrew his aura, he had not learned any martial techniques to hide his strength. These martial monarchs were also medial grade martial monarchs. When they used their spiritual sense, they quickly discovered his cultivation. A late-stage inferior grade martial monarch is not worth mentioning. The masters of these gazes withdrew their gazes and revealed disdainful expressions, no longer paying attention to Xiaochun. Even early-stage medial grade martial monarchs would not be enough to kill Lone Wolf. They needed a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch to lead them. A lone middle-stage inferior grade martial monarch would be seeking death. Xiaochun took note of these people's expressions. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. Then, he continued sizing up the peak late-stage medial grade martial monarchs. A man in gorgeous black embroidered clothes sat at a table by the window on the third floor. He looked elegant and handsome, and he gave off an extraordinary aura. He was a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. There were two people on each side of this man, both late-stage medial grade martial monarchs. The entire team was very strong. There was a similar group at a table on the fourth floor. The person leading this group was a yellow-clad girl. She looked very pretty and gave off a stunning aura. She was also a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. Aside from the Haotian sect, there were two other large factions in the 18 southern provinces, the 9 ranks of the Great Families, the Full Moon Pavilion, and the Thousand Mysteries sect. If Xiao Chun guessed correctly, the man in black embroidered clothes should be from the Full Moon Pavilion, and the yellow-clad girl should be from the Thousand Mysteries sect. They were the peak inner sect disciples of their respective factions. Chapter 671. Aside from these two strongest teams, there were 3 weaker teams, made up of several late-stage medial grade martial monarchs. These teams should be from rank 8 sects like the Rising Sky Pavilion in the 18 southern provinces. In their sects, one could become a true inheritor once they reached peak late-stage medial grade martial monarchs. True inheritors did not lack resources. They would not risk their lives to kill bandits for medial grade spirit gathering pearls. However, among these cultivators with high cultivations, the one that caught Xiao Qin's attention was a lone, white-haired cultivator. This white-haired cultivator had a faint scar on his face. He also wore white clothes, and his aura was simple and clean, appearing very peaceful. However, Xiao Chun detected a hidden ruthlessness in the depths of this white-haired cultivator's eyes. This aura was completely different from the aura he displayed. If not for Xiao Qin's mental energy being much stronger than that of regular cultivators, he would not have noticed this strange thing. This person was also a peak late-stage medial grade martial monarch. Furthermore, based on his aura, he was no weaker than the black-clad man or the yellow-clad woman. Xiao Chun calmly paid the bill and asked for a room. After he took a bath, he immediately started using the spirit-gathering pearls to cultivate. Night arrived quietly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sending down its radiance. The entire world was quiet and serene. Dong, dong, dong. Knocking came from outside the room. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then, he opened the door and went out. At this moment, one of the yellow-clad woman's team stood outside the door. She was also a pretty azure-clad woman. She smiled gracefully and said, "This young master should be an elite disciple of the Haotian sect, right?" Under the moonlight, this woman looked extremely beautiful when she smiled. There was a flirtatious look on her face that tugged at one's heartstrings. This woman must have cultivated some kind of charm technique. As she spoke, she silently executed it. However, this was useless against Xiao Chun. Her charm technique was far inferior to Lung Yu's. Using a charm technique on her for no reason was no different from attacking her. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense shook to break this woman's charm technique. He said rudely, "Don't use these little tricks on me again. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, don't come and disturb my cultivation." The azure-robed woman took a step back. Her complexion was somewhat unsightly after her charm technique was broken. She was very dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's reaction. This fellow was clearly only an inferior grade martial monarch. However, he was not polite when he spoke. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Naturally, there is something for me to visit so late at night. If I guessed right, you should be here for Lone Wolf." Xiao Chen did not deny it. He nodded lightly and waited to see what the other party had to say. In that case, it will be easy to deal with Lone Wolf. Full Moon Pavilion's young Master Qiu Yi and our Thousand Fantasy Sect senior sister Zhuoping want to gather everyone's strength to deal with him. As for Lone Wolf's head, when the time comes, everyone will fight for it based on their own abilities, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The azure-robed woman spoke in a leisurely manner, extending an invitation to Xiao Chun. Of the teams that came, these two clans were the strongest. Their joint invitation was more of a threat than anything else. If Xiao Chan did not agree, to prevent Xiao Chun from causing trouble, they might deal with him first. If Xiao Chun agreed, and the battle ended, these two clans would have the highest chance of obtaining the proof of completion. Given this, the other teams would be unable to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly to himself. This was an overt scheme. Even though Xiao Chan knew the other party's scheme, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, he would not even have the chance to continue playing. Following the azure-robed woman, Xiao Chan arrived at a balcony on the top floor of the inn. The 5 teams and other factions that he saw during the day were all gathered here. The white-haired cultivator that Xiao Chan paid special attention to stood in a corner, appearing extremely calm. When a man in luxurious black clothes saw Xiao Chan arrive, he immediately walked over and smiled warmly. "This brother, I am the Full Moon Pavilion Xiao. Welcome to the team." At the same time, he introduced the other people in the team to Xiao Chun. When the white-haired man was introduced, he said, "This is Brother Zhongli from the north. Like you, he is also a bladesman. He is very skilled at saber techniques." After Xiao Chun introduced himself, he stood alone in a corner and looked at the city lord's residence below. The defenses of the city lord's residence were not particularly strong. It seemed like they had not received any news. Under the illumination of the full moon, everything was very calm. "I wonder if Lone Wolf will come tonight. He attacked for the past few nights. We spent a lot of effort to repel him. We absolutely cannot let him escape today." 2 people in the team conversed softly. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. He had not expected Lone Wolf to appear so early. The leader, Qiu Yi, said, "Everyone be careful today. Lone Wolf has the blood of the white wolf race. During the full moon, he will be several times stronger. He will not be easy to deal with tonight." Boom! Right after Qiu Yi spoke, a black figure quickly flew over from the distant horizon under the golden full moon. A baleful aura spread out from this figure, and a horrifying aura rose and fell like the vast sea. Even from a distance, one could feel it clearly, causing one's hair to tremble. "He's here!" Everyone's expressions changed as they perked up at the same time. "Xiao! Xiao!" The eyes of Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping lit up. They immediately led their companions and leaped off the roof, quickly flying towards Lone Wolf. The others took a deep breath and revealed excited expressions. Then, they flew off one after another. The white-haired cultivator, Zhongli, glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Brother Xiao, we are both alone. How about we travel together?" Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Several dozen black figures flashed in the calm night. A strong killing chi spread out, filling the air with a cold and somber intent under the bright, full moon. Bang! 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 At the very front, Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping had already made a move to block Lone Wolf. An intense battle immediately broke out in the sky. All sorts of horrifying forces burst out with 5-colored lights in the dark night. Heavy explosions rang out continuously in the night. Before Xiao Chun and Zhong Li could rush over, they saw some weaker cultivators trying to help get knocked back. When Xiao Chun got closer, he discovered that Lone Wolf, who wore black leather armor, wore a mask on his face. He could not see his appearance clearly. Fighting 1 against 2, Lone Wolf faced Qiu Yi's and Zhuo Ping's sharp attacks. His defense was impenetrable. Occasionally, he could pull back his hand and easily block the attacks of the others. As Lone Wolf leaped up and down, he occasionally caught hold of an unlucky cultivator's weakness. Then he used his baleful aura to attack them and severely injure them in an instant. Everyone's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Tonight's Lone Wolf was indeed, as Qiu Yi had said. He was much stronger than the night before. Xiao Chun looked to the side and saw Zhongli staring at the battle in front of him. He looked extremely engrossed. Zhongli's expression did not seem to be wrong. However, Xiao Chun keenly noticed that Zhongli was not focusing on Lone Wolf. Instead, Zhongli was staring at Qiu Yi and Zhuo Ping. It was like he was analyzing their fighting styles and unique martial techniques. "Brother Xiao, it is time for us to make a move." Seeing that Xiao Chun had noticed him, Zhongli withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. A thick saber appeared in his hand as he charged at Lone Wolf first. Zhongli's thick saber sent out a white, icy saber chi. Under the restraint of saber intent, the state of ice did not leak out at all. In the night, the dense white saber chi looked like a line descending from the sky, piercing through Qiu, Yi, and Zhuoping. The saber chi accurately struck Lone Wolf's body. Ice spread out, and in an instant, Lone Wolf was completely frozen. When Xiao Chun saw this saber strike, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He exclaimed in shock. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent. Qiu, he was even more astonished. He had not expected this Zhong Li to be hiding his strength. However, this was not the time to be thinking about this. The sword in Qiu Yi's right hand trembled, and a flame spread out. A quintessence bird in high spirits flew out from the sword with a cry. The bird gave off a bright golden light. Every feather of the bird burned with a blazing flame. As it flapped its wings, heat waves surged into the sky, completely eliminating the cold of the night. As the bird flapped its wings, rings of formless flames appeared in the air, spreading out like ripples. The power of the ripples was extremely terrifying. As they vibrated, the entire space trembled. The expressions of the others changed. They immediately understood what Qiu was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity while Lone Wolf was sealed in ice to knock everyone back. After that, he would snatch the other party's head and obtain proof of completion. The logic was very clear. However, not many people dared to clash head-on with the formless flame ripples. They could only retreat helplessly for now. The pretty Zhuoping snorted coldly and thrust the thin sword in her hand forward. The tip of the sword released a dazzling light. The surging ripples immediately parted. The tip of the sword clashed with the ripples, creating countless resplendent flames. Under the bright moonlight, the flames were as beautiful as starlight. Although Zhuoping blocked the flame ripples, she was delayed. She could only watch as Qiu charged at Lone Wolf with the golden flaming bird. Kassier. Just at this moment, countless cracks appeared on the originally smooth and precipitous ice sculpture. Lone Wolf instantly regained his freedom. When Lone Wolf saw the golden flaming bird flying over, he roared ferociously. His right arm swelled up continuously. His sleeve instantly tore, revealing a werewolf's arm. Quintessence containing fiend energy gathered in his transformed hand. Then he punched. Bang! Bang! In the silence of the night, two loud explosions resounded as the giant flaming bird was smashed to pieces. It was like a golden bright fireball had turned into countless flames in the dark night, scattering in all directions. Qiu Yi's killing move was forcefully broken. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he vomited a mouthful of blood and retreated several hundred meters. However, Lone Wolf was in an even more sorry state than Qiu Yi. The energy from the explosion blasted his transformed arm into a mangled mess. Even the bones were visible. One of his arms was temporarily crippled. However, Lone Wolf took advantage of this opportunity to fly back a kilometer, quickly fleeing out of the city. After him, we can't let him escape again, Zhuoping shouted. Then, she led the 1,000 mystery sex people and quickly gave chase. Chapter 672. Xiao. However, there were two white figures that were even faster than them. Xiao Chun and Zhong Li had arrived the instant the intense explosion occurred. The instant the intense explosion occurred, they both somersaulted and executed their exquisite movement techniques, dodging the shock wave and flying forward. Their figures shot out like arrows, tearing through the sky. The two of them chased after the fleeing Lone Wolf. When the two were about to reach the city gates, Lone Wolf suddenly stopped and turned around. Suddenly, his undamaged left hand transformed into a wolf claw and smashed at Zhong Li. Zhong Li, who was in hot pursuit, did not expect Lone Wolf to be so crafty. Despite fleeing in such a panic, Lone Wolf still dared to stop and fight. Zhong Li quickly raised his saber and formed a screen of saber light filled with ice. However, the strength of Lone Wolf's transformed arm clearly surpassed that of a peak late-stage medial-grade martial monarch. The sharp claws tore through the screen of saber light and tore through Zhong Li's protective quintessence. Then, they left 5 horrifying claw marks on Zhong Li's chest and knocked him back. Lone Wolf's horrifying strength was astonishing. It was not that Lone Wolf could not put up a fight. It was just that his arm was injured and he did not want to take the risk. Lone Wolf's masked face revealed only a pair of scarlet eyes. After knocking back Zhong Li, he turned around and the baleful aura in his eyes turned solid, heading toward Xiao Chun and entering Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, Lone Wolf laughed maniacally and sent out a pitch-black quintessence palm with his left hand at Xiao Chun. It was like Lone Wolf was certain that, given Xiao Chen's cultivation, Xiao Chun would die without a doubt. After doing all this, Lone Wolf once again fled out of the city without looking back. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged and roared. It shattered the various illusions of the other party's baleful aura, causing them to vanish. The baleful aura of loose cultivators, which made the sect disciples tremble in fear, was useless before Xiao Chun. A resplendent saber light lit up in the dark night. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and sent out a dense electric saber chi. The electric light exploded out and shattered the quintessence beast claw flying at him. Zhong Li, whose chest was injured, fell to the ground in a sorry state. When he saw this scene, he frowned slightly. An imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had been paying attention to Zhong Li's expression. When he saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. When he saw that Lone Wolf was not difficult to catch up to, he gave up on giving chase. Damn it, he escaped again. The rest of the troops caught up. When they saw that Lone Wolf was only a small black dot left, they all cursed. The somewhat pale Qiu revealed a contemplative light in his eyes. He said, "Let's return to the inn first. Everyone should recuperate." On the rooftop, the original members of the team gathered together again. After checking, he found that several martial artists had suffered serious internal injuries and needed to recuperate for a long time. They would definitely not be able to fight for the next few days. Thus, the strength of the team had been weakened. This Lone Wolf is really crafty. If he does this every day, our team will be weakened again tomorrow. He has a half-face body. He recovers much faster than us. If this drags on, we will not be able to hold on. Everyone analyzed the results of the battle. They all felt somewhat dispirited. It looked like Lone Wolf's harassment over the past few days had greatly damaged their mental states. Zhuo Ping said, "I feel that this Lone Wolf is becoming more and more familiar with Qiu Yi's and my moves. It is like when we fought, he could see our attacks from every angle. It is getting easier for him to deal with our combined attacks. At the start, he did not have any spare energy to attack the others." Qiu Yi nodded and said, "I feel the same way. Perhaps his comprehension ability is astonishing. However, this is not the time to think about this. We do not have many chances left. Lone Wolf is extremely cautious. He will only appear for 5 days. Tomorrow is the last day. If we cannot take him down by then, he will disappear again." After saying that, Qiu Yi looked up at the silent Xiao Chun. He said, "Brother Xiao, I saw that you easily broke Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Do you have any good ideas?" Following Qiu Yi's reminder, everyone recalled Lone Wolf's baleful aura. Xiao Chun had not been affected at all. This person was definitely not as simple as he looked. Xiao Chun smiled gently and shrugged. "I was just lucky. I did not have any good ideas. Ask Brother Zhongli. He sealed Lone Wolf with 1 saber strike." Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, "That was also because young Master Qiu and Miss Zhuo delayed Lone Wolf. That was how I had the opportunity to seal Lone Wolf. Just look at the wound on my chest, and you will know the result." Seeing that the two were unwilling to say more, Qiu Yi did not ask any further. He discussed the arrangements for tomorrow night before announcing that everyone should go back and rest. After the others left, Qiu Yi said to Zhuo Ping, "Those 2 fellows are not simple." Qiu Yi did not say their names, but Zhuo Ping knew who he was talking about. She smiled and said, I don't know whether they are simple or not. I only know that you are not simple. You have not even killed them, and you are already thinking of burning the bridge after crossing it. Xianxia smiled unconcernedly and said, "Tomorrow is our last chance. The two of us cannot hold back anymore. We cannot give the two of them any chances." The moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After the huge battle, the night sky of Heavenly Water City returned to normal. Perhaps some of the cultivators in the city could sense the horrifying energy fluctuations from earlier. However, to this small city, cultivators at the level of Xianxia's group were not people they could come into contact with. Even if they knew, they would not dare to have any thoughts about it. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. As for the ordinary citizens, they had already fallen asleep. To them, that was a distant world. It would be difficult for it to interact with their lives. The lamp in the guest room flickered. Xianxia did not cultivate, nor was he in the mood to sleep. He thought about what he had seen today and came up with a vague answer in his heart. Xianxia searched the universe ring for a long time before he finally found what he was looking for. With a flip of his palm, half a piece of spirit wood appeared in his hand. The spirit wood was a branch of an ancient spirit tree, the Wutong tree. Xianxia vaguely remembered that he still had some spirit wood. Indeed, he had found it. Revealing a faint smile, Xianxia took out a carving knife and carefully carved the spirit wood, which was only half the length of his palm. The flickering light from the lamp illuminated Xiaoqian's delicate and fair face, making him look very focused. Bits and pieces of spirit wood fell with the rise and fall of the carving knife. However, these bits of wood did not turn into dust or soil like they usually did. Instead, they turned into motes of crystalline light that drifted into the guest room. The enchanting light was very bright and dazzling, making the simple guest room look like a dream. Xianxia was completely focused, not paying attention to his surroundings. In his eyes, there was only the wooden sculpture in his palm. His mind was calm. There was nothing else. When the wooden sculpture was completely formed, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He felt incredibly dizzy, so he checked the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Just a simple wooden sculpture had actually exhausted most of his mental energy. No wonder he felt even more tired than fighting. The wooden sculpture was of Xianxia himself. He wore white clothes and had a saber hanging at his waist. His eyes were intelligent and clear, like a miniature version of himself. Spirituality and temperament are sufficient. It still lacks a bit of life. Xianxia thought for a while and sent a drop of essence blood into the wooden sculpture. In that instant, a spiritual light flashed in the wooden sculpture's eyes, and red blood flowed through its body. It was like real blood flowed through the blood vessels in its body. This wooden sculpture was no longer an inanimate object. Only at this moment did Xianxia reveal a satisfied smile. He looked around and discovered the dreamy motes of light in the room. He smiled gently and said, "Unexpectedly, after not practicing for a long time, my carving skills have improved. It looks like carving also tests one's mental state." For the sake of this small wooden sculpture, Xianxia had exhausted too much mental energy. He did not waste any more time and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover his mental energy. Xianxia only recovered his mental energy when the sky turned dark the next day. After making some preparations, he opened the door and met up with Xianxia and the others. "Hey, is that Brother Xiao?" The moment Xianxia left the room, he ran into Zhongli, who was also going to the roof. The white-haired, white-robed Zhongli had already recovered from his injuries and looked very spirited. Xianxia turned around and smiled. "Brother Zhongli, are you looking for me?" Zhongli carefully sized up Xianxia. He felt that today Xianxia was somewhat different from yesterday. However, he could not pinpoint what was different. Zhongli collected his thoughts and smiled gently. "It's fine. If I did not see wrong, Brother Zhao's saber strike last night should have grasped a perfect 40% comprehended saber intent. At such a young age, you already have such comprehension abilities. You're truly admirable." These words are not just flattery. Xianxia looked like he was only 21 years old. In the Kunlun realm, where 30-odd years old were considered youths, 21 years old was considered very young. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "It is just a 40% comprehended saber intent. How can it compare to Brother Zhong Li's perfect 50% comprehended saber intent? Furthermore, you have the state of ice that surpasses the limits." After one state reached the limits, it was extremely difficult to raise it to a will. If one wanted to increase the might of one state, one had to think of other methods. The extreme insects Wan Feng's secret technique and Xiao Qin's immortal state of thunder were similar methods. Clearly, this Zhongli had grasped such a secret technique as well. A proud look flashed in Zhongli's eyes. He said, "I'm just a few years older than you. We are both bladesmen. If there's a chance, we should exchange pointers with each other." "I will be delighted to. I have long wanted to exchange pointers with bladesmen of the same generation," Xiao replied calmly, without changing his expression. When Zhongli saw Xiao Qian's serious appearance, he felt some disdain in his heart. A perfect 50% comprehended saber intent was much stronger than a 40% comprehended saber intent. Zhongli's state and cultivation were both stronger than Xiao Qian's. Did Xiao Qian really think that he could compare to him? As the two spoke, they arrived at the rooftop. The peak intersect disciple of the full moon pavilion, Qiu Yi, and the peak intersect disciple of the Thousand Mystery Sect, Zhuo Ping, had been waiting there for a long time already. The moon was round on the 15th. Tonight's moon was indeed rounder and larger than the previous night. As the bright light shone down, it made Heavenly Water City appear